Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Ding ding.
The look upon your face with the underestimation. It is so yesterday. Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow,
beauty, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 BGMI Challenge Finals. मैं हूं कुणाल सलूजा और मेरे साथ यहां पर वो जुड़ने वाले हैं जो कि भैया BGMI जगत के सारे स्टैट्स को गहराइयों से खोद के निकालते हैं। नाम है इनका ओशन शर्मा। कैसे हो भाई?
काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया एंड काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटेड बिकॉज जो फेस्टिविटीज हैं इस पूरे स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज की वो अपने चरम सीमा पर पहुंच चुके हैं कुणाल, बिकॉज अब यहां से वो ट्रॉफी की बात, वो जंग, वो एकदम आखिरी मोड़ पर आ चुकी है। 3 दिन अगले बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है टीम्स के।
एग्जैक्टली, नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम के बेहतरीन अरीना में अगले 3 दिनों तक 16 टीम्स, 18 मैचेस और पूरे 1 करोड़ रुपीस का प्राइज पूल। भाई बंदा वेज हो या नॉन वेज, उसे क्या करना है? तो आप सब तैयार हो जाइए, अपने हाथ में पॉपकॉर्न रेडी रखिए, दूसरे हाथ में कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स रेडी रखिए, क्योंकि ठीक 2:30 बजे से रोज रोज प्रसारण शुरू हो जाएगा।
और हम लोग आपको यहीं पर मिलेंगे बिकॉज हर एक दिन बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। पिछले सीजन की भी अगर बात करें, क्या अलग तरीके से पूरी फाइट्स, इनफैक्ट पूरे टूर्नामेंट चला था और हम प्रीटी श्योर हर किसी ने एंजॉय किया था। वही सेम काम इस सीजन भी होने वाला है। अब बचे हैं वो 18 मैचेस जहां से एक चैंपियन वापस से वो ब्रैगिंग राइट्स अपने नाम रखेगा।
और पिछले सीजन की बात कर रहे हैं, चैंपियन की बात कर रहे हैं, तो एंटिटी की बात करें क्योंकि ट्रॉफी ले ली थी उन्होंने। और भाई साहब क्या कमाल का परफॉर्मेंस, पहले दिन नीचे थे, दूसरे दिन थोड़ा ऊपर बढ़े और तीसरे दिन इतना ऊपर उठ गए कि उन्होंने ट्रॉफी ही उठा ली। अब इस सीजन चैलेंज सीजन में हमने देखा किस तरीके से टॉप 16 टीम्स पहुंची और कह सकते हैं इंडिया में इससे बेहतर और कोई टीम्स थी ही नहीं।
एग्जैक्टली वो कमबैक स्टोरी, वो ब्रैगिंग राइट्स अपने नाम रखना, क्या ही कहानी थी एंटिटी की। एक बार वापस रिलीव करते हैं।
Come on everyone! Make some noise!
Samraj and his Panda Boys won SPS 2024 under the banner of Entity Gaming. But now Samraj is coming back for the trophy as defending champions, but this time under a new banner, Team Versatile. Their 2024 roster, Samraj, Gamla Boy, Bakar, and Troy, wasn't just a team, it was a powerhouse, a collection of individuals whose synergy had the potential to rewrite the playbook of excellence, and they did. Starting off with a 4th place finish in the challenge season was respectable, but the fans hungered for nothing less than outright domination in the high-stakes finals. The finals began with a shaky start, leaving fans tense as the boys faced mediocre exits and unexpected eliminations. However, in match 3, they rebounded spectacularly, with a swift rotation that caught Global Esports off guard, leading to a squad wipe against WSP Gaming and their first chicken dinner. Despite this comeback, they ended day 1 in 6th place, with points that were only half of Team Orangutan's total. The stage was set for a remarkable comeback. Day 2 was meant for redemption, but the team faced fierce challenges. Early rotations flattered. They managed only a 2nd place finish with 0 elimination, feeling more like a hollow echo than a victory. In the next match, they found a glimmer of hope, securing 3rd place with 2 eliminations. However, doubts lingered due to their passive gameplay. The rest of Day 2 brought no breakthroughs, leaving them in 7th place, while powerhouses like Team iQOO Seoul, Orangutan, and Revenant thrived. With a daunting 90-point gap, the dream of winning the trophy felt distant. The pressure mounted. Day 3 began with tough finishes for the team, 4th, 7th, 5th, and 4th, but they refused to back down. With only 2 matches left, Samraj and the squad had to seize the moment. They caught Team iQOO Seoul off guard on the challenging Vikendi terrain. Their efforts culminated in an impressive 18-point game, reigniting their chances of victory. As the final match commenced with 25 lakhs on the line, the team aggressively stormed the battlefield. Each player stepped up, with Samraj leading with 5 eliminations. From rocky beginnings to an unforgettable championship victory, the boys showcased an epic win. Now the stage is reset, the names have changed, and so has the game. What will the defending conquerors bring to the slaughter this time?
टॉप 10 से बाहर थी वो टीम, सोमराज कहां से कहां तक अपनी टीम को पहुंचाया।
बिल्कुल, और काफी लाजवाब परफॉर्मेंस इस टीम ने डिलीवर किया
और बन गए BGMI चैंपियन टीम।
पिछले सीजन में एक अनबिलीवेबल कमबैक करने के बाद क्या एक बार फिर से सोमराज की सरकार कुछ बेहतरीन साम्राज्य स्थापित करने वाली है? ये जानेंगे और जानने के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद है हमारे VXT के आईजीएल सोमराज, साथ में रहेंगे ट्रॉय। आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सोमराज, मैं आपसे स्टार्ट करना चाहूँगा। लास्ट सीजन की अगर हम बात करें, जब फाइनल्स में आप आए थे, पहले हमने देखा दिन के एंड पे आप 6th पोजीशन पे, सेकंड दिन के एंड पे आप 7th पोजीशन पे थे, फिर वहाँ से आप वो ट्रॉफी लेकर के गए। उस पूरे सफ़र के बारे में अगर आप कुछ और बताना चाहें तो।
हम लोग जब आए थे अपने बूट कैंप से, हमारा नया लाइनअप था और हम लोग ऑलरेडी अंडर प्रेशर थे कि अगर ये लान में हम लोग परफॉर्म नहीं करेंगे तो हमारी टीम और ऐसा शट डाउन हो जाएगी, सब लोग स्प्लिट वेज। तो फिर बहुत प्रेशर तो था ही, पर हम लोग का गेम उस समय अच्छा चल रहा था। 15 पॉइंट सिस्टम था जो कि टोटली डिफरेंट मेटा था, सो उसमें हम लोग अच्छा कर रहे थे नेचुरली। पर फिर यहाँ पे आके हम लोग का वो नेचुरल फ्लो स्टेट नहीं आ पा रहा था। फिर हम लोग सेकेंड डे मीटिंग ये सब किए, हमें फिर और इन्फॉर्म किया कि तुम लोग ऑलरेडी ऐसे एकदम नीचे हो जी, तो फिर आपको परफॉर्म करना ही होगा, आपका कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। फिर सब चीज़ बिल्डअप हो रही थी और हम हारने तो नहीं आए थे और अपना बेस्ट भी नहीं दे रहे थे। तो तीसरा दिन डायरेक्ट हम में जाके गेम में माइक खोले और गला फाड़ के कॉल्स दिए। तो वही हम अपना बेस्ट दिए थे लास्ट डे, और कुछ दिमाग में था नहीं कि ये अचीव करना है, कुछ करना है, और फिर जो हमारा बेस्ट गेम हम दिए उसमें हमें बेस्ट आउटकम मिला।
बिल्कुल वो बेस्ट आउटकम था, और जिस तरीके से वो जो लास्ट के 2 मैचेस थे वो गए, स्पेशली फाइनल डे के, वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा एपिक था। पर ट्रॉय, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, पिछले जब फाइनल्स में आप आए थे तो वहाँ पे आपके 2 टीममेट्स अलग थे, अभी 2 अलग एडिशंस हुए, तो पुकार और गमला बॉय को कितना मिस किया जाएगा?
मिस तो कर ही रहा हूँ बहुत
जी, पर लेकिन अभी आप कह रहे हैं कि ये टीम भी काफ़ी बढ़िया परफॉर्म करके जाने वाली है।
टीम बहुत ही अच्छी है
जी,
नो डाउट, बहुत अच्छी है।
ट्रॉय, आप काफ़ी एनिमेटेड दिखते हैं जब भी आप लैन इवेंट्स पे आते हैं, आप अलग अलग इशारे करते हैं फिनिशेस निकालने के बाद, और उसके लिए भी आप काफ़ी जाने जाते हैं, तो इस सीजन में भी हम कुछ ऐसा देख सकते हैं?
नहीं, इस सीजन ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
एक चेंज्ड ट्रॉय हमें देखने को मिलेगा, बट आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि उतना ही फियर्स जो गेम प्ले वो रहने वाला है। इस साल की क्या तैयारी है, क्योंकि अब आप फैन फेवरेट्स की तरह उभर के आए हैं, जैसा कमबैक आपने पिछली बार किया था, जो लेगेसी आप कैरी करते हैं, इस साल से क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन, अगले 3 दिन से क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस रहने वाली हैं आपकी और जनता को, अगर आप कुछ बताना चाहें?
फैंस के लिए तो मैं ऑलवेज ग्रेटफुल रहता हूँ, पर इस बार हमारे साथ बड़े नाम से एफिलिएटेड है, iQOO, एस पावर, तो ऐसा कुछ खास एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो नहीं है। नया लाइनअप 1 महीना हुआ है, हम लोग मस्ती में खेलते हैं, जो आउटकम आता है। यहाँ पे भी अपना कुछ ऐसा एक्स्ट्रा तैयारी नहीं है, हम लोग वैसे अपना नेचुरल गेम खेल रहे हैं, मस्ती में, इंडिविजुअल कह लो या टीम गेम कह लो, हम लोग का वही प्लान आउट है और कुछ नहीं है।
दोस्तों, मस्ती और मजाक में ही अगर आप पोडियम फिनिश कर सकते हैं तो फिर ऑनलाइन फेज में तो ये उससे और बेहतर क्या ही हो सकता है। बट ट्रॉय, अभी के लिए आपको क्या लगता है कि कौन सी वो टीम है जो आपकी टीम के लिए बिगेस्ट थ्रेट हो सकती है? आपकी टीम बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है, हमने देखा, बट अगर आप 1-2 नाम बताना चाहें कि कौन सी वो टीम्स है जो आपको लगता है कि चैलेंज थोड़ा ज़्यादा अच्छा दे सकती है आपको?
कोई भी नहीं, हम ही है और हम ही रहेंगे।
क्या बात है, सिंपल एंड क्रिस्प एंड स्ट्रेट। आप भी इसमें कुछ ऐड करना चाहते हैं या फिर आपका भी यही कहना है?
नहीं, सबसे पहले तो हम लोग अपने को ही देखते हैं, बाकी जो टीम खेल रहा है अच्छा, उसको अच्छा खेलने दो, हम लोग को भी अच्छा ही खेलना है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल, पिछले सीजन में भी बहुत सारी टीम्स थी जिन्होंने बेहतर खेला था, लेकिन बेस्ट जो आउटकम है वो सोमराज एंड कंपनी के पास गया था। आई विश यू गाइज ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। एंड चलिए, अब वक्त हो चुका है हमारा आगे चलने का, आज के दिन का शुभ आरंभ करने का, तो चलते हैं सीधे हमारे होस्ट की तरफ। ओवर टू यू।
सोमराज का कॉन्फिडेंस देख करके साफ पता चलता है कि भाई वो ट्रॉफी उनके पास क्यों गई थी, और अब इस सीजन क्या उनके माइंड में है। साफ साफ उन्होंने बोला कि भाई पिछली बार आखिरी दिन हमने बस गला फाड़ करके खेला था, आज दिल खोल के खेलने की बारी आ चुकी है और ट्रॉफी इस बार भी वो उठाना जरूर चाहते हैं।
बिल्कुल, ट्रॉय और सोमराज पिछली बार एनटीटी का हिस्सा थे, इस बार वर्सेटाइल में 2 नए खिलाड़ियों के साथ आए हैं, काफी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे हैं। अब सवाल ये है, क्या डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस इस बार अपने उस टाइटल को डिफेंड कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि टॉप 16 में जो बाकी 15 टीम्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा खतरनाक हैं।
एंड वो पूरा कंपटीशन बहुत ज़्यादा अलग हो जाता है, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे हम टीम्स की बात करेंगे हमें डेफिनेटली हमारे सामने और क्लियर पिक्चर नज़र आती हुई दिखाई देगी, क्योंकि जो 16 टीम्स हमारे सामने है वो टीम्स डेफिनेटली वॉक इन कर चुकी हैं। बहुत सारी टीम्स को, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स को हमने देखा, एज वी जस्ट टॉक अबाउट रेकनिंग को हमने देखा, प्लेयर्स आए, डेस्ट्रो, आई मीन इसको कौन भूल सकता है, ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट है, तो इस बार भी ट्रॉफी उठाने के लिए ज़रूर तैयार है। एंड कोई एक आधे प्लेयर्स नहीं, पूरी टीम्स अपना जी जान लगा करके यहाँ पर 100% देने के लिए तैयार। एंड देन देयर इज iQOO सोल, दे आर रेडी, बिकॉज वो रॉकेट जो है वो और ज़्यादा ऊपर जाता है। हर बार मेडल के ऊपर काफी सारे सवाल उठते हैं कि वो कैसा खेल रहे हैं, अब उन्हें वो जवाब देने का पूरा समय आ चुका है, किस तरीके से वो खेलेंगे।
और भाई इसी के साथ आप लोगों को बता देते हैं, एक टीम जिसका सबको बहुत ज्यादा इंतजार था, हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक, पिछली बार क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए थे, लेकिन इस बार जब वो आए बहुत ज्यादा शोर मचा हर जगह।
एंड वो शोर मचना बनता भी है। आई मीन हर एक इंडियन फैन एक ही चीज देखना चाहता है कि गॉडलाइक अपने नाम के ऊपर एक ट्रॉफी डेफिनेटली रखे, और इससे बड़ा स्टेज और क्या ही हो सकता है इस समय, जिस तरीके से टीम्स तैयार हैं। स्लग एंड पार्टी, वो टीम भी पूरी तरीके से अच्छे तरीके से तैयार फॉर देयर गुड ट्रॉफी, एंड विल डेफिनेटली सी कि इस सीजन कौन और ज्यादा बेहतरीन खेल सकता है। बट एक बार नजर डाल देते टीम्स के ऊपर।
भाई ये देखिए, ये हमारी टॉप 16 टीम्स आपके सामने, और इसमें से एक भी ऐसा नाम नहीं जिसके बारे में आप ये कह सकते हो कि यार इसकी जगह वो टीम आती ना तो ज्यादा अच्छा होता। दे आर द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट, और नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम के अरीना में अगले 3 दिनों तक ये 16 टीम्स भिड़ने वाली हैं। 18 मैचेस में प्राइस पूल होगा 1 करोड़, सर्वाइवल होगा, रश होगा, इनसेन BGMI मोमेंट्स होंगे, क्योंकि यहां पर हर कोई करना चाहता है द अल्टीमेट चिकन डिनर।
ये तो खैर हर कोई स्टेज के ऊपर देखेगा किस तरीके से पूरा ये कोलाहल मचने वाला है, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ बहुत सारी ऐसी भी बातें हैं, ऐसी भी कॉन्वर्सेशंस हैं जो बिहाइंड द सीन्स हुई हैं, एक बार उनके ऊपर भी नजर डालना बनता है।
यू मीन मसला और मसाला?
बहुत सारा मसला और बहुत सारा मसाला।
want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta.
We are ready.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down.
We are ready.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down.
We are ready.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down.
We are ready.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down.
We are ready.
Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up.
देखो बिहाइंड द सीन्स हमने बहुत सारे देख लिए, लेकिन बिहाइंड द सीन्स ऑफ एंटरिंग द स्टेज भी बहुत सारी चीजें होती है और वही के लिए यहाँ पर हमारे साथ जनता जुड़ी है। कैसे एक्साइटेड हो?
जोर से बोलो। भाई जय माता दी निकलता है। ओके, अब देखिए हम यहाँ पे बेसिकली करने क्या वाले हैं। यहाँ पे 16 टीम्स हैं, उन 16 टीम्स के बहुत सारे यहाँ पे फैंस भी आए हैं। अच्छा, फैन फेवरेट कौन सी टीम है यहाँ पे? ओके, गॉडलाइक वाले हाथ उठाओ। iQOO सोल वाले हाथ उठाओ। यहाँ पे यार देख, ठग अपना भाई है, मैं सपोर्ट करूंगा। सोल ठीक
अच्छा,
है।
एक सेकंड, यहाँ पे किसने गॉब्लिन बोला था? कार्निवल को सपोर्ट है? कार्निवल को सपोर्ट है भाई।
भाई लेकिन एक बात बताओ, कार्निवल तो है नहीं। दोस्तों एक मिनट, वर्सेटाइल ने किसका क्या बिगाड़ा? जीते तो पिछली बार वो थे। ये आए वर्सेटाइल वाले भाई साहब।
वर्सेटाइल वाले आ जाओ भाई,
इधर आओ भाई,
आओ, बात करनी है तुमसे, आओ।
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, यहाँ पे देखो गॉडलाइक के सपोर्टर्स हैं, यहाँ पे सोल का तो इकलौता मैं ही दिखा हूँ और दूसरी टीम्स के हैं। आपको क्या लगता है वर्सेटाइल क्यों एक बार दोबारा जीत सकती है?
बिकॉज मेरे को लगता है सॉम जो है बेस्ट, लास्ट टाइम भी उन्होंने देखा था कि लास्ट थर्ड डे में जो था वो 96 पॉइंट भी लेके और टॉप पे गए थे, और इस टाइम भी सेम है कि फर्स्ट डे वो देखेंगे, सेकंड डे और थर्ड डे वो टॉप पे जाएंगे, और इस बार भी डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन हमारा सोमराज ही रहेगा।
ओह, काफी ज्यादा एकदम मैथमेटिकल आंसर घुसाया तुमने हर चीज के अंदर। तो गॉडलाइक वाला कोई आ जाओ। क्यों लगता है? अरे रुक भाई, कहा एक बार जरा यहाँ कैमरा डालिएगा, ये देखो, ये क्यों लगता है गॉडलाइक जीतेगी?
भाई शुरू से ही प्रेडिक्शन कर रहे हैं कि गॉडलाइक जीतेगी, बहुत टाइम से वेट कर रहे हैं इस चीज का कि गॉडलाइक जीतेगी, और अब के जीत के ही जाएगी।
तो इस बात पे उसमें कद्दों में चढ़े हुए भाई। हाँ, तुम्हें क्यों लगता है गॉडलाइक जीतेगी?
मुझे लगता है कि जो गॉडलाइक की जो टीम की जरूरत थी वो उसे मिल चुकी है, और इस बार ये टीम ट्रॉफी ले जाएगी। अपन की गॉडलाइक है।
वाह वाह,
टीम चाहिए थी वो बन गई है।
कार्निवल वाला हो जरा।
कोई बोल सकता है क्या?
गॉब्लिन बोलेगा, गॉब्लिन
भाई यहाँ पर आ गए हैं एडमिनों के आगे, कोई कुछ बोल सकता है क्या?
भाई साहब, हाँ, कार्निवल का बता रहे थे तुम।
कार्निवल का इसलिए बोलना चाहूँगा कि वो एकदम एक बार BMPS ऑलरेडी जीत भी चुकी है, और हेक्टर ने अभी तक अपने आप को पूरा इंप्रूव नहीं कर पाया है, और मैं देख रहा हूँ लास्ट टाइम से अभी बहुत सारे टूर्नामेंट्स में टॉप 5 आ रही है। तो जो पूरा प्रेडिक्शन ऐसा है कि इस बार CG ही जीतेगी, क्योंकि गॉब्लिन भी उसका भी गन पावर बहुत तगड़ा है, और नियो का तो सबको पता ही है, और अभी न्यू एडिशन हुआ है ज़ाइडेक्स और वाइपर का भी।
इनकी बात आई थी ना, तो जॉनथन ने बोला था कि, और उनमें दोनों में काउंटर हुई थी कि वो बराबर के हम दोनों, जो वो गॉब्लिन ने बोला था। तो इस बार शायद पता चल जाएगी गॉब्लिन कितना नीचे और जॉनी कहाँ है।
अच्छा भाई, एक काम करते हैं भाई, तू गॉब्लिन, जॉनथन, यार दोनों ना एक काम करो, दोनों के दोनों यहाँ पे पुशअप लगाओ, हम देखते हैं जो ज्यादा मारेगा उसकी टीम जीतेगी। हम सारे टोटके लगा रहे हैं यहाँ पे, ठीक है? आ जाओ, रेडी
गाइस, चीयर।
1 2 3 4 5 6। भाई इसने तो मशीन चला दी।
भाई थोड़ा ध्यान से ऊपर होना।
कम ऑन गॉब्लिन, जॉनथन।
भाई, अरे
भाई यहाँ तो गॉब्लिन ने बाजी मार ली है, लेकिन अंदर गॉब्लिन बाजी मारेंगे या जॉन मारेगा, थोड़ी देर बाद में पता चलेगा। चलिए आपको अंदर अरीना लेके चलते हैं। भाई स्टेडियम के बाहर का नजारा तो देख लिया, अब आपको अंदर का नजारा दिखाते हैं। हेलो एंड वेलकम एवरीवन, मैं कुणाल सलूजा, मेरे साथ ओशन शर्मा, और ये है नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम का वो अरीना जहां आज से अगले 3 दिनों तक घमासान युद्ध मचेगा। 16 टीम्स, 18 मैचेस और दांव पे एक के आगे 7-0 वाला 1 करोड़।
और उसके साथ साथ वो ब्रैगिंग राइट्स की चमचमाती ट्रॉफी जो पिछले साल कोई और लेके गया था, क्या इस साल सेम खिलाड़ी लेकर के जाएगा या फिर किसी नई टीम के पास होगी? इससे पहले कि हम लोग आगे की बात करें, I'm pretty sure धनराशि की तो बात बनती है।
भैया प्राइस पूल पे नजर डालिए। पहले स्थान पर आने वाले को मिलेंगे पूरे 50 लाख, दूसरे स्थान पर 20 लाख, तीसरे स्थान पर 8 लाख, और जैसे जैसे टीम्स जिस पोजीशन पर आएंगी उन्हें उस हिसाब से प्राइस मनी मिलेगा। और सिर्फ यहाँ ही कहानी नहीं रुकती, मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर को मिलेंगे 50,000, सबसे पहले जो चिकन डिनर करेगा उसे मिलेंगे 60,000, सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशर्स को मिलेंगे 60,000। तो इस तरीके से पूरे 1 करोड़ की प्राइज मनी को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया गया है। अब देखिए, चैलेंज फाइनल्स तो आज से शुरू हो रहा है, लेकिन चैलेंज सीजन बहुत पहले शुरू हुआ था, और वो 4 टीम्स जो चैलेंज सीजन्स में क्वालिफाई की थी, आइए उन टीम्स के बारे में बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले वो टीम जो पिछली बार टॉप 16 में नहीं आई थी, लेकिन इस बार चैलेंज सीजन में पहले स्थान पर आए, गॉडलाइक।
हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक एक अच्छी ड्रीम फेरी स्टोरी लेकर के अपने सामने आई है। एक ऐसी टीम जो पिछले सीजन क्वालिफाई नहीं करी थी, लेकिन इस सीजन पहले पोजीशन पर वो थे। तो डेफिनेटली लगता है कि पंक की अगुवाई में ये पंक की गॉडलाइक एक नई गॉडलाइक है, और ये हीरोज हैं, ये एक्सट्रीम है, ये 100% एक गॉडलाइक टीम है।
और गॉडलाइक, बिल्कुल गॉडलाइक परफॉर्मेंस, इकलौती ऐसी टीम जिन्होंने 300 से ज्यादा पॉइंट्स स्कोर किए थे, कोई और टीम नहीं, इट्स ओनली गॉडलाइक।
एंड दे आर इन इट टू विन इट। इस बार डेफिनेटली वही एक मंत्र है इस टीम का, जिस तरीके से पूरा परफॉर्मेंस रहा है एंड जिस तरीके से हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, I'm pretty sure हमारा बोलना उतने अच्छे तरीके से उस चीज को जस्टिफाई नहीं करेगा।
और भाई देखिए, जहां गॉडलाइक के फैंस है, एक और टीम है जिसके फैंस बहुत सारे हैं, बोल बेबी बोल, iQOO सोल। दूसरी टीम वो थी जो चैलेंज सीजन में आगे पहुंची थी, और क्या कमाल का परफॉर्मेंस रहा, हमेशा कंसिस्टेंट रही है, पिछले सीजन के रनर अप, और इस सीजन चैलेंज सीजन में वो सेकंड स्पॉट पे रहे।
एग्जैक्टली, उनका सेकंड स्पॉट ये जरूर दर्शाता है कि वो टीम क्या खोया था वो इस बार पा सकते हैं, कितना करीब थे वो इस बार कमा सकते हैं। और iQOO सोल में एक खिलाड़ी, माननीय मान्या महोदय, उनका मस्तिष्क जिस तरीके से चलता है, उन्हें पता है कि टीम को किस तरीके से चलवाना है। और अगर रोनी खेल रहे तो हर दिन रोनीवार है, सोमे का समय अच्छा चल रहा है, I'm pretty sure iQOO सोल तैयार है एक डोमिनेटिंग रन के लिए।
भाई क्या iQOO सोल पिछली बार जो एक स्थान से ट्रॉफी चूक गई थी, क्या इस बार ट्रॉफी अपने नाम कर पाएंगे? मेरे साथ यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं, चलो उन्हीं से पूछते हैं। भाई आपके हाथ में तो गॉडलाइक का प्लेकार्ड है, लेकिन क्या लगता है iQOO सोल कड़ी टक्कर देगी?
देखो लगता तो है कड़ी टक्कर देगी, लेकिन ऑन टॉप तो गॉडलाइक ही रहेगी।
ओहो, ये बोल दिया गया। लेकिन चलिए एक बार पूछते हैं किसी iQOO सोल फैन से, आपके पास iQOO सोल का प्लेकार्ड है, इस बार iQOO सोल का क्या परफॉर्मेंस होगा?
टॉप पे रहेगी, गॉडलाइक की चिंता मत करो, उनके लिए नकुली काफी है।
यहाँ पर राइवलरी ऑलरेडी बन चुकी है, आगे पीछे बैठे हैं सब लोग। चलिए अब उस टीम के बारे में बात करते हैं जिनकी भाई सोच ही एकदम अलग है, क्योंकि इनके कोच ही एकदम अलग हैं। गॉड्स रेन, ये थी तीसरी टीम जिन्होंने क्वालिफाई किया था, कोच रॉबिन इनके सर। और क्या चैलेंज सीजन रहा?
डेफिनेटली रॉबिन साहब एक अलग परफॉर्मेंस अपनी टीम को दिलवाते हैं। पहले खुद खिलाड़ी थे, जब कोच बने तो टीम की गाइडेंस रखी है। इस टीम में बस मुझे एक चीज लगता है कि अगर डेल्टा चल गए तो ये टीम बहुत ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से खेल सकती है। आई मीन डेस्ट्रो द ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट, जितने ऑफिशियल्स हुए हैं हर किसी को पता है डेस्ट्रो अपनी टीम को किस तरीके से खिलवाते हैं। प्लस निंजा जॉर्ड जिस टीम के साथ रहे हैं जब भी, हर बार इन्होंने इज्जत कमाई है।
भाई गॉड्स रेन एक तरफा परफॉर्मेंस इनका पिछली बार भी रहा था, अब देखना है इस बार कौन सा खिलाड़ी ज्यादा बाजी मारेगा। डेस्ट्रो, निंजा, आपका फेवरेट कौन है? ओशन?
डेस्ट्रो।
चलिए लोगों से पूछते हैं, यहाँ पर गॉड्स रेन का फैन कौन है?
इधर की तरफ मुझे लग रहा था कुछ लोग हैं। गॉड्स रेन की तरफ कौन लोग हैं? गॉड्स रेन वाले आप हैं? गॉड्स रेन आप हैं? रेकनिंग, तो चलिए आपसे पूछ लेते हैं गॉड्स रेन का, आप वैसे कॉस्ट्यूम को आपने देखा हो, फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन रहा है?
मेरे फेवरेट प्लेयर हमेशा से डेस्ट्रो रहे हैं, मिस्टर ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट। तो इस बार भी ट्रॉफी वही लेके जाएंगे मुझे लगता है, तो यही कहना मेरा है।
चलिए टॉप 3 टीम्स की बात कर ली हमने, लेकिन चैलेंज सीजन में चौथी वो टीम थी जो पिछली बार के चैंपियंस थे, इस बार डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस हैं। पिछली बार की एंटिटी थी, इस बार के वर्सेटाइल हैं। चैलेंज सीजन में जब एक बार कंफर्म हो गया कि अब आगे पहुंच गए हैं, उसके बाद आराम से खेला।
सोमराज का सौम्यराज एक नया साम्राज्य स्थापित करता है, और वो साम्राज्य पिछले सीजन आखिरी के दिन में, आखिरी के गेम्स में उन्होंने किया था। सो अब बस सोचना ये है कि वहां से लेकर के अब इस सीजन जब टीम में थोड़े बहुत बदलाव हुए हैं तो कैसा खेलेंगे। इनके लिए सबसे ज्यादा नोटेबल मैप्स होते हैं मिरामार और विकेंडी, और ये दोनों मैप्स इन्हें पता है कितने अच्छे तरीके से खेले जा सकते हैं, और एक और ट्रॉफी बैक टू बैक उठाई जा सकती है सोमराज के द्वारा।
भैया हमने शुरू में देखा था कि वर्सेटाइल टीम पुराने 2 खिलाड़ी जरूर हैं, लेकिन इस बार 2 नए खिलाड़ी भी आए हैं, और सोमराज कह रहे थे कि उन 2 नए खिलाड़ियों के साथ तालमेल बहुत अच्छा बैठ गया है। एस पावर का एडिशन यार, एस पावर लास्ट सीजन ही वो सेंसेशनल। और एक बात कहनी भाई कि एस पावर जितने फेमस है उतने ही फेमस उनके पापा भी हो गए हैं।
एग्जैक्टली, एक बार जाकर के थोड़ा बहुत लोगों से और भी पूछते हैं अभी भी। भाई एस पावर एक बहुत कमाल का खिलाड़ी है, नो डाउट। एस पावर के लिए कुछ वर्ड्स है जब वो इस टीम के अंदर अब सोमराज ट्रॉफी और इजीली उठाएंगे?
भाई बिल्कुल उठाएंगे भाई। एस पावर को आप देख सकते हो, #1 पे चल रहा है MVP पे, तो मेरे को लगता है उठा सकती है नेक्स्ट ट्रॉफी।
एस पावर MVP बनेगा क्या? कौन MVP बन सकता है?
ओके गॉडलाइक वालों जरा शोर मचाओ, सोल वालों जरा शोर मचाओ। गॉड्स रेड नहीं है यहाँ पे फैंस, वर्सेटाइल। यहां पर सबसे ज्यादा दबदबा हमें दिख रहा है गॉडलाइक एंड iQOO सोल का। ये 2 फेवरेट टीम्स हैं। 16 टीम्स यहां पर आने वाली हैं। टॉप 4 के बारे में हमने बात कर ली है, और भाई साहब आपको बता दें अगले 3 दिन नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम का ये अरीना खचाखच फैन से भरा रहने वाला है। 16 टीम्स हैं, 18 मैचेस हैं, 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल है। अगर आप यहां नहीं हैं तो आप कहां हैं? ऑनलाइन टिकट्स चली गई, ऑफलाइन टिकट्स चली गई, लेकिन YouTube पे लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग चालू है, तो हमारे साथ जुड़िए, क्योंकि अब हम ऐसी टीम के बारे में बात करने वाले हैं भाई जिस टीम के बारे में लोगों ने उतना ज्यादा एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था कि ये टीम आगे क्वालिफाई करेगी। उस पे बहुत सारे लोगों ने किया था डाउट, लेकिन वो भूल गए थे कि उनके पास है सेंसाई एंड स्काउट।
एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन एक ऐसी टीम जिनके पास अब वाइल्ड फैंग्स हैं, एक ऐसी टीम जिनका हमें पता है कि वो कहीं से भी आकर के अपनी एक्सपेक्टेशन सामने रख सकते हैं। वाइल्ड फैंग्स की हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, सेंसे और स्काउट वन ऑफ द ओजीज ऑफ द सीन, और उन्हें पता है एग्जैक्टली कि कैसे उन्होंने अपने आप को यहाँ तक लेकर के, एंड सेंसे वी नो उनका दिमाग अलग चलता है।
चलिए एंकी के पास चलते हैं और उससे जानते हैं कि जब उसने स्काउट और सेंसी से बात की तो क्या क्या वैसे कुछ सवाल है जो एंकी से आप चाहते हो वो पूछ ले आगे।
एंकी अपना लड़का है, कर लेगा, संभाल लेगा। तो चलिए इसी के साथ चलते हैं एंकी बॉट के पास, हु इज आउट देयर विद वाइल्ड फैंग्स, सेंसी एंड स्काउट।
अब क्योंकि कह ही दिया है ओशन ने कि संभाल लूंगा तो संभाल ही लूंगा भाई, और मेरे साथ मौजूद है 2 बहुत ही ज़्यादा मेधावी जो एथलीट्स हैं जिनको इंट्रोडक्शन की भी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। मेरे साथ सेंसे और स्काउट दोनों बैठे हुए। सबसे पहले तो मैं समझूंगा कि ये जो इमोशन है, जो फीलिंग है वो कैसी है, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम बाद लैंड के अंदर आपकी एंट्री हो रही है। सो हाउ इज़ द फीलिंग, और जब ये हुआ कि हाँ आप क्वालिफाई हो चुके हो, कैसा फील हुआ था?
फीलिंग मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा था जब पता लगा कि हम क्वालिफाई हो गए हैं इतने टाइम बाद, और मैं तो स्पेशली मतलब मैं काफ़ी टाइम मुझे सेटबैक मिला था, लेकिन अभी क्वालिफाई हुए हैं और खुश हैं। लेकिन जो क्वालिफिकेशन थी वो हमारा मेन टारगेट नहीं था, हमारा टारगेट कुछ और है और उसी पे अभी हम फोकस्ड हैं।
आई थिंक आप ट्रॉफी की बात कर रहे हो शायद, या फिर और भी ज़्यादा बेहतर जो है टॉप 3 पोडियम फिनिश की आप बात कर रहे हो, जो आपका टारगेट हो सकता है। बट स्काउट, एक चीज़ जो पूरी कम्युनिटी आपसे सीखती है वो है कि नेवर गिव अप एटीट्यूड जो आप लेकर के हमेशा चलते हैं। आपने ग्राइंड करते रहे आप लगातार, और फाइनली अब आप इस लैंड के लिए क्वालिफाई हुए हैं। एक ओजी खिलाड़ी, जनता बहुत प्यार कर रही है, जनता की एक्सपेक्टेशंस फाइनली वो फुलफिल हो रही हैं। सो आप जनता को क्या कहना चाह रहे हो और आप खुद कैसा फील कर रहे हैं अभी?
मुझे तो काफ़ी टाइम लग गया एक प्रॉपर टीम ढूंढ के तरीके से परफॉर्म करने के लिए, एंड आई थिंक ये वो टीम है जो मुझे मिला है अब जाके, और मैं बहुत ब्लेस्ड हूँ ऐसे प्लेयर्स मेरे को मिले हैं। और फैंस तो मैं ये बोलूँगा कि काफ़ी लंबा टाइम लग गया यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए, बट मेहनत करते रहेंगे, बाकी देखते रिजल्ट जो भी आएगा।
सेंसे, एक आपके ऊपर आप कह सकते हैं कि दामन पे दाग लगा हुआ है थोड़ा, कि जब बहुत ही ज़्यादा ऐसे एक्सट्रीम मूवमेंट्स आते हैं वहाँ पे चोक होता है, लास्ट डे चोक होता है, जो हमने वो हिस्ट्री में देखा है। इस बार का सेंसे अपने उन चोक से, अपने उन गलतियों से कितना सीख चुका है, और इन 3 दिनों में हमें क्या अलग देखने को मिल सकता है?
देखिए, जो आपने कहा बात तो एकदम सही है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं स्काउट जब आया टीम में, वो उस एडिशन के साथ वो चीज़ चली गई है, क्योंकि ये स्काउट ने मुझे आउटसाइड द गेम, इनसाइड द गेम बहुत हेल्प करी है। यू नो, इसका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो इसने मुझे बताया कि तुझे किस जगह पे वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है, एंड मैंने वहीं पर फोकस करा। तो अब मुझे लगता है कि मतलब ये तो नहीं पता लास्ट डे का चोक, लेकिन हाँ, पहले से बहुत बेटर खेलने वाले हैं हम, और फैंस को इस बार निराश करने का कम ट्राई करेंगे।
बिल्कुल, मेरे ख्याल से आप बिल्कुल भी निराश नहीं करने वाले, बिकॉज टीम से मैं मिला है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा पॉजिटिव एनवायरमेंट, और पूरा आप कह सकते हैं कि मोटिवेटेड जो प्लेयर्स है वो देखने को मिल रहे हैं। बट स्काउट, हर एक जो लैन इवेंट होता है ना, टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं, उसकी एक स्टोरी लाइन होती है, एक कहानी होती है कि ये लैन किस चीज़ के लिए है। बहुत सारी टीम्स का कमबैक, इतने बड़े बड़े नाम, आप फेवरेट्स की बात कर लीजिए, फैन फेवरेट्स की बात कर लीजिए, वो सब यहाँ पर आए हैं। आपको अभी जब आप देखते हो लैन की इन 16 टीम्स को, इंक्लूडिंग योर टीम, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या स्टोरी लाइन मेन है जो अगले 3 दिन पे हमें देखने को मिल सकती है?
आई थिंक ये ऐसा बोलना तो नीचे, बट आई थिंक पिछले 3 साल का सबसे ज़्यादा स्टैक्ड अप प्लान है ये। अब आई गेस हर बार ऐसा होता था, कुछ T1 टीम्स छूट जाती थी पीछे, क्वालिफाई होकर फाइनल तक नहीं पहुंच पाती थी। और अगर आप अब देखोगे, यहाँ पे जो अंडरडॉग्स भी आए हैं वो भी बहुत हाईली स्किल्ड है, प्रॉपर परफॉर्म करके आए हैं। प्लस ये जो 16 टीम्स आई गेस ये अभी तक का बोलते हैं ना सबसे पावरफुल पैकेज बना है जो लाइन पे खेलने वाले हैं। स्टोरी लाइन तो यही रहेगा कि इस बार राइवलरीज है, और देखते हैं राइवलरीज में कौन जीतता है इस बार।
जी हाँ, राइवलरीज हैं, ये कहा गया है यहाँ पे। सेंसे मैं आपसे समझना चाहूँगा, सिंस राइवलरीज की बात हो रही है, उस पर आएंगे अभी, लेकिन वाइल्ड फैंग्स एज अ टीम कौन सी टीम को देखती है कि हाँ ये 2-3 टीम्स हैं जो थोड़ा कड़ा कॉम्पिटिशन दे सकती हैं अभी?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मतलब हम किसी टीम को नहीं देखते कि मतलब कौन सी कंपटीशन है। कंपटीशन तो हमारे देखे जाए तो 15 की 15 टीम है, सबको इक्वली ट्रीट करते हैं, लेकिन हम उससे ज़्यादा जो हमारी मिस्टेक्स हैं, जो हम बार बार रिपीट करते हैं, हम उसे रेक्टिफाई करने का ट्राई करते हैं, और हम अपने गेम से मतलब ज़्यादा ध्यान रखते हैं और अपने मिस्टेक्स पे ज़्यादा वर्क करते हैं। बाकी कंपटीशन तो हमारे लिए सारी टीम है जो भी आई है लाइन में।
काफ़ी ज़्यादा सीरियस माहौल में अभी सेंस है, और मैं आपका इस माहौल को बिल्कुल बर्बाद भी नहीं करना चाहता। आई वांट कि आप ऐसी सीरियसली बात करें, फन वाले साइड पे हम फन में बात करेंगे। बट स्काउट, सिंस यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द राइवलरीज, अभी आपको क्या लग रहा है, वाइल्ड फैंग्स कोई राइवलरी आपके दिमाग में चल रही है कि हाँ ठीक है जो भी हो, पर एक टीम या 2 टीम तो है जिनको थोड़ा देख लेंगे हम मैच में जाके?
यार सही बताओ तो राइवलरी उनसे रखते हैं जो डोमिनेट करते हुए आ रहे हैं। आई गेस पिछले 3 साल में कोई भी टीम कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रही है एक्सेप्ट टीम एक्सपार्क। उन लोग ने बैक टू बैक 2 चैम्पियनशिप जीता है। अगर उसके अलावा आई डोंट थिंक कि कोई टीम लगातार कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म करी है पिछले 3 सालों में। तो राइवलरी तो सभी से ही है, बट देखते हैं कि क्या वो जो एक स्ट्रीक है TX कंटिन्यू करती है, क्या फिर एक नया चैम्पियन निकलता है। लेट्स सी।
फेयर इनफ। मैं अगर आपसे भी जानना चाहूँ कि जो जनता आई है, जो इतना ज़्यादा ह्यूज सपोर्ट आपको कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए स्काउट और आप अब दोनों का ही अगर कुछ मैसेज हो तो प्लीज़।
मेरे तो यही देखो, मेरे तो जन्मभूमि भी यहाँ पे ही है, मैं यहीं पे पला बड़ा हूँ, तो यहाँ के लोग ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार करते हैं, एंड मुझे उनसे उतना ही प्यार है। बाकी मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि आप आए हो, सबको प्यार फैलाओ। अगर आपके साइड में कोई अपोजिशन टीम का है, उसे भी गले मिल के बोलो, और एक प्यार का संदेश दो आज कि हाँ मतलब जो भी है फ्रेंडली है सब कुछ, और सपोर्ट करो सारी टीम को यार।
मैं तो ये बोलूँगा यार कि पहली बार इतनी टीम्स आई है तो जनता में भी राइवलरी रहेगी, तो शोर मचाओ जितना मचा सकते हो, और जैसे सेंसी ने बोला प्यार बांटो।
प्यार बांटो ऐसा कहा गया है, लेकिन क्या सच में उतना ज्यादा प्यार बांटा जाएगा? क्या होगी राइवलरीज, क्या होंगी फाइट्स, उन सब के बारे में जानेंगे, लेकिन अभी के लिए चलते हैं सीधे हमारी ओपनिंग सेरेमनी की तरफ।
Are you ready for the chaos? I cannot hear you. Make some noise, Noida. Let's kick off 2025 with a delicious chicken dinner.
experiencing a LAN. It was really nice.
It was really great. The hype is for real and people watching should definitely join in it.
जो एक्सपेक्ट किया था जैसे एटमॉस्फेयर रहेगा पूरा वही था एकदम इलेक्ट्रिक.
बहुत बढ़िया वाइब था, बहुत मजा आया.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Final!
3 दिन 16 टीम्स 18 मैचेस और इनाम है 1 करोड़.
Honestly speaking, I want to prove myself once again and I want to justify the title trophy magnet जो मेरे को लोगों ने दिया है.
वैसे मैं सबको एक ही चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा जो कि मैं हमेशा से कहता आ रहा हूँ और वो है सब्र रखिए.
I guess there's nothing to prove but खुद के लिए जीतना.
डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन बहुत पैसिव हो गया. इस बार हम एक ब्रूटल सैवेज अंडरडॉग माइंडसेट के साथ खेलेंगे और हमारा विजन वही रहेगा.
With everything to lose, the man is here to defend his title with a new pack. Please welcome Team Versatile! Are sleek, the army is strong. Together they will prove everything wrong. Make some noise for BotArmyEsports. With Tiger's might and vision so bright, this team will conquer any fight. It's Gujarat Tigers! The Magnets lost their power, but now they are ready to regain their strength. Everyone, please welcome Godlike! They have been asked a lot of questions and now they're ready with the answer. Make some noise for Reckoning Esports! A storm is brewing in 2025 and the Gods of Wind are here to take the trophy in style. Please welcome Wyld Esports! A man on a mission, ready to make his mark. Make way for Just with the fangs that bite, skills that ignite. This team is all set for the fight. Let's welcome Wyld Fangs! The banner has changed, but the aggressors are safe. Make way for K9 Esports! A chuckle from where the MVP always puts. They're now here to break their curse. Please welcome the ape of Orangutan! A prince in their minds, a medal inside. Make way for Medal Esports! A team so bold, they have their stories untold. Please welcome Red Xtreme! a while since their nascent glory. Make way for Carnival Gaming! The story's been told. Now watch them go for the goal. Revenant Xbox! These evil souls are back. Conquer the challenge finals. Make some noise for iQOO! They play Xtreme! They need no introduction all around the world! Please welcome Hero Xtreme Godlike! We have all our teams ready now for the battle that awaits. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick this off. Take it away, Custos!
A lot of dreams were crushed by the 16 on the stage, and now they're just a few steps away from achieving theirs. After 3 days, 18 matches, the champions will be crowned of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. To take you through the day, I'm going to be your host, Caster. Right next to me are, of course, Shadow and Fixes. And guys, already the Vibe Squad electric in the arena. I can feel the goosebumps. What about you guys, man?
I already have the goosebumps. It is electrifying. Everyone is so prepared for the challenge finals.
I'm soaking it in, especially with the audience coming out in numbers. The first biggest LAN of 2025 sets on a lot of things. We've got the perfect storylines, folks. We've got favorites, we've got underdogs, we've got a lot of those teams that are here to redeem out themselves. So this, for sure, is going to be an absolute banger.
It indeed is going to be a banger. 18 matches to go, and then the champions will be crowned on the stage. And guys, we already know what's at the stake. Of course, Hero Xtreme Godlike, fan favorite, but we can't really forget the fact that how we started the entire journey. We started things up from the open qualifiers, from which 2 qualifiers were played, and then after that, we had the open finals on the screen. 24 teams were duking it out against each other. From that, only 16 teams qualified towards the challenge season, and 16 were also invited. And from the challenge season, only the top 16 moved on to the challenge finals, which is currently happening right now.
And from here on, we'll get a champion of SPS Season 6. One team which is going to get the huge prize money and all the bragging rights and love of the fans.
18 matches, 16 teams, and only one shall prevail supreme. It's all about glory, it's all about redemption. But we have been talking about so many players, and this one surely has won our hearts.
Exactly. We need to speak about S-Power, considering he joined Team Versatile just like a month or two ago before this tournament. And just look at the impact this man has already had. He's currently top in the charts when it comes to the Finnish leaderboard, and he's gotten 68 finishes so far in just the span of 36 matches.
It doesn't matter under which banner this player is playing, because since the day he has stepped into esports, he has been doing the heavy fragging, heavy lifting, and even in Versatile, he has been fantastic. He's a top fragger in the challenge season.
You know, he's so infamous lately. We've seen him change so many rosters, and what is more poetic, Necro and Shadow, is the fact that iQOO Soul placed second last time, and this time he has joined the reins of Somraj, who indeed is the defending champion. They've got Troy, so maybe this is what Somraj was looking for to establish his kingdom once again. S-Power in scintillating form. I'm pretty sure in the LAN we will see him get into his beast mode once again.
And let's not forget the fact that he's been the most consistent player throughout the entire history of BGMI so far. He's one of the most consistent performers, no matter what sort of team he's joined. And yes, he's also joined a lot of teams, so you cannot really overshadow that fact as well. But S-Power has been a consistent performer. He has been at the top of the chart, no matter what sort of tournament you bring up. Now, let's speak about iQOO Soul, right? We've been speaking about iQOO Soul as well. For a moment, there was a bit of that dip in the performance in the past couple of tournaments, but now it feels like iQOO Soul is once again back in their old glory.
But then again, of course, there'll be the hot favorites. I'm sorry to cut you off, because I just realized that Some has been one of the latest additions, who apparently is playing his first audience LAN with iQOO Soul. So he is going to be one of those key players who needs to step up during the league stages. We have witnessed him having a really good form. I hope he carries it on forward.
Like you said, he was a clutch master in the challenge season, but the main problem is it is his first audience LAN. Will he be able to replicate the same performance or not? That is the main question.
Exactly. Now look, guys, we've been speaking about iQOO Soul, we've been speaking about Versatile, but we cannot really forget a team that was Hero Xtreme Godlike. A while ago, you saw the boys on the screen. Another team that is kind of over here for the first time, you can't say, or maybe after a long time in the LAN finale. There's also Wyld Fangs, Scout, Sensei. They've got a lot to lose. Let's be honest, for a while the performance was on a major dip, but finally we do see that glimmer of hope.
Of course, the hope is definitely going to be there, because Scout, let's be honest, after a very long time, he is playing a LAN final. Sensei, who was already struggling previously, is also made it to the challenge finals. It is definitely going to be under tremendous pressure, the entire team. But in the challenge season, we saw Trace God and Steph stepping up big time.
पॉइंट एक आपको चाहिए मसाला
नहीं मुझे नहीं चाहिए किसने बोला अरे बस ऐसे लिख दिया हमने
अच्छा वो एक कहावत है ना मियाँ बीवी राजी तो क्या करेगा काजी हमसे निकाल नहीं पाए मसाला
Intro in 3, 2, 1, go.
हेलो दोस्तों, मसला और मसाला में आपका एक और बार स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है क्रैट और इस सेगमेंट के अंदर हम दिल की तार छेड़ने वाले हैं। अब एक लाइनअप था जिसको बहुत लोगों ने बहुत प्यार दिया, हम सब इनका नाम देखते थे, इनकी परफॉर्मेंस एकदम पागल हो जाते थे। फिर कुछ ऐसा हुआ जो हमने बिल्कुल नहीं सोचा था और वो उसी चीज़ पे आज हम बात करने वाले हैं। जी हाँ, एक इनफेमस शफल हुआ था कुछ टाइम पहले। भाई जोकर जुड़े हमारे साथ, भाई हमारे साथ मान्या है, स्वागत है आपका मसला और मसाला में।
थैंक यू सो मच।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बढ़िया लग रहा है, वेट कर रहा है आपके क्वेश्चंस का भी।
इतना एक्साइटेड है तुम?
नहीं, बट थोड़ा सोच के आया था कि भाई नहीं बोलूँगा।
तुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा जिस तरीके से मैंने तेरा स्वागत किया, लेकिन तू चाहता शोर शराबे से करूँ?
अब बटरिंग तो सब करते हैं, क्या करें। हाँ भाई, एक बार शूट हो जाए फिर देखते हैं फिर मैं कौन आप कौन कर देगा।
तुम्हें ऐसा कभी महसूस हुआ कि मेरे साथ कि मैंने तुम्हें शूट के लिए मतलब से ऐसे दोस्ती बना रखी है? ऐसे बात है जब यू
अब आपको ऑनेस्ट आंसर चाहिए कि मैं भी बटरिंग करूं?
जो टीवी की पहली ट्रॉफी थी, यू नो यू गाइस वर प्लेइंग फॉर ग्लोबल ईस्पोर्ट्स, इट वाज मान्या, नकुल, रॉनी एंड जोकर। मैंने पहली बार वो 4 प्लेयरों को साथ में देखा एंड काफी डोमिनेंट रन था। उसके बाद आपका नाम चेंज हुआ, यू वन लाइन, आप लोग ऑफिशियल भी जीते, यू नो मीन एस पावर भी आया, ठीक है। तो स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम दिस जोकर, व्हेन यू लॉस्ट योर प्लेइंग फोर्थ पोजीशन, यू डिडंट फील बैड कि यार मैंने इन भाइयों के साथ शुरुआत करी एंड आज एक नया लड़का आया, इन्होंने 5वां कर दिया?
लाइक ये चीज़ तो टाइम के साथ ही मतलब टाइम के साथ जो होता है कि बदल जाती है पूरी, तो मेरे को लगा नहीं था कि ऐसा होगा, बट ठीक है मतलब अगर टीम के लिए अच्छा हो रहा है तो मैं बैठ जाऊंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है मुझे, अगर जीत रहे हैं ना वो वैसे भी।
आर यू हैप्पी टू स्टे एज अ फिफ्थ?
भाई खुश कौन ही रहेगा यार फिफ्थ रह के, तो ट्राई करेगा ही ना बंदा कि हाँ फोर्थ में खेले साथ में भाई।
अब एस पावर चला गया, मुझे लगा जोकर को फिर से वापसी मिल जाएगी ना परमा वाली, तो इसकी विदाई कर दी यार दूसरी टीम में। तो उस टाइम पे जोकर सच बोल लाइक हाउ यू फेल्ट भाई, अभी इन्होंने प्लेइंग 5 4 में भी नहीं रखा, अब विदाई भी कर दी, तो मैं वो बन गया हूँ बिन पैंदे का लोटा या क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ, मुझे कहीं भी पटक रहे हैं।
अब वो चीज़ तो है मुझे भी नहीं पता है भाई, वो तो मानने के ऊपर
है ना। इमोशन कैसा इमोशनल फील था उस टाइम पे तेरा?
यू वांट हग ब्रो? नो। खराब तो लगेगा ही ऑब्वियसली भाई, कौन खुश रहेगा? हाँ भाई निकाल दिया खुश हो जाओ। बाकी अब मान्या भाई पे ताज होता।
मतलब ये डिसीजन के पीछे का रीजन क्या था, बताएंगे मान्या साहब?
बहुत एक वर्ड में बोलूं?
नहीं एक वर्ड का थोड़ा इंटरव्यू, एक एमसीक्यू होता तो मैं तुझे पर्चा भेज देता ना ऑनलाइन।
50 मार्क। अब अगर वो नूब है तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, समझ रहे हो?
नूब है मतलब क्या, इनका खेलने का तरीका क्या था? बिकॉज़ आपके पास नकुल है, रोनी है, मान्या है, जोकर से क्या जिम्मेदारियां उम्मीद आप करते थे जो नहीं निभा पाए?
बस नूब था थोड़ा सा। भाई तुम क्या सोच रहे हो, नूब की टीम में खेलूंगा, वहाँ ऑफिशियल चैंपियन के साथ खेलूंगा।
मैं वही कहने वाला था कि इस नूब की विदाई करी है, अगले कुछ महीनों में ही गॉट ट्रॉफी फॉर योर फॉर हिमसेल्फ।
तो अच्छा है ना, देखो अभी मैं तुम्हें एक चीज़ बताता हूँ, जैसे हम लोग जब BMPS खेले तो हम जीते, तो बेचारे ने खेला नहीं था उस टाइम, ठीक है, तो वो बिना खेले चैंपियन था। अब डेस्टिनी चाहती थी कि वो खेल के चैंपियन बने, तो डेस्टिनी को कौन चेंज कर सकता है? उसमें लिखा था, उसने किया।
What exactly you were expecting from जोकर?
जोकर का उतना कुछ ये नहीं था, जोकर थोड़ा सपोर्ट खेलता है, हमें चाहिए था फ्रंट लाइन, ठीक है, बस इतना सा एक इशू था छोटा सा।
और जब ये चीज़ आपको बताई गई, डिड यू फील कि यार अभी तक तो सही था सब कुछ, एंड सडनली अब नए लोग भी आ रहे हैं, मुझे प्रेफरेंस भी नहीं मिल रही?
अरे वही बात हो गई ना फिर कि जो रोल चाहिए उसको, वो रोल मैं नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, तो ऑब्वियसली वो वही देखेगा ना, क्योंकि उससे टीम बेटर हो रही है।
बट ऐसा नहीं होता यार, जब आप इतना टाइम साथ में बिता लेते हो तो अब होता है ना कि यार रहेंगे साथ ही रहेंगे, अगर मेरे खामी है तो मैं अपने भाइयों के लिए भी करूंगा, मतलब कि आई विल रन फॉर माय सेल्फ, बट मेरे भाई भी मेरे वजह से डाउन हो रहे हैं, सो आई विल डू मोर। तो उस टाइम ऐसा नहीं लगे कि यार थोड़ा मौका और दो, बट मुझे इस लाइनअप में रहना है? कभी महसूस हुआ ऐसा?
हाँ मतलब जब फर्स्ट टाइम बोला तब तो हुआ था, फिर सेकंड टाइम तो ठीक है, जब पता ही था कि ये होने वाला है, ये चीज़ थी स्वैप वाली, तो माई भाई से मेरी बात हुई थी उस चीज़ पर।
तो अब मैं चाहूंगा कि जोकर की एक ऐसी खूबी जो तुझे हमेशा से बहुत अच्छी लगी, खूबसूरत लगी, कि जोकर के अंदर ये बात है, लोग इन गेम हो आउट गेम हो, कोई सी भी ऐसी खूबी।
आई थिंक जोकर बहुत हम्बल टाइप ऑफ पर्सन है, और लाइक बहुत पेशेंस उसके अंदर चीज़ों को लेकर, बहुत ज़्यादा ही अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, कि जैसे वो कभी भी फिफ्थ में बैठ, जैसे हमने अभी इतने सारे सफल किए हैं, तो रोस्टर चेंजिंग में हमें हमेशा दिक्कत आती है, कभी कभी कोई दूसरा बैठा है तो पूछेगा, बट जोकर ने आज तक कभी नहीं पूछा कि मुझे कब खिलाओगे या कुछ, वो जब उसको खिलाया तो खिलाया, वरना वो कभी ऐसे मुंह उठा के मतलब कभी बीच में इंटरफेयर नहीं करता डिसीजन में, तो बहुत रिस्पेक्ट देता है कि बाकी लोग हैं वो लोग सही करेंगे जो करेंगे।
तो डोर मैट नहीं करे इसको कि कुछ भी बोल लो उसका ओपिनियन नहीं मैटर करेगा?
ये क्वालिटी है, रिस्पेक्ट करने की क्वालिटी है ये।
आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे एमडी राजा के बारे में?
मतलब ये है कि आउट गेम भाई मतलब सबसे बढ़िया भाई मिला है मेरे को, कि हर चीज़ मतलब देखा है, सोचा है मेरे बारे में भी, मतलब सबका ही सोचता है ऐसे टीम में, किसी को कुछ बुरा फील नहीं होने देता, और गेम में थोड़ा अलग है, गेम में जैसे बाहर है वैसा तो नहीं है।
मैं जो कहूँ नो कि जब पहली बार एस पावर आया तुझे फिफ्थ पे धक्का मारा, बट व्हेन अ न्यू गाय केम इन सॉ में एंड स्टिल यू वर फिफ्थ, तो उस टाइम पे तूने कभी चू नहीं करी?
क्यों करता, मेरे को पहले भी दिक्कत नहीं थी, उस आने के बाद भी दिक्कत नहीं है। देखो भाई जब भी अगर टीम का अच्छा हो रहा ना, अगर मैं ना खेल रहा हूँ खेल भी रहा हूँ, तो मैटर वही करेगा कि अगर नहीं खेल पा रहा हूँ, मेरा फॉर्म अच्छा नहीं है, वो लोग अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, तो भाई रिस्पेक्ट करो उनकी, यार खेलने दो ना, क्यों बीच में आना है लाइक उनके।
चल ठीक है, ये जो ओपिनियन है, डू यू थिंक कि एज एन ई स्पोर्ट प्लेयर ये ओपिनियन बहुत सही है कि भाई अगर मैं अच्छा नहीं खेल पा रहा, मेरे बिना टीम जीत रही है, तो टीम हैप्पी, टीम शुड बी हैप्पी, कुछ वो बंदा अपना कब देखेगा फिर? ये तो बहुत ही ग्रांटेड एटीट्यूड नहीं,
बट नहीं ग्रांटेड आई फील, मतलब वो टीम के ऊपर भी डिपेंडेंट है कि वो कौन से टीम में है, वो जैसे अगर कोई ऐसे कोई अंडरडॉग लाइनअप है, अच्छा लेट्स से कि कल एक अच्छा आइजल आता है टीम में और तुझे 5वें पे बिठा दिया, तो मैंने आर यू बी हैप्पी? मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँगा। तू 5वें पे बैठ के खाना चाहता है? मेरे को बहुत मजा आएगा। मतलब आई फेल्ट कि esports is competitive man, अरे वो अच्छा कर रहा है तो करे ना, अच्छी बात है, तो मेरे को अच्छा मजा आएगा। अब वो
कब तक फ्री में खाने को मिलेगा? कभी तो तुझे मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी ब्रो। डोंट यू थिंक कि तेरी फिर कुर्सी पे बहुत जल्दी सवाल उठेंगे मैम?
बट बैक एंड पे तो बंदा ग्राइंड ही कर रहा है ना,
तो
वो भी तो ट्राई कर रहा है ना।
अब जैसे कोई आ रहा है वो अच्छा कर रहा है,
बट एंड ऑफ द डे तुझे चाहिए ना वो प्लेइंग 4 में जगह, या तू प्लेइंग 5 में ग्राइंड करके खुश है?
नहीं वैसे अब छोड़ के नहीं रखूंगा, बट ऐसा नहीं कि मैं दुखी रहूंगा। वो खेल रहे हैं सही है, 5-6 अंदर अपना ग्राइंड करो, देखो, एनालाइज करो, बात खत्म। मजे लाइफ है वो।
चल ठीक है। सो ये थे हमारे जोकर मान्या, एंड इनके साथ बहुत सारा मजा किया हमने मस्त और मसाला के एपिसोड में। बहुत सारी चीजें अभी भी बरकरार हैं, बहुत सारे मसले छेड़ेंगे, बहुत सारा मसाला निकालेंगे। आपका इंटरेस्ट बने रहना चाहिए। टिल देन आप भी जाइए, खूब सारी गेम।
And after a while, the games will begin on the screen, but you guys see the man right there. That is Manya from iQOO Seoul. He's been trying from the start to be the champion in a few tournaments. Of course, he got that grip, but this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 holds a complete new aura that Manya wants to conquer.
Well, of course, that is the trophy that Manya really wants. And like you said, iQOO Seoul, this team has lifted trophy in their past, but SPS's trophy is something iQOO Seoul wants at this point.
Of course, missing out on that coveted trophy this time. They have ignited their fuel. But at this point, we've got the schedule in front of us, Necro, and it looks pretty similar. But I'm pretty sure a lot of new action awaits us.
Nothing really changing over here. We've got Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel. To kick things off, of course, it's going to be the classic map of Erangel, and we all are super excited to see how the first game's going to go. Do you guys think it's going to be super aggressive? You guys think it's going to be a little bit passive? What do you guys think?
Super passive, I feel, because the trophy is at risk. Everyone just wants to play safe, get those crucial average points from the very start of the game.
Exactly. But if you guys are currently watching online on the YouTube channel, make sure to cast your vote right now on the chat and let us know which team you guys are predicting for the game one itself. Is it going to be Hero Xtreme, Godlike, VXT, Revenant, X-Park? Because trust me when I say this, all the 16 teams that are currently here in the Grand Finals, they're super capable of pulling off anything.
Of course, now we're talking about the first game, right? This is where we set up the momentum. This is where we know who's got the ball rolling in their court. And I really feel like, given what we have witnessed so far, I want to go with Revenant X-Park. We've seen their journey. They have struggled. It was that 2 weeks of hiatus during the challenge season till the grand finals. And I feel like they are enraged. They want to unleash themselves. They want to get that first chicken dinner.
I totally agree with you, Fixes. I'm placing my bets on the players of Revenant X-Park because this team has seen their lows in the challenge season, and from here onwards, they only are looking upwards. They are staging a comeback on this day number 1 from the very first game of Erangel.
Exactly. But before we move on towards the matches, you guys see a little QR code at the bottom of your screen. Scan that QR code and let us know about your experience, or if you guys have got any sort of feedbacks, let us know on that QR code right there. Fill the form so maybe we can implement those changes in the upcoming tournaments. But once again, getting back to the game and getting back on what's on the screen, one thing is for sure, man, the audience is having the time of their life. If you aren't really over here in the arena, I would recommend make sure to drop by and say hi.
Of course, the tickets are free, so you just need to step into the venue and get yourselves your ID. We'll have you verified, and you can enjoy this action of BGMI brewing up. It is, of course, day 1, and we have been talking about those rivalries, right? One of the biggest, Revenant X-Park and Hero Xtreme Godlike. Would love to see that happen from the very first game, but Wyld Fangs, they've gone all wild during the challenge season, but this time, so much weight again on Sensei's shoulders. Always coming in as favorites, but this time, you know, he's got nothing to really bank upon. Can he finally lift his trophy?
You spoke about the favorites, and the favorites are on the screen. Hero Xtreme Godlike, Jonathan, and the pack of boys. You cannot really forget that Punk's Edition has put on a complete different aura on this team. Hero Xtreme Godlike has been dominating the challenge season. They were there in the top 3, feeling really good about themselves, and they also crossed that 300 points marker. Now that is remarkable.
Of course, 200 plus finish points in the challenge season, already crossing the 200 mark. Hero Xtreme Godlike is looking super refined to lift that trophy, but going for the rivalry may hamper their dreams of lifting the trophy. So they need to be the mature ones and go for those average points, go for those chicken dinners instead of the rivalries.
Now, the biggest hurdle for Hero Xtreme Godlike has always been about their drops. We've seen them being quite dynamic with it, but coming into the LAN, I don't think that's going to work out. They have to find some stability. And the Whisper in the Woods have been talking about a couple of changes also in the roster. Who knows, we might get to see Zap also coming into play. And that could be a massive game changer.
Exactly, and talk about the game changers. They're on the screen right now. These guys, they have a lot to prove. They've got a lot of burden on their soldier. Of course, you can't say the newer faces on the block, but these guys, somewhere down line, they've also got a little bit of that stronger suit. They've got nothing to lose. They're here to make a mark. They can also be someone that's a complete menace in the lobby and maybe destroy the games for the known ones.
Speaking of the menace, I think BotArmyEsports and Red Ross, they can also be the absolute menace for all these teams. Because if you remember, BotArmyEsports, they got 3 chicken dinners in the challenge season.
I mean, at this point, they can literally spoil anybody's game. And for BotArmyEsports, we know for a fact that they've got drop fights in every single map. So that's going to be challenging if they are going to resort to peaceful ways. I hope they do. But otherwise, if they're going to take those head-on fights, they better be prepared. But for Red Ross, I think it has been a tumbling down journey also, because starting off, they had a great time. And heading on, you know, they barely just scraped through towards that final week. So it is going to be really nervy to tell how they perform, because the LAN jitters are going to be there. But if they get the chicken dinner in the first game, I think it's pretty much a good start. No
matter what sort of team it is, right? Game 1, there's always going to be those jitters. In Game 1, there's also going to be a lot of that random action. At least that's what I'm expecting, just to understand what the play pattern, what the intentions of the teams are going to look like. And once they've sort of got that noted down, then maybe in the game of Miramar, things can be a little bit more settled. But I expect the Game 1 to be a bit of a banger off the rip. I'm expecting an action-packed game. We might just see a lot of drop clashes. You guys spoke about BotArmyEsports, and you guys know they already clashed against Xtreme down south.
I don't think they're going to go for the drop clash in the very first game. Maybe on day number 3, that could be a possibility. But first game, BotArmy, they want a safe start. They want those average points. I don't think they're going all the way south in Erangel.
And you know, the challenge will be from Xtreme themselves, and they've also got a lot to prove, especially Destro and the band of boys. I did have a little word with Destro, and he was looking ever so confident. It feels like Ninja Jord was that final jigsaw missing in that entire puzzle. However, he also had to add it up. If Delta also steps up, we are walking off with the trophy. These were his words, not mine.
I mean, you have got a team on the screen. And I don't think so this team needs any sort of introduction, because they have won 2 back-to-back official trophies. Now they're here to claim the ESL trophy as well. Of course, we know so much is on the line, even for them, because with the way they played in the challenge season, a lot of questions were raised in our minds. They were not really able to perform to their A game. But can Revenant Spark redeem themselves in the Game 1 of the challenge finals itself? So much is on the line for a lot of the teams, even VXT. Somraj, he has to redeem his trophy once again. He is the defending champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and he's back over here to claim it once again.
And speaking of so much to prove, even Jelly has got a lot to prove, because a new team, a new roster coming into the picture, and Jelly, who was also questioned in the past, he has got to answer. He has got to prove himself at the challenge finals.
Certainly on a redemption arc, no doubt for Josh Shelly, but when you talk about the players, also they've got their own story to write. I'm talking about the likes of Pure Lamau, who's been in such a nice form lately. We've seen him pull off those impeccable clutches against the likes of 8-Bit. We've seen it all. But again, it comes down to LAN, and it's a whole different ballgame when you're out here in the arena. Yes, Jelly's got that choker stack, but now he has to rise beyond all the fears. He has to have a great start if he has any hopes or ambitions in lifting the tree.
Now let's speak about the newer faces on the block, Esports. The name is quite known, but still the playing for underneath this banner, they're quite the newer bunches. Not a lot of people know exactly who Esports is, but with the way they played in the challenge season, man, what a remarkable start that was. Week 1, incredible performance. Week 2 as well, banger performance on the board. I still remember that game of Sanhok where there were just 2 players alive, and they actually 2v4'd Wyld Fangs to get that chicken dinner in their hands. But you know what, guys? I hear the music in my ears. That means the Game 1's about to boot up on the screen. The Game 1 of the challenge finals of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 begins now as Erangel boots up, and as the plane's gonna hit the skies once again. It's gonna be starting all the way from Norupnoy towards Severny and Stelber. This plane flight path heavily tilted to the right side of the map fixes. Maybe if the teams want to move into our Georgia pool, that's gonna be a tough stretch.
It certainly is. And we are indeed hoping for some early collisions, especially around Milta, Shelter, all those garages. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some early bloodshed over here. As of now, we can witness Xtreme already dropping down on Sanhok military base. But what my eyes are searching for, Necro, is of course, where on earth is BotArmyEsports?
I mean, for BotArmyEsports, one thing is for sure. Either they're going to go all in on that drop clash, or maybe just completely switch that drop around and go somewhere else. But instead, they're going for that drop clash. I had a talk with the players, and they clearly mentioned this. No matter what, we're not going to give our drops away this time. We will go for the clash. No matter what it takes, we will claim our military.
And this is going to be exciting, right? This is what we wanted. Action right from the very get-go. So a lot of those early fights, and yes, Necro, you won that wager. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But as things are, even Wingod are in the midst of things. Now, we've witnessed Wingods, even in the players, they are quite renowned for just taking over those junction areas around the bridge.
Oh, Fixist. I see another drop clash. OG and Wyld Fangs right next to each other. One of the players, they're quite on the stray. And there's a big chance they might just lock horns. I see Sensei right next to Aru. And inside a military base, we've got BotArmyEsports right next to Godlike. Some interesting drop clashes happening. But I would love to see them duke it out against each other. I would love to see a spark off the rip. And speaking of spark, we do see Revenake spark as well in Yasna Poliana, uncontested, by the way, just chilling.
Indeed, and you know, I really don't think that at this point we're going to have OG and Wyld Fangs take those early skirmishes. We've seen this happen even in the past, but what really baffles me is look at Hero Xtreme Godlike. At Minnow, all by his lonesome, he's around that Lipovka area. A little bit of a hit or miss, a little bit of that lapse in those timings, and maybe he could get hunted down. We're caught just around that vicinity, but we've got that fight again ensuing around that military base. BotArmyEsports taking on that eastern area, whilst the sea buildings have been taken over by the players of Godlike. At this point, both these squads are quite familiar with each other's play styles. 36 games already played, they know what needs to be done, and let's see who breaks the ice over here.
It will be a tough one to break. A fight off the rip means sacrificing game one. The odds are 50-50. In the past, BotArmyEsports, they have defeated Godlike a lot of times. They've got the up in this duel. And look at what's happening on the screen right now, Fixes. CG in a really uncomfortable spot. How did they get out of this one? That's my question. Why is CG just staying in this spot completely pinned down? There's no one really around them. Maybe they're just fighting their own demons in their head, considering in challenge season we have seen a clash happen in that same area. CG's sort of expecting that maybe.
Maybe they're a little paranoid over here, anticipating Versatile to wrap them around and just waiting for things to really calm down. And yeah, you've got the players of Versatile instantly going for a slam in, and Carnival Gaming, I feel like they do not have enough resources on them.
I think so. It's a trap set by Carnival Gaming. They know that Versatile's going to close on in towards that area, and that's why they instantly strike down that one leftover man. This is brilliant.
Wow.
CG knew that VXT is going to come over here towards the garage to get their hands on the vehicle, and they instantly execute that trap. What a way to kick things off for CG. One elimination point stolen. This is what you call research.
Make it two, because they've managed to take down two players of Versatile, and suddenly Versatile at this point are crippled. With Equinox as power, absolutely stunned, stupefied, what hit them. And this was big brain plays, Necro. Really did not see that coming. Seems like they had an ace up their sleeves. Now the question really comes down to the fact that is it going to continue even in the upcoming games of Erangel? Because we're going to have a lot of them. And surely did catch Versatile off guard.
It's a card that you can just use once, and they've already used
it. It's a wild card.
Yeah. I mean, VXT just never saw this coming. Carnival Gaming was just camping for them, and they knew that VXT is going to come to this garage to get their hands on a vehicle. Such a brilliant play that was. And as I mentioned, that's what you call research. The players sat down, I'm pretty sure, in their hotel, and they were just researching over and over again how to counter this big menace that's there around their vicinity. And well, they've already found a way to counter them, at least in the game one. But as I mentioned, it's a card that you can only use once. So they've already used that card. Now in the upcoming moments, in the upcoming games, they would have to try and use some different cards to try and catch the players off guard.
Now, considering the fact that they used it in the very first game, I'm pretty sure they've got a few more up their alley. Really, Carnival Gaming doing their homework absolutely right, but still cannot rule out Versatile. You still have S-Power in the mix. At this point, they would be looking for those position points. And given how the circle has really formed, should not be a huge hassle finding some key positions, but of course have to be quite defensive. And now looking at things, we've got Medal Esports instantly vying for the central positions of the circle, while even Orangutan still not done with their loot yet. It's going to be interesting because Reckoning and Medal, they could be locking horns just in the next couple of moments. And for iQOO, I don't think there has been any change in the style of play. Drop down around school and apartments, and will take their sweet time. And these are those few circles, Necro, I believe, where iQOO really thrives.
Would really expected Godlike and BotArmyEsports to lock horns, but so
yeah,
far
somebody's lost.
That action hasn't really came through.
I'm still getting the dim sums. That's there. You lost.
What do you mean? I mean, we've already seen some early game action, my friend.
I mean, it's still a slow affair.
I said it's going to be a random action, and there is some sort of action happening.
It's just two bodies
the
dropping
game
down.
Hasn't ended yet, my friend.
All right, all right. I mean,
it's
we
still
can
going on.
It's fine. It's fine. Let it cook. But at this point, you know, with the way Circle has formed, we've seen the Circle even in the past. And we've got a couple of favorites. I think Medal, they're playing under the ideal circumstances. Necro, again, quite defensive. Again, just taking over the smack center spot of the zone. And at this point, if they've got nice loot to themselves, I'm pretty sure this is a squad that knows how to defend. I hope Legit really steps up, because he's been such a key player for Medal Esports, having secured the highest frags for his team. And if he does perform, and if Medal start off with a shebang, then I think Medal could also be one of the favorites.
In my opinion, Cyrax and Sarvit, they need to step up.
Oh yeah.
Legit's already been doing great. If the entire team once again just swings back at the same time, Medal Esports will be an indestructible force. And they just need to be the same way they were in the official tournament that happened a couple of months back. They were doing so good. Medal Esports, we just want to see them back in their old glory, in their prime form. In the challenge season, a little bit rusty, but still they've made it to the grand finals, and that's what matters. K9 Esports on the screen, and this team has been a complete different beast. Let's talk about what exactly happened in challenge season. Omega was the man who was always caught off guard by someone. Once by Hero Xtreme Godlike, the other time by a complete random team. Omega likes to play a bit separated from the pack, and I don't understand why.
I mean, as long as everything is good going for them, I don't think I would be the one to complain. Because honestly speaking, K9 really amped up. They put the pedal to the metal during those final few phases. Those final 2 weeks is where they just came out of nowhere, secured that 5th position in the overall standings. But going on ahead, if you talk about how Omega has performed in LANs, I think he's got quite some remarkable feats. And I feel like they can manifest that. And considering you've got 3 young assaulters who are always on the prowl, always on the hunt, I think they can get some early good frags, and that is very important for K9 and their winning conditions.
Yeah, and already the stage 2 is about to kick off as well. So K9 Esports, this time around, they need to be a little bit more quicker on their feet and try and get a better spot in the circle. Omega, once again separated from the pack, by the way, is playing on his own league. And now you've got Just Chili back in the blue, taking their sweet little time to rotate. There's a big chance they might just collide against the players of BotArmyEsports. If Just Jelly delay the rotation even by a bit, there's a massive chance they can actually clash. And Just Jelly, seems like that's what they're exactly doing. Delaying the rotation by a bit. I'm not sure what the game plan is for the boys, but they're just searching for someone, I guess, on the shores. There's a big chance BotArmyEsports, if they find the right moment of strike, if they find the right string, they will try and make sure that the entirety of Just Jelly, they crumble. Just Jelly right now being super cautious, which is understandable. It is the bridge at the end of the day, and you never know. On the receiving side of things, there can be anyone just camping you out.
The only silver lining over here for Just Jelly is the fact that BotArmyEsports aren't really on the move yet. Given the fact that they're still taking their merry time, rooting around the outskirts of the military base, around the research laboratory. And at this point, for Just Shelly, everything is a smooth sail. We'll have no issues getting inside the circle. Maybe a little bit of turbulence coming in from the likes of Wingod. But barring that, it's been a silent affair so far. iQOO Soul still around the center. Medal Esports also holding on to their position. Revenant X-Park still around Yasnaya Polyana. Pretty sure they will be having the abundance of all that loot they needed. And for Wyld Fangs, Saif has definitely been a game changer, considering the fact that it was Trey Scott who was really getting majority of the job done. And this veteran really has to shine. Scout, he's been a little disappointing so far in the league stages, has been caught off guard in various situations.
Yeah.
But I think this is the moment where he also needs to step up.
That's what the stats say as well. But look at what's happening now. Reckoning Esports, a bit of a trouble here at Xtreme. Godlike just tying them out like vultures. They're ready to swing. But Reckoning Esports don't really want to be a part of the action. And here at Xtreme, Godlike giving the fans exactly what they want. A bit of that action to kick things off with. A few shots were taken, but no confirmations yet, no knockouts yet. Reckoning Esports, they're going to be able to make their way towards the spot they want, harms free. And so far, with the way the game's been shaping out as well, Fixes, it feels like we're up for a feast, my friend.
It's building up. Imagine Reckoning against Red Ross. Hero Xtreme Godlike comes in for a third party. That is going to be an absolute fiesta. And seems like Gravity had no clue of the whereabouts of the players of Red Ross. And suddenly, one after the other, Reckoning, they're starting to fall.
It's not looking too good for Reckoning Esports. Slowly and steadily choking things off, and Red Ross, they're still trying to get the grip back in the game, but look who's centered the party. Hero Xtreme Godlike from the top, raining down depth and destruction upon both the teams. And now Red Ross, they've already taken an exit from this vicinity. It's time for Reckoning Esports to be on the receiving side of the spectrum. All the 4 players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're locked in and loaded. They just want to make sure that they're unleashing their wrath against Reckoning. 2 players in the front, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got no intentions of giving this high ground away, but what a way to switch things off as well. They've instantly flipped the entire curtains against the opponents, but Hero Xtreme Godlike, they need to be watchful of K9 Esports in the back. They're coming in for the third party as well.
Now this is where it starts getting interesting and rather exciting. Hero Xtreme Godlike, we've seen them in such precarious positions in the past, and this was ought to happen. Slug strikes from the sidelines. Admino completely caught with his pants down there. And suddenly Hero Xtreme Godlike, the hunters, are getting chased after, and K9 Esports certainly aren't the ones to shy away from it. But now will have themselves repositioned, or maybe just back off.
All it takes is the initiation, my friend. And Reckoning Esports and Red Ross, they initiated that fight. And now look at what's happened. Hero Xtreme Godlike, K9 Esports, instantly they wanted to be part of the action. And everyone got some sort of points in their back, so I guess everyone's happy. But Hero Xtreme Godlike losing out on Admino, that's going to be a bit of a stinger for the boys. And even for Reckoning Esports, this will be a tough pill to swallow. Reckoning Esports had no clue the place where they wanted to go. Red Ross was already holding that. And you got to give credits to Red Ross as well. They were so proactive in making that push.
Especially for Red Ross, given the fact first LAN as a team, previous season they ended up 30th, and this time they've got a lot going on in their minds, and certainly a nervy start. Did lose out on 2 of those players, did manage to come up with 1 finish at least, but that's not going to make the cut, especially when you are an underdog team. You need to have a good first game. Even for Hero Xtreme Godlike, they might have swung through, but again, losing out on their key player who's on the race for being the MVP. Admino found missing. And another big change is, of course, Zap Necro replacing Simp. That could be a huge gamble, and that could also backfire.
It indeed can be. I don't exactly know. Why did they make that decision? Hero Xtreme Godlike was already doing pretty good with Simp in their roster. And now making the change, especially in the LAN finals. I'm not exactly sure what was going through Punk's head. Going for such a major move, that too, when everything's on the line, when your fans are rooting for you, that's when you see the playing floor being changed. But let's just hope this change works out for the better in the future. Right now, Hero Xtreme Godlike are down a man, and that too Admino, the main playmaker, not in the game anymore.
Ooh.
And look at the next zone shift. K9 Esports, for them, this is a dream start. This could have been much worse. I did see one player of K9 Esports get knocked out a while ago. Luckily enough, he's once again back on his feet, so that's a great thing.
Look at Godlike, the way they have injected in themselves inside the circle. From the military base, now they sit at the smack center. They have lately been doing things right. We've seen them during the league stages, the highest amount of chicken dinners, 7, the number. And right now, they've got a couple of foes to deal with. Gujarat Tigers right beside them. You've got even iQOO nearing them up. So at this point, Godlike, they are going to be massive favorites. But when you still have iQOO on the prowl, it's going to be so difficult to say. And look at Ronnie, he's got barely any meds to work with. No resources on him. Are they going to make their exchanges now? Or is it a different set of plan that iQOO have come up with? Because I really see that scarcity in loot coming in from iQOO.
It's completely fine though, in my opinion. They've got enough ammunition. And that's
No
something
meds.
they would need.
Still no
Two
meds.
first aids, in my
Nothing
opinion,
on Ronnie.
Specifically for a fight, that's more than enough. Some of the players have got 3 first aids as well, so maybe they can try and share if they want.
They better
that
do.
Can definitely happen. VXT on the screen as power. Chipped up too low. VXT's already taken 2 heavy blows off the rip by CG. And now it's just Jelly scratching them away. Ninze catching a bit of those bullets upon himself, but they've already made the push. 3 players initiating the fight, and just Jelly, unfortunately, they're dropping low. As Power is still trying his best to hold on to his horses, but unfortunately, he won't be taken down in return.
The defending champions of the previous ESL now suddenly have been eliminated in the blink of an eye, and BotArmyEsports seems to have rampaged through the forces of Wyld Fangs as they're also getting dealt with. Does come down to that final player, Seth. Of course, had his birthday yesterday, but now he feels quite lonely, doesn't he? Completely caught off guard, and BotArmyEsports certainly shall be easing their nerves with this. Look at the amount of resources that have been spread out, a lot of smokes, and they know they've got an inkling that says that Seth is watching them. But is he going to take those shots? Could really backfire. Still goes after Devotee though. Does connect. Gets the elimination. Seth and Trey Scott still alive though. Really need to stay alive for a little bit longer. Need to get those position points. If not that, at least 5 finishes.
Solid stuff, even by Seth. Trey Scott's in the back line. Unfortunately, Seth gets spotted and executed from the game. Wyld Fangs try to squeeze in a few points before they got taken down, but unfortunately, Seth was only able to get the first. After that, Seth was dealt with. BotArmyEsports is going to be more than enough. With those 3 points they got, they will be happy.
Look at this.
OG on the screen. Revenant Spark in the front. AKOP tosses that util. No connection found so far, but these shots are definitely going to find the correction. And Spray God gets knocked out. Unfortunate beginning for Revenant Spark. And exactly what AKOP wanted to give his team. The advantage against a team like Revenant Spark is going to cost a lot to Revenant Spark in the future. Especially for OG. This is the way you would want to kick off every other fight. And Revenant Spark, for some reason, we do not see the cavalry as well.
I can't fathom myself around the fact that Revenant X-Spark for once were running out of the fight. This is their home turf. Orangutan just chased them down, caught them off guard. And suddenly, just like that, 2 players dealt with. And even for Orangutan, they've got 3 finishes. That means like OG, they're looking ever so solid. But look at the circle shift, K9. Circle favoring them, and even for the likes of Hero Xtreme Godlike having that northern territory to themselves. It's going to make things a little easier, but look at that paw coming. We've got God's Rain, we've got Josh Jelly injecting themselves through those western areas. But quite a lot of those open areas inside the circle, not a lot of those concrete compounds, and seems like Trey Scott in quite a bit of a pickle here.
Hold on, Wyld Fangs. Trey Scott, this man is the only glimmer of hope alive right now. Needs to stay alive for a bit longer. BotArmyEsports constantly just threatening the life of Trey Scott. They're on the tails of Wyld Fangs, and eventually that net sails in, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin that BotArmyEsports was searching for a long time. Wyld Fangs eliminated from the game, but here is Revenant Spark now taking a fight against Red Ross. Even Red Ross took some heavy beating upon themselves a while ago. And what do I see happening in the background? K9 Esports, they make a push against Godlike. Too many fights happening at the same time, and Godlike just coming in out of nowhere, barraging themselves in this compound. And K9 Esports, they have already found the opener they were looking for, and now they want to make sure that Godlike's going to pay the price for conquering this compound. The last man is on top, and he will be eliminated as well. K9 Esports, such a quick squad wipe that was. And of course, major thanks to Slug. He got the majority of the eliminations from that fight.
You know, we were talking about those winning conditions, and seems like K9 exactly have got that dream start. Not even a single player lost. The central position secured with 5 finishes already in the bag. And seems like trouble in paradise even for Hero Xtreme Godlike. A couple of moments ago, we did see Zap getting taken down. So now they have been reduced down to 2 men. Of course, Zap really far from his teammates to get that revive. But at this point, just using that welding gun, ensuring that they get their vehicles to full health. Gujarat Tigers have had a rather slow start, Necro, but they've got a really good position to play around.
They did too. CG on the tails of Hero Xtreme Godlike. Zap is knocked out, taken away to his death. So many factors, they come into play right now. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're in a really pickly spot. Utilities tossed against Punk. This is a 2v4. Jonathan and Punk against the entire firing squad of CG. And Jonathan's just looking for the first opener. That's it. That's all he's looking for. The moment Hero Xtreme Godlike, they find the first opener, at least that's going to be a bit of that sigh of relief that Hero Xtreme Godlike is looking for. And there we go. CG's going to be the one to find that first opener. But unfortunately, even CG, they lose out on Goblin. Now it's down to 1-on-3. Can Jonathan pull this clutch off? This might just be too much to ask for, but the nade was tossed in at the right moment. CG, they once again drop a few bodies in the fight, and Jonathan, he's all by himself. He cannot really clutch it. He's got too many players facing him.
That was a nasty scare, especially for Carnival Gaming. Did come down to friendly fire. One of the players getting taken down by their own teammates, but it's all good in the hood. So it seems though. But for what it's worth, BotArmyEsports did have a stellar start, but eventually have lost out on 2 of their players. And there you go, Reckoning also on the prowl, having secured another finish. Monty gets dealt with. Their heads got off, and now BotArmyEsports down to their last man. As for Orangutan, they're just circling around, trying to just gauge where their opponents are. Look at that distance they have from each other. Whilst the circle takes another shift, K9 still in such a prime position, but look at this. iQOO Soul now in a precarious spot as another team making an entry from the open finals. We've got Wyld Esports with them. And seems like Infinity, he's going to get the closure. He gets that opener. And that's a beautiful pick. iQOO Soul now down to their final 3.
Unfortunate. CG, but look at them. It feels like this time around, CG, they're going to be unstoppable. They're just taking fights after fights. And somewhere down line, CG, they already know. Focusing on the elimination point might just be a bit better. They're playing for the placement, and CG's been taking fights left, right, and center. But what just happened? Shadow has single-handedly struck down 2 players of CG, and now to nowhere, CG's been wiped out from this game. They've still got 2 more players, my bad. But these 2 players, they're in a really bad spot. They're in a really bad condition, and Shadow finds the 3rd knock with the util. The frag grenade explodes right on the face of Viper, and now Hector's gonna be the only glimmer of hope surviving for CG. He's gonna try to go for the revival onto Viper, but the constant barrage of utilities is really causing a big problem for CG, and even OG now, they step in the battle.
Wow!
And OG's one single nade's gonna find the entire wipe.
Caught between a rock and a hard place were the players of Carnival Gaming, but look at this. The apes do come roaring through. Shadow still alive, still breathing, still managing to secure those knocks. And now it seems like it is Orangutan's turn to fall. So many teams from the edges. They're hurting them, but now this is it. Aru a little bit smarter. So it seems does burn his own teammate up in the process. But still, even for Orangutan, still alive, still kicking. As of iQOO Soul.
Oh no.
Mania not having the best of HPs, but look at this, legit. He finds a beautiful opener on Ronnie, and there you have it. Another nade comes sealing through, and iQOO Soul, they are done and dusted.
So many fights happening at the same time. It's tough to keep track of what exactly is happening on the battlegrounds. But all we know right now is that GT's in the smack center, and they've got the best spot they can ask for. All the other teams in the outskirts, Metal Esports as well, just playing on the edge. K9 Esports, they've still got all the 4 players standing, but they do not have the zone. Wyld Esports on the verge of being wiped out. All it takes is that one bullet on Infinity, but now he finally patches himself up, and Infinity's going to try to go for that recovery. Getting the revival on the fallen player, that can definitely be important. He's got 2 knocked out teammates, and GT in the smack center just holding the shack and a bit of that cover around it. Utilizing the smoke grenades as well to provide them that cover from the backlines too, but Metal Esports, they're just waiting for that right moment to strike. They're just waiting for that glimmer off the player. As soon as the first knock will be found from Metal Esports, that will be the go call that they're looking for. But so far, Metal Esports, they have been away from any sort of action.
To take down the players of iQOO though, I feel like they're all coiled up, just waiting for somebody to charge in and take control of that shack. And that's when they initiate that third party. But seems like Zeref is snuffed legit out. Picks him up, almost on the verge of getting that knock. Still, he manages to keep himself out of harm's way though. As for Metal Esports, already 5 finishes collected. 3 players still alive. And now have a lot of those spread to play around with. Look at LeBron, barely surviving by the whiskers. As now for Gujarat Tigers, a little bit of that exposure there. And instantly 2 of those players are already down on their feet. As Slug, he charges in. Definitely the hyena where the way he's just rampaging through, already having secured 4 finishes. And en route to get that 5th also to his name. K9 Esports definitely look like storming through, getting that chicken dinner in the very first game.
Yeah, they're looking unstoppable. 8 finishes already in their belt. And at this point in time, this is the K9 Esports we all wanted to see. Remember in challenge season, they were not this refined, and now look at their play style. Every single call is being made correctly. All of them are playing like a pack. They know exactly what sort of duties they need to fulfill. And Zeref, the nail will be in the coffin. GT, unfortunately, they were not really able to survive that long enough against K9 Esports. K9's wrath has always been super deadly, but unfortunately, LeBron gets knocked out. He exits from a moving vehicle. That's not too good for Wyld Esports, and Prince, he will claim that elimination point onto LeBron. That was a free one, by the way. Infinity, now he's getting eyed out by Omega from K9 Esports. He's just waiting for that glimmer. He knows someone is there on the receiving side of the spectrum because Prince is constantly tossing those utilities, and Infinity's in the back lines, pretty low.
Feels like at this point, Metal Esports, they've done their bidding. Whatever they can conjure from here, it is going to be an added bonus. But seems like it is going to be a K9 show, at least for the first game. Prince, just lonely, one with the nature at this point. As the K9 animals inside the lobby. And there you go, Prince. A war cry from his side is not going to matter as he gets devoured. As K9, that's an electric start to the first game. Getting a chicken dinner without even losing a single player. Talk about the message. Talk about them stepping it up when it matters the most.
In the challenge season, it always felt like K9 Esports, they were hiding something. There was always that disconnect between the players, but the first game, it was so clinical, it was so clean. Everyone was playing like a pack. And guys, you guys know, I've never been a K9 Esports doubter. All the 4 players, we know what they pack. That's a lot of experience and a lot of gunpowder.
You've always been a firm believer. I believe during the challenge season, even when I was the one giving my hopes on them, you said, you know what, Fixes, do not worry about them. We did have our jump scares, but for K9 Esports, this is where they have the ball rolling in their court. This is where they have gathered all that momentum. And they did not do it passively. They went all guns blazing. They went on the hunt. They had the good positions. They took the right fights. I think by the book, they played and they conquered.
Couldn't have asked for a better start, and what a way to kick things off as well. As we move on towards the highlight, this is how the entire action kicked off, at least in the final few moments. GT, unfortunately, they were way too exposed, and then K9 Esports moved in for the backlines. They found the right timing and struck down all 3 players. And unfortunately for GT, they had to take care of the front lines and the backlines at the same time, and K9 found that perfect pinch.
Team Just Jelly or Gujarat Tigers. I think Slug was the absolute beast in that situation. He was doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Because if you remember, against the players of Gujarat Tigers, it was Slug who charged against them and found 2 knocks.
You know, this is exactly what you would expect from one of the top fraggers, even of BGMI 24. We know he's been such a key player for the team, and he's gone through a lot. But the good part is, 3 of the boys stuck onto each other. They had Omega with them. Yes, of course, they had their rough patches, but it feels like they're now more prepared. 5 finishes right off the rip. I think this is a dream start for K9. But still, you know, a long journey. 17 matches still remain. But I think now this sets it up for K9. They are the team to beat, and we do not know what's coming next from their side.
The chaos started with a fight between Red Ross and Reckoning Esports. Then Hero Xtreme Godlike came in with a third party. And then it was K9 Esports who stole 1 elimination point away from Hero Xtreme Godlike, took down Admino in the process. Unfortunately for Admino, he was not really able to showcase a lot of his skills in that first game itself, but it's completely fine. First game, we all know it's all about getting rid of those jitters, but I guess for K9 Esports, they had no jitters in the first place. Everything was all planned out. And speaking of the plan, you can't really forget the first play that CG made, right? That was a 200 IQ move, knew exactly that VXT will be coming towards that garage, and they set up a nice spring trap.
But you know, I really felt like Carnival Gaming could have done better given how things started off. And at this point, there's a bounty on their heads. Versatile, surely they would be replying back, and that's not going to be in kind. And when you talk about the stars of the match, of course, I had a lot of expectations even from GDR, given the fact that they also had such a good position and could not really convert that into a good game. Goes on to raise questions once again. Now they've fixed their rotations inside the circle, but where are the fights? Where is that gunpowder that we know of from their side?
The same question can be asked to Metal Esports as well, right? They were in the top 2, but I'm pretty sure they did not really have a lot of finish points.
Of course, they have the placement points, but considering the performance which Metal was having in the challenge season, definitely they've worked on the mistakes and they're looking more prepared for the challenge finals because they needed those average points. And I think in their map of Erangel, Metal has got it perfectly. But God's Reign, the main question is for them. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, even they were not able to perform. Edwino was taken out pretty early in the game. The Zap was also taken down. Yes, Johnny did try his level best in that situation, but ultimately Hero Xtreme, Godlike had to face an early exit.
Of course, they were overwhelmed with numbers. It's a 2-on-4 situation, and you know Carnival Gaming, they love going aggressive there. But it was a close call. But what really happened to them later on against Revenant Xbox's Shadow? 1 player, and suddenly they decided to storm in through that shack. What really went on with so many players from the other areas? They started shooting at all the players of CG, and in turn, I think it was Shadow also coming out. He realized this is his moment of glory, and he just went boom, boom, boom. And he got all those finishes.
The main question is, where were the utilities? All it could have took was 1 frag.
I think it was panic,
and push that man out of that comfort zone. Yeah, maybe panic move, understandable. I guess, you know what, we're going to let that slide. It's just the game 1 itself. They are still taking a lot of that pressure upon themselves. No matter how much experienced you are, still, it's such a massive stage. You've got so many people watching you live from the stadium itself. Automatically, there's going to be that land jitters facing you. So it's completely fine. First game, we can let that slide. But the second map of Miramar, things cannot go wrong there. If they do go wrong, well then, the day 1 will be on a bad note.
Of course, Revenant Xbox Shadow was doing majority of the work in that situation. If we had clutched against the players of Orangutan, I would have been a big fan because he almost nailed it against the players of Carnival Gaming. Of course, a little help came from the side of Orangutan as well. All these 3 teams were trying to migrate from the eastern side of the circle, and Shadow did try his level best.
Yeah.
But you know, given such high stakes, I feel like it's still unforgivable for Carnival Gaming because like you said, now when you think about it twice, they should have dropped a couple of smoke grenades. Like, what were you even thinking charging in on a little shack? Either they were oblivious of Shadow being present over there, or when they were taking those fights, had they dropped a couple of those smokes around, they could have still, you know, stayed alive, and then a Molotov could have followed suit.
I like the initiation from CG from the game 1 itself, guys.
Yeah, they're
I did not have
aggressive.
any sort of complaints. They played it aggressive. In my opinion, if they keep on playing the same way, definitely the refinement can be there. But we've got the match ranking of the previous game on the screen. 21 freaking points from K9 Esports off the rip, and the second team from that game was Metal Esports with 7 eliminations and 6 placement points. That's going to be 13 points on the board. OG2 getting 11 points. That's a great start for the top 3.
Even for Vingod also 7 points. good start for them, but few teams, they had to face an early exit like Godstrand with 0 points, Hero Xtreme, Godlike 0, Versatile with 0 points. Yes, unfortunate things did happen for Versatile, but I'm sure next time when they come in the map of Erangel, they'll be prepared. They're going to go for the hunt, but Wyld Fangs also had to take an early exit with just 2 points.
No, I'm still flabbergasted on the fact that Hero Xtreme Godlike made such a massive, bold move, replacing Simp with Zap, and even we saw Zap was caught astray.
Yeah.
He was having a little bit of that flank angle and suddenly out of nowhere gets shot from backlines. So I think this is something that Hero Xtreme Godlike have to work upon with those beautiful places in front of us. They've got all the crowds cheering in. I think we've got majority of the Godlike fans gracing the arena, and surely starting off without any point, that's going to be a little bit of a bummer.
I mean, it's been a while since Hero Xtreme Godlike have booked any sort of trophy on their name, so maybe that's why the fans are so excited to see Hero Xtreme Godlike lift their first trophy. But maybe I'm just a little too ahead of myself. There's still a lot of games to go, 17 more games to go, and we all know anything can happen from those games. But hey, before we continue talking, we also got to give huge thanks to the sponsor of our show. That's going to be the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters the most, make sure to check them out as well. And also, level up your careers with DHL. Now let's move on with the conversation. As we know, Hero Xtreme Godlike, a lot of the eyes are upon them, but this can also be a factor that can add the pressure.
Definitely, it is going to add up, and especially you're off to a rocky start. You need to go big, especially in a game like Miramar. And for Hero Xtreme Godlike, this is what I was scared about. Now, they did not have any stable drops. This time decided to go scatter around the maps. They had that eastern coverage to themselves. But then, for them really to go on the pounce, knowing the fact that you are around K9, this is where a little bit of more homework needs to be put into the fact that you need to always watch your 6.
Of course, because they had a good position. They were coming all the way from the northern side. It was just Admino getting off guard by the players of K9. If Hero Xtreme Godlike had all the 4 players alive in the lobby, they would definitely have a better outcome in that map of Erangel. But coming into the next map of Miramar, I think Hero Xtreme Godlike can definitely try to redeem themselves.
You know, look at the guys on the screen. Okay, the audience is super pumped up. Everyone's super happy to be here. And of course, I would recommend you guys as well who are currently watching online, if you can, make it to Noida Indoor Stadium. Because trust me when I say this, this is a festival.
No, I see still some seats up for grabs. So make sure you get your IDs.
Not
you
some,
come to the
there's
booth
a lot of
and
seats up for grab.
yeah, of course, and you're all gonna enjoy yourselves. But you know what? I want to talk about Revenant X Park also a little bit, because for the first time, I witnessed him running away from a fight like that. I am still processing my heads around what really happened. Did they really not did not see that coming at them? I mean, Orangutan just chased on, and Revenant X Park, there was no response. I feel like Shadow really saved the day. He did get those 5 eliminations. Barring that, it would have been a 0-pointer game for Revenant X Park.
It was a simple thing, in my opinion. There was a big disconnect between the players. We were not really able to see the players right next to each other from Revenant X Park. So it makes a lot of sense why they were not really able to redeem themselves from the fight, considering there was already such a big distance amongst themselves. Going for that fight, especially trying to cover that much distance, already OG would have been able to recover themselves from all the setbacks they would have received from that fight initially. But you know what? Let's move on to a short break right now. We'll be right back with you.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I'll be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. No, it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Short break, and of course a bit of that change on the panel. Now we've got Scared yet joining us over here, and Scared, a clear change in the play style as well of K9 Esports, right? In the challenge season there was a big disconnect, and now look at them, they're playing like a well-knit unit.
You asked me that question because I remember I mentioned that on the desk as well, that K9 Esports was not looking like how they should play. But yes, with the way how they started things off, I mean, this team is absolutely phenomenal.
Hey, look, you're lying, man. You guys have always been a K9 Esports doubter. You guys always had your question. Why is K9 Esports not performing? I was the only one saying
What do
it
you
feels
mean by
like they're
you
hiding
guys?
something. Listen, everyone had their
I
doubts
was not
against
in that
K9
you
Esports.
guys. I was always supporting K9.
You were, well, I don't really remember, right? But I just remember the fact that there were a lot of people doubting them. But you know what, Shadow? Yeah, you can put your points now.
Yeah, I was always supporting the players of K9. In fact, Neeraj was the one who was always complaining that Omega is the one who gets knocked out first. But this time,
That's
Omega...
not called complaining. That's called concern. Because Omega was the only player getting knocked out. But I also mentioned this, that K9 Esports, especially when it matters the most, they will perform. I've always said this. Even Fixes has agreed to this statement. But you know what? All the banter aside, we need to focus on what's on the screen right now. It feels like, of course, the audience, once again, they're getting ready for the upcoming game. And we do see a lot of seats still vacant. If you want to make sure that you're going to be a part of this journey of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 and you want to be here in the LAN itself, make sure to drop by in Noida Indoor Stadium. And the tickets will be given to you in first-come, first-served basis.
I mean, to be very honest, you do not want to miss out on the vibes right now in the arena itself because it is electric. I still remember you guys were still on that desk for the first game and I was being super jealous of you guys just because of the way how this entire audience was constantly getting hyped up after those finishes that we were seeing onto the game. But man, you know, there's also a few fun things out there. We've got a special cam out here, Nick. I know you want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's the dance cam. If the camera is pointed towards any of the people that is currently sitting in the arena, they have to dance. Hopefully that camera is not going to pan towards us because I would not like to dance because I do not have any sort of moves.
I would love to. I would love to, man. I'm on for it.
Okay, you do it right now then.
Yeah.
I was doing that right now. What do you mean by that? You know what? I'm going to do this.
No, okay, you know what? We're just going to focus on what's going to happen in the future. But for some reason, I mean, moving on the conversation towards a few more concerning names now, right? Wyld Fangs, even they are the heavy fan favorites, and we know how much is on the line for Wyld Fangs as well. And especially speaking of Scout, yes, the performance in challenge season was a little bit shaky. Even right now, the game one itself, Scout was the first one to get taken down. What are you guys' opinion?
In challenge season, it was TraceGod and Seth who were constantly performing and doing the majority of the heavy lifting. And this time, again, it was TraceGod.
As well, it was them.
Yeah, exactly. TraceGod and Seth were the only two players remaining where TraceGod was trying to do his best in that situation. But considering he was the solo player remaining and it was an outnumbered fight, he lost onto that. But Wyld Fangs didn't need to step up.
Absolutely. But not just them, you know. Even the audience right now needs to step up because it's the dance cam. They need to dance right now.
Yeah, they need a dance. But for some reason, no one's dancing. Guys, come on, get hyped up. We want to see some great moves being pulled off. Maybe that Deadpool Wolverine dance, even that can be super funny. You can do that pretty good, right?
Oh my god, thank you so much. That actually feels like a compliment that you're giving me right now. But yeah, I love that dance. I genuinely love that dance.
Some people dancing. It's always fun to witness the people enjoying the time of their life, just having a great time over here on the land. And I've been saying this from the start. I've been saying this over and over again. Guys, make sure to drop by in Noida indoor stadiums. The tickets are given over here on the LAN venue itself, and the tickets will be given by first come, first serve basis. So make sure you're over here as soon as possible. But you know what? The dance cam is currently continuing, and of course the audience is having a great time dancing their way through. But someone that's not going to be enjoying the time of their life is going to be a few more teams in the future. And one of them is also going to be Xtreme, by the way. With the way they played the previous game, in my opinion, I've got a lot of questions, and even the fans, they might just have a lot of questions.
True.
Of course, I think Revenant Xpark, they're just second guessing themselves because the way they were shying away from that fight, it is the first time we have seen them doing that. They have got the firepower, but me be scared. I think it's the challenge season's performance which is making them second guess to go for the fights.
I think so. That is definitely the case, and I mentioned it as well on the last day itself when they were struggling to secure even 1 point to qualify for the LAN finals itself. So yeah, I think so. The jitters are definitely there, but at the same time, the last stand of Shadow, that is something that might boost the confidence up of the team.
Of course it can. I mean, Shadow, with the way he was playing inside of that check, honestly speaking, look, one nade could have done the job. The players did not even need to funnel themselves inside of that shack because Shadow, he just got free eliminations. All he was doing was just spamming his shotgun on that same angle, and he was constantly getting those finishes as soon as he heard those footsteps approaching.
True.
For some reason, the nades were not being used, utilities were not being used, but then someone else came in, and they did the thing right. And that's why Shadow was taken down in the end. Still, just one single man performing is not going to mean anything. As a team, Revenant Xpark, they need to step up. We've seen too many jitters from them in the challenge season, and those struggles, for some reason, they felt like real struggles. They were not planned, or they were not something that Revenant Xpark were just trying to play for fun.
Yeah. It seems that the break has been pretty long, Shadow.
I think the break was long enough for Revenant Xpark to rectify all the mistakes, and since the performance which they delivered in the previous Erangel seems like they have not worked on those mistakes. Yes, the firepower is there. Revenant Xpark need to feel the spark once again and go for the aggressive stance because they were going for the good rotation. They were just not aware that OG was also coming from the eastern side. So many mistakes happened from the side of Revenant.
I love the fact how, yes, there were mistakes from the side of Revenant, but you also mentioned about the OG's entrance in that scene, right? Because we were talking about the aggressive plays, aggressive nature. OG showed a phenomenal performance. If I'm not wrong, I had a tally of at least 7 finishes from their side, and I think so maybe a few placement points after that, but this team always steps up on day 1 and day 2, but the main struggle for OG starts on day 3.
Guys, we've been speaking a lot about that nerdy stuff, but just looking at the audience right now, enjoying their time, having so much fun, it really just wants to make me just sit in that crowd and have fun as well. But you know what? We've got a nice interview lined up with Knuckles, so let's move on towards that.
भाई टीम है भाई, प्रोफेशनल है, कोई रिश्तेदारी थोड़ा निभा रहे। ठीक है,
ठीक है।
मैं आया था उसके बाद सौम्य आया।
दुनिया में
भूल गया तेरे को।
मेरा नाम नकुल शर्मा है एंड मैं iQOO सोल के लिए खेलता हूँ एंड मेरा इन गेम रोल सपोर्ट है।
तो मेरे जो सपोर्टर्स हैं वो मुझे बैटमैन शायद इसलिए बुलाते हैं क्योंकि मैं टीम को क्रूशियल सिचुएशन पे बचा लेता हूँ कई बार, और मेरे टीममेट्स मतलब वैसे तो बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं बट कई बार ऐसी सिचुएशन हो जाती है कि मुझे ही मतलब क्लच निकालना पड़ता है, तो मैं वो निकालता हूँ। मैं इतना सोशली वो नहीं हूँ, एक्टिव नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं मतलब ध्यान नहीं देता इन सब चीज़ों पे, मतलब टूर्नामेंट के बाद भी रिजल्ट्स वगैरह वो भी नहीं देखता हूँ सोशल मीडिया पे वगैरह। तो बट मैं अपने टीममेट्स के थ्रू जब वो स्ट्रीम वगैरह करते हैं तो मैं प्रॉपर आंसर करता हूँ जो भी मेरे से पूछा जाता है। एंड बस वही है कि मैं ट्राई करूँगा कि मैं और एक्टिव हो सकूँ सोशल मीडिया पे। तो लाइक पिछले 2 साल में हमने एक ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी भी जीती है एंड एक BGMS की ट्रॉफी भी जीती, तो उस टाइम पे ऐसा था कि चेंजेस की नीड हो गई थी एकदम से कि क्योंकि हम डोमिनेट नहीं कर पा रहे थे। तो लाइक पावर का तो मेन यही था कि थोड़े इंटरनल इश्यूज हुए टीम में तो उसको जाना पड़ा उसकी वजह से। उसके बाद सोमे आया, सोमे के साथ मतलब इतना सिनर्जी जल्दी से बैठा नहीं BGMS के टाइम पे। सोमे को फिर मतलब 5th ही रखना पड़ा BGMS के टाइम क्योंकि उसके साथ नया एकदम कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं बैठा हुआ था। तब जोकर खेला, फिर हम जोकर के साथ जीते बट हमने उतना डोमिनेट नहीं किया BGMS। तो फिर हमें कहीं ना कहीं फील हुआ कि हाँ अभी डोमिनेट नहीं कर रहे तो एक स्पेस जो है वो फिल नहीं हो पा रहा है, गैप। तो इस बार 2025 में हमारे फर्स्ट मेजर इवेंट है। पिछली बार हम SPS में #2 आए थे बट इस बार हम जीतने के माइंडसेट से आए हैं, और पिछली बार सोमे हमारे साथ था नहीं SPS में, बट इस बार अच्छे से कोऑर्डिनेट करके अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन बैठा हुआ है सोमे के साथ, तो इस बार जीत के ही जाएंगे।
iQOO, they've got their intentions right. They're just here to conquer the trophy, and this time they're here to name that trophy upon them. The Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, we know what sort of intentions, what sort of aura it holds, and everyone wants to take it over in their hands. But iQOO, with the way the first game went, still a bit of that jittery start, things can be better. But as I mentioned, considering it's just the day one, game one itself, automatically there's going to be the land jitters. But after the game one, I do not want to see the jitters again.
See, as long as you're getting those average points in every single game on day number 1, I think you're good to go. You can experiment on day number 2 and try going for those heavy chicken dinners, heavy fragging. Because if you look at the performance of iQOO, Some, especially this guy, he was a clutch master in the challenge season. So many clutches we saw from the side of Some himself.
I mean, the way the players of Versatile got taken down, just look at their faces. They seem pretty disappointed in themselves. They really wanted to get the game one in their hands on a consistent note, but unfortunately they couldn't.
Couple of players being knocked out right away from the get-go. One of them being Somraj and the second being Raiden. That was definitely a big bummer for their side because that's not something anyone was expecting. I personally felt that we'll probably see them at least in the top 3 in the first game, but the momentum was definitely not there. And I really want to see not just that team, but also quite a lot of others as well, specifically BotArmyEsports, because this team has been in my top 3 for the entire series.
You know what, Neeraj? I think CG is really taking the bulls by the horns, going up against the players of VXT in the very first game. This might come and haunt them on day number 3 if they are on the struggling side.
There's definitely a big chance this might just come and bite them in the back, but here's the thing, here's the twist. VXT is not really going to try to go for the fights off the rip like that because VXT knows at the end of the day, the odds are 50-50. If they've got some sort of strat to catch the players of CG off guard, which is going to give them the constant advantage, maybe then that makes a lot of sense going for the fight. But if they do not have any sort of research done, if they do not have any sort of specific data against CG, then going for the fight off the rip, that's still going to be a major gamble the players are going to be taking. You guys saw the schedule a while ago. The game 2 is going to be beginning soon, which will be played on the map of Miramar. And also, we got to give a huge thanks to the sponsor of this event. That will be Snapdragon. And of course, you guys need to cast your vote as well in the chat. Let us know which team you guys are rooting for this game of Miramar. Because trust me when I say this, now is the time where the competition gets even more serious and we might just see the slothy games.
Oh, very, very possible in that situation. I love to see how Miramar is going to go because honestly, I'm still expecting at least a bit of a fiery start, but over towards the later stages, specifically for those circles 2, circles 3, we might see things slow down, but that's again for the talks inside the game. Shadow, who do you think is going to win this one?
I don't know who is going to win this one, but I'm going to say a fact that VXT, they were struggling on the map of Miramar in the challenge season. I really hope they have worked on the Miramar because the second game is going to be super crucial for them.
That's funny, right? Somraj has always said that Miramar is his stronger suit and he loves the map of Miramar and he would like to master the map of Miramar. But still, for some reason, VXT was not able to play that well on Miramar, especially in the challenge season. Maybe it's just VXT sort of being lackluster and sort of hiding a lot of strategies on Miramar. Just wanted to catch a few players and a few teams off guard in the LAN finals. But the LAN finals are now finally here. Will they like to reveal all their intentions on the day one itself, or will they try to keep their intentions hidden till the final moment? That's the question. But soon, the game of Miramar will be booting up on the screens. The players are getting ready in the lobby. They seem locked in and loaded. Have you guys casted your vote in the chat? And have you guys let us know which team you think will be the one to come through victorious in this game? There's so many teams still looking to get that redemption arc. There's so many teams looking for that great start. Erangel, a lot of teams got caught off guard, but maybe Miramar can be the ray of hope they're looking for.
I know one team which is very strong in the map of Miramar.
Okay.
And that is Hero Xtreme Godlike. So many fans present in the arena. If Godlike gets a chicken dinner, I think everyone is just going to roar in happiness.
I mean, look, that's pretty debatable. Hero Xtreme Godlike has been good on every map they've been playing so far. The thing is that Hero Xtreme Godlike maybe are not as good as on the map of Sanhoks and Vikendis because they've just not played enough. That's why maybe the stats say that on Sanhok and Vikendi, Hero Xtreme Godlike isn't doing that great.
They're actually doing good on those maps also.
Okay, well, that's what I literally said. Hero Xtreme Godlike is doing great on every single map that you give them.
Exactly.
So they're doing great. The only reason maybe the stats don't match to Erangel and Miramar is because they have played less Sanhoks and Vikendi comparatively to the map of Erangel and Miramar. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, no matter what sort of map you put them in, they've been super consistent. Every single player in that team has been on a red-hot form. But still, the change in the playing four, that's really making a lot of questions in my mind. And honestly speaking, bringing in Zap instead of Sim, especially in the LAN finale when it matters the most, when everything's on the line, when you've got so many people supporting you, I'm not sure if that was a great move.
I mean, we have been seeing quite a few question marks on that decision, specifically now since we haven't really seen that kind of result in game number 1 itself. And I think so, yes, it's a big risk, but it could also be a very well-paying gamble as well because the day is still long. You've still got 5 more games remaining after this one. So as long as you eventually manage to reach up to that mark where you always finish off at least in the top 5, I think so they're going to be good to go. But here's the thing, as you mentioned, it's a big risk, but good things always come after you take those big risks. You have to go in for it.
See, like Neeraj mentioned, that it is a first audience LAN for Zap. Sometimes all the love and support which you are getting from the fans can be quite intimidating and that can hamper your performance. That's a big possibility. So Zap really needs to keep a blind eye on the target, that is a trophy, and avoid all the distractions and just focus on delivering a good performance.
Exactly. But hey, you know what? We will move on to the map of Miramar, but after this short interview that's lined up for you guys right now.
सब पूछ रहे हैं, हम भी पूछ रहे हैं, मैनेजमेंट भी है, कास्टर्स भी है, ऑडियंस भी है कि ओजी ट्रॉफी कब लाएगी?
तो पिछले साल बैकग्राउंड आ रहा है? हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम अरमान है एंड मेरा इन गेम नेम आरू है एंड मैं अपनी टीम ओरंगुटान का आईजेल हूँ।
हमारे आरू भाई साहब कहाँ थे सीजन 5 में जब यहाँ पर लैन हो रहा था?
एसपीएस के पिछले सीजन में मैं अपनी टीम के साथ में खेला ज़रूर था लेकिन क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाया था, बट मैं फाइनल्स देखने के लिए आया था नोएडा के स्टेडियम में एंड पूरे मैंने सारे के सारे मैचेस देखे थे, वो एनवायरनमेंट फील किया था एंड बहुत ज़्यादा रिग्रेट फील हुआ था उस टाइम पे कि यार हम लोग क्वालिफाई क्यों नहीं कर पाए। बट इस सीज़न नई टीम के साथ एंड मैं एज अ नया प्लेयर उभर कर आया हूँ, तो मेरी टीम नई है, नई अप्रोच के साथ में हम लोग क्वालिफाई किए हैं एंड फिनिश भी स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे।
एज एन आइडल कितने कॉन्फिडेंट?
जैसा कि सब लोग जानते हैं कि हमारा 5 मैन रोस्टर है, तो हम लोग ट्राई करते हैं कि जो भी सारे कॉम्बिनेशंस हम लोग ट्राई कर सकते हैं फाइनल्स के पहले वो हम करके देखें। वेरॉन को भी खिलाया हमने, आतंकी को भी खिलाया, AK एंड विस तो खेले थे एंड मैं ऑब्वियसली खेला था। तो वो ये कि चारों वीक्स में हम लोगों ने प्लेयर्स को शफल कर करके ट्राई किया, नई नई चीज़ें ट्राई की एंड सबके साथ में परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी थी, तो हम लोग बस यही ट्राई कर रहे थे कि अपना एक परफेक्ट प्लेइंग फोर डिसाइड कर पाए फाइनल्स के पहले।
You tried your team with Veron and you tried your team with आतंकी। रिजल्ट्स किसमें ज़्यादा बेहतर लगे आइडल आपको?
दोनों के साथ में मैंने ट्राई किया था, वेरॉन एंड आतंकी के साथ में, बट ऐसा है कि आतंकी रिप्लेसेबल नहीं है टीम में, कॉज क्वालिफायर्स की बात अलग होती है बट फाइनल्स के अंदर एक प्रेशर होता है, एक एक्सपीरियंस वाली चीज़ चाहिए होती है, प्लस एक गेम सेंस वाला फैक्टर चाहिए होता है कि टीम में मैं मानता हूँ कि 2 ऐसे प्लेयर्स होने चाहिए जो असॉल्टर्स हो, बिल्कुल ही अंधाधुंध मारे एंड 2 प्लेयर्स जो उनको कंट्रोल करें। तो आई थिंक आतंकी पाजी बहुत अच्छे से उस रोल को निभाते हैं, इसलिए उनका रोल बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है एंड उनको रिप्लेस करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है एट टाइम्स। तो देखो बोलने वाले तो बोलते ही हैं, जैसा कि सोमराज ने पिछले वाले एसपीएस में काफ़ी चीज़ें कही थी ओजी के नाम के अंडर, बट वही है कि जब उसने कहा कि हाँ चोक करेंगे तो ओजी ने चोक भी किया था। बट इस बार हम बोल रहे कि अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे और हम लोग परफॉर्म भी करेंगे। तो जब ख़राब खेलते हैं तो क्रिटिसिज्म सुनने की पावर भी हम लोग के अंदर है, बट जब अच्छा खेलेंगे तो मुझे पता है कि वो सपोर्ट भी लोग उतना ही करने वाले हैं। तो जब एसपीएस के क्वालिफायर स्टार्ट हुए थे एंड स्टार्टिंग के 1-2 वीक तो हमारी परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छी थी, डिसेंट थी, बट उसके बाद ऐसा था कि बार बार ग्रुप्स चेंज हो रहे थे एंड टीम्स भी अपनी प्ले स्टाइल बदल रही थी। जिन टीम्स के लिए जो प्ले स्टाइल वर्क नहीं कर रही थी वो काफ़ी सारी अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ें कर दे रही थी, जिसकी वजह से मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा कंसिस्टेंट खेलना टीम्स के लिए थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जा रहा था। एंड उसके बाद में हम लोग ने थोड़े रोस्टर में भी चेंजेस किए थे। आतंकी काफ़ी टाइम के बाद में हमारे साथ में खेले थे, वो घर गए हुए थे एंड वेरॉन को उन्होंने रिप्लेस किया था। तो रोस्टर शफल्स के चलते लॉबी की प्ले स्टाइल में थोड़ा सा चेंज आने की वजह से थोड़ी सी परफॉर्मेंस में हमारा डिप आया था। तो जैसा कि सब लोग जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं कि ओजी की ट्रॉफी कब आएगी, एंड इतने सारे लोग इतने सारे हमारे फेलियर्स के बाद भी हमको आज तक सपोर्ट करते आए हैं। एंड एसपीएस में भी बहुत सारे लोगों ने मुझे मैसेजेस किए कि यार इस बार तो ट्रॉफी आनी चाहिए। तो उन सभी सपोर्टर्स के लिए यार दिल से थैंक यू सो मच, एंड मैं प्रॉमिस करता हूँ कि इस बार हम आपको डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करने वाले। जी जान लगा करके हम लोग आए हैं। 4 हफ्ते हम लोग ने बहुत अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस किए, टीम्स के फ्लॉज पे वर्क किया है, स्ट्रेंथ्स पे वर्क किया है, एंड हम लोग बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है एसपीएस के फाइनल्स में स्टेप करने के लिए।
Aru is someone who always gives me the nice guy vibes, and every time Aru has always been a pretty good and a consistent performer. But now Aru joining the banner of OG, a team that's also known as the Chokers. This time around, they've got so much to lose, but at the same time, a lot to gain.
Of course, they have a lot to gain. They have got to break that #2 curse and lift the trophy this time. And like you said, everyone in the community speaks about how hard-working Aru is, how much effort he puts in the game, but every single time, it's his #2 curse which comes on the top. But this time, I think the entire team, especially Atanki and the boys, the entire team is looking prepared, considering the performance, the consistent performance which they were delivering in the challenge season. Scared.
I love the fact how they were constantly consistent throughout the season, but there's one fun thing that I wanted to point out to both of you, you know. OG has got the tag of chokers. They cannot lift the trophy. At least that's what the stats say for the previous few times. Aru is also yet to lift a trophy. I'm a believer of 2 negatives make a positive, so I'm very hopeful for this one. I think so OG are going to lift it.
Let's just hope that the Force is going to help them and help them lift that trophy as well. OG, unfortunately, they have been failing to claim any sort of trophy, be it the official, be it the third-party tournaments. We've never seen OG be as the champion of any sort of tournament. Maybe right now is going to be the time for OG finally get their eyes set and locked on that trophy and try as hard as possible in this SPS Season 6. Because K9 Esports, they've already kicked things off on a great note. They've got a major margin in the overall standings as well. And if that margin keeps on increasing, that's going to be a big problem for all the teams underneath them, because K9 had 21 points from that first game, and the second team on the board just had 13. That's a big difference.
We saw that in the challenge season also, that VXT, they came in the first game and they got 31 bomber just in the first game of Sanhok, and after the day 1 ended, they had 50+ points. That did give a big buffer to the plus of VXT.
I hear the music cueing in my ears. That means the game of Miramar is not that far away. Soon enough, the plane's going to be hitting the skies, and one thing is for sure, a lot of the players, their eyes will be on that chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. Will it be VXT looking to redeem themselves, especially after that major setback handed to them by the players of CG? Or will it be Wyld Fangs looking to get a great game in their hands? Wyld Fangs has always struggled with up close and personal combats, but this time Wyld Fangs, hopefully in the grand finals, they're super ready. Scout needs to step things up, but look at who's in the crowd. We do see a lot of content creators from Hero Xtreme Godlike, but we see a man who used to be a part of this roster in the past, and that's Z-God.
I mean, that man, he always gives me those flashbacks of the time, and I still remember there were so many situations when he would step up and clutch, but there was this one specific 1v3 clutch, and that too on the map of Miramar, that this man pulled off. I'm not gonna name the team, that's just me hiding my own way of fact where, you know, there's something that we'd like to keep secret, but these teams, they do not have to keep any secrets for this game, specifically Gujarat Tigers. I always wanted to talk about how important this entire LAN is for this team because they qualified from the open finals.
Because Rod Tigers has always been on the main frame, but just like OG, they've never been able to achieve anything. Finally, they've made it to the LAN finale with a lot of hopes and dreams in their mind. And of course, Clutch God leading the pack, the expectations increase even more. They've got a big powerhouse underneath their banner, but can they perform when it matters the most? The map of Miramar boots up on the screens as the big bird is going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Partona towards Torre Muda.
Yes, the flight path is definitely heavily tilted towards the eastern side, but all the teams who like dropping it towards the side of El Pozo, La Cobreria, I don't think they're going to face any sort of issue. BGMI Gods are themselves supporting all the teams in the map of Miramar.
I really hope the circle does not support them as much because I want to see a lot of action in the early game. You cannot blame me for, you know, being the wanter of those constant engages because it's the map of Miramar. We know that the first 3 zones, they rarely have any fights until and unless there are any kind of drop clashes, which, of course, I don't think so we're going to see any. If I'm not wrong, even on the previous map, we did not really see a so-called drop clash or a 4v4 fight, apart from just a few early game skirmishes. So I think so the story is going to remain the exact same in this way. And we can already see BotArmyEsports already jumping all the way down towards the southeastern part. Now, here's the fun question, Shadow. Normally, this team loves to go towards the Puerto Paraiso area as well, but God's Reign are also in this exact same group.
Yep.
So we might see some early fights.
Actually, Godstone like going towards the side of Impala. So in the early first stage, early first circle, I don't think Godstone are going to go and take an head-on fight against the plus of BotArmyEsports, considering they had to take an early exit in the previous Erangel as well. So Godstone, they're looking for those points. They'll be eyeing for the chicken dinner in this one. But looking at the position of the plus of team Just Jelly, they're also going towards the eastern side. The linear split is there towards the side of LSR. So even Just Jelly to have a good position, but my main question is where the first circle is going to be. If it is going to be a northern circle, I think Reckoning, they're going to be so happy.
I wish it's a southwestern circle. Just so all the teams who are all the way up towards the northern pass will have to take the rotation. Oh my god, Shadow, you made the guesses. And that's the exact circle that we are seeing. But it's not just Reckoning that's happy, it's also K9. Because in the previous one, we also saw on the map of Erangel, the circle did go up towards Severny area, just a bit south of it. And K9 eventually converted that game for themselves. So I think so if again, the similar kind of circle shifts keep on happening, K9 will still be happy. They already have got a big buffer for themselves. And with the way how Slug was playing in that previous game, if I'm not wrong, 5 to 6 individual finishes, that just clearly brings up the confidence of the team to a next level.
See, K9, considering the position is all the way towards the side of Hacienda and Saint Martin, and it's a northern circle, so many teams will try to inject themselves from the southern side. So K9 might have to face so many fights, might have to face so many opponents, and that might not result into a winner-winner chicken dinner. But someone who is in a very good spot are the players of Team iQOO Soul, because they are all the way towards the northwestern side. And not too many teams I know, like, injecting themselves from the northwestern side. It's only VXT. That can be a big thorn in the path of iQOO Soul.
Yeah, that could be possible because we've already seen these two teams collide not just one but quite a lot of times all the way back in the challenge season itself. But again, with the game number 1 not going in the way how VXT wanted it to go, I think so they're going to take a bit more backseat. They might want to avoid a few early fights. But here's the thing. S-Power, he was feeling himself for the entire challenge season, so you might want to ride onto the exact same wave. But again, that's just the part of what's happening over towards the western, eastern fronts. Down south, if you're having a look, Medal, Carnival Gaming, both of these teams quite close to each other. Medal, I would still say, have got the better position. They've got the high ground as well. But again, since it's a northern circle, there's going to be a lot of teams, as you rightly mentioned, Shadow, barging into the circle all the way from the southern ends, maybe from the southeast or the southwest. But my focus is still turning a bit more towards south, out of that safe circle, you know, in the parts where we're seeing a couple of teams close to each other. Godlike.
We have a drop clash.
Yeah, they've got a drop clash. Godlike up against Wyld Fangs. And Wyld Fangs is a team that struggled a lot in the previous one.
Yeah, they were struggling in the previous one. I think they got only 2 points in the first map of Erangel. And that was not a start which Wyld Fangs wanted
True.
to have. Even the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, they had to take an early exit in the previous Erangel, so even they are looking for redemption. They are looking for those crucial points on day number 1 on the map of Miramar. And considering in challenge season, Hero Xtreme Godlike was doing fairly well in the map of Miramar as well. So this might be a good performance for them. But reckoning, like you said, they have the entire Northern Control, a 2v2 split coming in from their side. Then we also have the players of Bot Army towards the side of Pyothu Pirasio. But Gujarat Tigers, if you remember, in week number 1, they got a chicken dinner in the map of Miramar. And after that, there was a major dip in the performance of Gujarat Tigers, especially on the map of Miramar. So I don't know how this Miramar is going to go for the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Even I want to see that, because this is definitely an important one. Day 1, you really have to make sure that you get that momentum for yourself. And here's one important thing, Shadow. I wanted to talk about this onto the desk segment as well. You know, every other team is playing with 4 people. Godlike is a team that's actually playing with 5.
How?
Audience. Audience always acts as an extra member. With every finish, they're going to hoot and make the noise like none other. But again, it's super fun to silence the crowd. I still remember quite a few people doing that, not just to 1 or 2 teams, but to the entire nation.
What has happened to your jokes? Scared.
They were never good.
That's the main problem. They're
They were
getting
never
worse
good.
day by day.
I've been with Kunal for the last couple of days, so...
Or maybe
That's
you
it.
were with Shivansh. You were spending a lot of time with Shivansh. But coming back to the game, like you said, Hero Xtreme Godlike and Wyld Fangs, they're having a drop clash. And seems like Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are in a mood to pick an early fight. And we know Hero Xtreme Godlike and Wyld Fangs, they do have a sort of bad blood between them.
Super fun, right? Because the audience, half of it is supporting Jonathan, half of it made a lot of noise when Scout came on during the entry. I really want to see them being divided and then witnessing who's going to hoot more for their own favorite player. But again, we are already talking about that. Let's go look at the circle over towards the bit of a central part, right? Because most of the teams have now started to make their way in, all the way barging in towards Hacienda. We've got Revenant X Park out there as well, Carnival Gaming taking their entry. We've also got Red Ross just a bit south of K9. And K9 controlling a lot of ground with that 1-3 split where Omega is the one who's got an entire area. And he's got a lot of real estate for themselves. And since we're on the way of talking about the real estate, even Reckoning Esports, the entire northern part is theirs to claim.
Of course, they can definitely go for that Northern Control, but Gujarat Tigers, they are going for a fairly real rotation. And we have seen these types of plays from the side of Gujarat Tigers in challenge season also, that Clutch God likes to go for the late rotation. They like taking the brunt of the blue in the initial few circles. And after that, they do go for the central control. And speaking of the center control, even the players of Medal are eyeing for that center control alongside the players of K9.
Yeah, standing on that second place right now into the leaderboard. The top 2, so very close. Not a lot of things to separate them out there apart from 8 points. And again, in a run of 6 games in a day, 8 points are absolutely nothing. We're talking about 8 points. Still remember, even 1 point could basically mean the difference between the first and the second place. I just mentioned it because I saw AKOP on screen.
Ouch.
I
But Medal,
should be the one saying ouch.
you are a complete sadist, Scared. You like bringing such things which really hurt the players.
I mean, guess I'm an entertainer.
This is not entertainment.
Probably, but a team that definitely has been entertaining a lot of us, Wyld Esports. I really reckon how their Miramar has been, right? Because again, this team, it was doing pretty decent early on in the first few weeks, but then slowly and steadily, they maintained their basic idea of grabbing at least 30, 40, 50 points in the entire week. But again, specifically talking about the map of Miramar, I think so this team also needs to pull up their socks.
Look at the position of Scout. They're just prepared for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, Praise God and Scout having the height advantage, trying to prep a few bullets towards the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike, where Zap is already on a sliver of HP. This is not looking good at all, especially for Zap.
Yeah, it's again his vehicle out there in the open. He himself as well super low in the HP, knocked down, finished off. And that's the first frag, the first finish, and Wyld Fangs It's not just the name, and they've got poisonous fangs this time around. Godlike, second game, losing out an early member. Admino in the previous one, Zap in this one, not a start what the fans wanted. But now they know that there's someone trailing them, there's someone on their 6, so they have to make sure that their 12 is entirely clear. And I don't think so they should bar directly in from the southern end. They might want to go in for a rotation from the entire eastern part, but again, we've known teams like God's Reign, we've known teams like BotArmyEsports on this map. They also like to take the similar kind of approach. God's Reign are already inside the circle, occupying just a bit of an off-center position, but BotArmyEsports are still yet to make their move.
Zap once again getting that early casualty, facing that early casualty, and Hero Xtreme Godlike now left with only 3 players remaining. Yes, they do have a decent spot for themselves on the southern periphery of the circle, but considering God's Reign is also in front of them, then we also have got the players of Wyld Fangs right on their tails. This is not looking good at all for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. But
yeah,
talking about the team who is upon our screens, Team Versatile, even they also had to face an early exit in the previous one. But considering the rotation which they are making in this one, I think the entire water treatment control is with the players of EXT. That's a decent spot to hold on to.
Yeah, I mean, as of now for this circle, I agree. But again, once you all the way move towards those later stages, the circle is bound to move away from water treatment until and unless it's a nasty hardship, which seldom happens. But for now, Some is the man who's basically seen in a situation we seldom see him. He's been taken out of the game itself, and that's a big problem. Nakul as well out there with his S12K in his hand. He needs to make sure that he survives for as long as his team comes and supports him. The nade hops in, does not do any kind of damage whatsoever. Middle trying to wrap around Cyrex, being taken down. Manya steps up as the IGL supports his team and eventually takes the number down back in his own team's favor. For now, at least a couple of players out in front of him. The Molotov blows down the player, but what a nade by Sarved. Answers back the IGL, brings him down his feet as Nakul now hops in to take his place. And guess what? Even in the finished feed, we're seeing some few fights happening on the other end of the spectrum. But we'll talk about that as Ronnie out there, up on top, wins the fight against Prince. The weapon not firing as well as he'd hoped it to be. But guess what? Sarvith is there. He's the man who's out there in the open, and they wipe out iQOO Soul.
Big blunder. One last man remaining from the side of iQOO Soul. Ronnie himself in a 1v2 situation. This is not looking good. Even we have the players of VXT also coming for the third party. They want those points. They are the hunters, and Ronnie is making the mature decision to go for the placement points. But Espava finds a knock with a Molotov and a finish point as well onto Sarvith, and Legit in an outnumbered fight all by himself.
Yeah, he's going to be taken down, and guess what? That's K9 all the way from the far fray, taking down these beasts. Medal. They managed to take a few people down of iQOO Soul, but apart from that, absolutely nothing. They were not at all prepared. I still remember how Fixes was mentioning that Medal is a kind of team where if you try and take fight against them, this team can defend really well. But not in a situation when they're not just outnumbered, but also sandwiched between quite a few teams out there. An early exit for this team, but I think so they made out for the best in that situation, getting those 3 flushes. The only sad thing is that Ronnie eventually ran away from their clutches.
That was a mature decision iQOO Soul had to make in that scenario. And Ronnie going for those placement points is definitely going to help his case. But VXT, they are on a hunt. The way they charged in the compounds of Medal and iQOO Soul, VXT is looking for those finish points. And considering they do have a good center control of the circle, they might be looking for more finishes. We also have the players of Reckoning and Hero Xtreme Godlike in such a close proximity. And also Lucifer and Fred Ross in sort of a pickle against Carnival Gaming.
Hector, he needs to land in those shots. Lucifer was able to survive, but Viper was there to answer back for his team. Carnival Gaming get that flush onto the member of Red Ross, eventually saving the life of their own teammate. Because again, had Viper fumbled there, this would definitely have been a couple of members lost for the side of Carnival Gaming. And again, you know, I want to talk about this team as well. Normally we see them play a bit more safe, a bit more slow, but this time around, even in the first Erangel, they were the first ones to draw those first bloods. And right now, finding those players, finding the isolated members of the teams who like to go for that 1 and 3 split, That's a very solid homework by Carnival.
Of course, Carnival Gaming has been doing their homework pretty well, especially if you saw what they did in the map of Erangel as well. I think in the break time, they were doing all the research on the foes. And Carnival Gaming is looking so prepared for the challenge finals. Yes, they do have a good position, but the 2v2 split which they're having at this point, they need to be a bit cautious of the surroundings, because even the players of Team Trust, Jelly are also in the close proximity. Then Revenant X-Park, Vanguard, they're also towards the side of Carnival Gaming. So the surrounding awareness for Carnival is going to be super important. But the main question is where the next circle shift is going to be. Will it favor the players of Gujarat Tigers? And the answer is no. Just look at God's Reign.
God's Reign are in the prime position right now. Definitely a place you would want to find yourself after this nasty hardship. But here's the thing. Normally, whenever these kinds of circles pop up, we always see Godlike making their way all the way up north and then taking the entry through those circles. That was the exact rotation they were trying to go in for. But now with this hard shift, they will have to be wary of every other team who was a bit more over towards the northwestern spray, because they'll be taking the entrance from the exact same space. So I think so this is going to become a very chaotic northern end, but not just the northern one, even towards the south. God's Reign, Orangutan, Just Jelly, Red Ross. Yes, they suffered a casualty, but they still have got 3 healthy members. There's even BotArmyEsports out there who are eventually up close to the members of Wyld Fangs. Scout, Safe, both of them out there. 2v2 situation though with Henry and Devotee. Henry and Devotee are all the way far apart, but guess what? Sensei out in the open. Big mistake. He's still running, but eventually will be brought down onto his knees though in the safety of his team's cover with those smokes. He will be brought back up on his feet. But a big blunder, Shadow.
They have to go for the revival. BotArmyEsports, they proved themselves in the challenge season with only 2 players remaining in an outnumbered fight against the players of Wyld Fangs. Yes, they do have managed to get a knock onto Trace God, but Trace God has been revived. He's again back into the game. Devotee Bay is going for the flank angle. Scout needs to be aware about the flank of Devotee Bay, because Scout out in the open, not looking really good, and Devotee strikes and strikes hard, gets a confirmation at the knock on Scout.
Beautiful performance. Only a couple of members remaining for this team. There's been so many 2v4s that we've seen converted in the SPS BGMI challenge season. And right now it's possible that we'll see the first conversion on land itself. Henry has got quite a lot of smokes out in his own pocket. 5 of them, but only 1 frag. So that's going to be important. They both need to play in unison. Wyld Fangs do not have any ground, and guess what? Devotee is also slowly creeping up ahead. He sees a couple of players as well in front of him in his crosshair. Saif as well making that cross. All the information is being fed to Henry. He can cook up a great nade to get that flush.
Devotee, such a bold move. A 2v4 has been brought down to a 2v3 situation. The flank Devotee was pulling off really worked in his favor, but out in the open is not where Devotee wants to be.
Mistake. But all right, not yet punished. Oh, just down on the nade being chased. That's a risky one. And Sensei just plays with the emotion of Henry. Turns around, keeps the nade in his back pocket, and then lands in a nasty shot. Ring around the rosy is what we probably witnessed, and now it turns into a 1v3. Trace God up in front, nade being cooked up, thrown, but it does not matter. As it's Trace God who will find that finish, who will find the confirmation. BotArmyEsports taking an early exit from this one. They had 6 points in the previous one, but only 1 right now. So that's a big finish, but Shadow, what a step up. Yet again, Trace God this time around. He performed in challenge season and he is showing his skills on land.
Trace God always performs along with Saif. These 2 lads have been super consistent in terms of the heavy fragging which they always do. And this time also, Trace God did step up. But along with that, even Sensei also stepped up because he was the one who got a knock onto Henry. And that was such an important knock, because after that it was only 1 player remaining, and that was Devotee.
Can we actually call it a 360 no scope? That was a good one, and your smile says so. That was a good one.
Okay, fine. Coming back to the game, let's look at the circle shift. Scared. Reckoning, VXT in such a prime spot. VXT, they are eyeing for the center control, and the players of Reckoning, they do have the complete northeastern control of the circle. The only problem could be the plus of Hero Xtreme Godlike, because even Hero Xtreme Godlike is trying to inject themselves from the northern side. Towards the southern side, we have the plus of Team Just Jelly, God's Rain, OG, then Revenant X Spark as well. Revenant, they have been super defensive in the map of Miramar. So let's see how they are going to traverse inside the circle, because God's Rain, they are placed perfectly to accumulate all those finish points.
Yeah, they've got a prime position, I agree. But also, those are probably the only few compounds on that southern end of the map. That's a big problem right now, with the far-fetched shots being fired on the members of Reckoning. Now, the position of Godlike is revealed. Jonathan and Admino, this duo has been nasty. They always perform in every scenario. I still remember their 2v4 clutch against Revenant X Spark back in the last week of the challenge season. So that's an important factor, but right now, more important fight. Gujarat Tigers up against Wind God, already got a knock, but Zeref will be brought down onto his own knees as well. Bit of a problem out there, Arman in the blue, just keeping Infinity out in the bay. Trying to stop any kind of support from Infinity. This nade needs to land perfectly. Just a bit far wide. Clutch got a bit low from Sahil's nade, so he'll have to move backwards. Sensei was finished off all the way far back. We saw that in the finish feed happen as well. So again, Sensei, after that 360 no scope, he's been 360'd out of the lobby. But Clutch God, man, this man is so far in the open out here. The only good thing working for Gujarat Tigers is the fact that there's no one behind them to take those shots. But they still have to make their move as quickly as possible, because there's just so many teams out in front of them.
Ninja Boy, so close to the plus of Wind God. If K9 also decides to do a third party, this is not going to go good for the plus of Gujarat Tigers or Wind God, but Gods finds a perfect knock onto one of the player of Wind God Esports and might be looking for the confirmation. Arman is going super close personal and to get the confirmation point, but Wind God Esports, this is a major casualty. Sahil also in the crosshairs of Arman, and Arman finally takes him down, gets a knock, and Clutch God finds a knock onto Sahil. This is not looking good for the players of Wind God.
But man, oh man, Gujarat Tigers doing the exact thing that this team was known for. Brute forcing their way through the times and the areas where you think that they might fall down and they should not make it alive. With just one casualty, the big problem is now Gods is also put down on his knees, because again, you mentioned about the K9 Esports side. They are the ones who are now just moving around in a pincer maneuver against the members of Godlike. Jonathan and Punk out in the open. Admino all the way in the circle.
Just look at the circle shift. The circle has taken a southern shift and is heavily favoring the players of God's Rain at this point.
Yeah, and we were talking about God's Rain, another team whose name starts with G, is now taking an exit from this game. Gujarat Tigers, Clutch God, the only man remaining. Just Jelly. Sam, I mean, alright, you knocked Ninja out, but that Molotov's going to do a bit of damage probably as well, but how much can Clutch God do is going to be a big question right now. Quite a lot of players coming behind him, and Hector is there. Finishes him off, takes that finish, and now they'll be taking the fight against the members of Just Jelly, who technically suffered one knock. Be it from their own nade though, but still is a knock.
Just look at the finish feed. Even Orangutan and Revenant X Spark are also locking horns with each other, where Revenant X Spark once again are on the receiving end. But coming back to the fight on our screens, Carnival up against the plus of Jelly. Lindsay being knocked out. A barrage of the grenades coming from the side of Carnival Gaming. Let's see how Jelly is going to survive this barrage. Carnival Gaming looking for another knock onto Sam. Goblin steps up, gets one more knock, and the confirmation point as well. Just Jelly on the verge of elimination scared.
Goblin turns around, slaps it onto the other person. He will be taken out of this lobby. Again, Jelly, the IGL out there as Hector finally takes him down. They suffered a couple of knocks, but it's absolutely fine. Carnival Gaming got what they came for. 6 finishes in their bag. And you mentioned about Revenant X Spark. Orangutan wiped them out in the southern part of this map. And this is just a flawless run, flawless finish. And guess what? Even Ninja Boy, you mentioned about this man a while back, is now on his knees. This team was chasing the gods. They were chasing Godlike. And Godlike answered back onto them as Admino fires a few shots against Slug. It's a full-fledged head-on knock as Slug gets knocked out. It's Jonathan who takes on that man. And eventually K9, the tides have been turned against them as they're down by 2 members. Some support fire being provided by Omega to try and push back Admino, but guess what? Carnival Gaming out in the back fray. Punk will be knocked down. Quite a lot of players. Neo shuts him down. And it's the Carnival. They are here as the Jokers. They're here as the saviors of K9 Esports. Trying to pinch the members of Godlike. As Punk down on his knees. Admino, Jonathan in a compound. Nade of Hector. It goes a bit wide. Does not catch anyone out there. They'll still try to finish them off. That's again Reckoning joining into the fray as well, all the way from the northern end. K9 Esports are struggling to stay alive. They are being burnt alive, and so are the members of Godlike. And I mean literally, because there's a Molotov down on the feet of Punk, who just barely avoids it. It's all down to Jonathan. 1v3. Carnival in front of him. Admino will eventually move to maybe get the revive. Can he try and get the man back up on his feet? And Overcooked Nate out there. Carnival Gaming moving a fray. All three players together. Couple of them now. Forward! A nade! That's a big mess up. But Jonathan capitalizes on the back of it. Finishes off everyone. And this man is out of this world. When the pressure is high, he steps up like none other.
The third-party Kings have been brought down to their knees by just a single man, Jonathan. A 1v3 and a big blunder. All the three players coming right in front of Jonathan. A single bump of S12K. What just happened? A big blunder. Carnival was doing so great. The third-party Kings are no longer the third-party Kings. It's Jonathan coming on the top. But Jonathan, he also needs to face the players of K9 Esports, because Beast is now trying to get a knock onto Admino, as Admino is trying to make a quick escape from that situation. Admino is surviving on a sliver of HP, but Beast with the grenade is looking for that knock, is looking for that confirmation as well. K9, they also need to migrate inside the circle as the wall of death is also started closing in. This is not looking good for the players of K9.
Yeah, they're going to be in a very big wall of trouble. But guess what? Another team that are now struggling and are now under trouble are going to be the members of God's Reign. Losing out Destra out in the open. But guess what? Ninja Boy, Beast, both of them super low, and Beast will be taken down as well. That's Admino for you. You can't take him down. He will take you down with the support of Reckoning from the back end. This team was able to still survive out there. Reckoning in the dead center. OG are now making their move to try and jump in. Red Ross as well. Over towards a bit of that west eastern spray. They will try to take that survival game up in their own shoulders, man. It's going to be God's Reign, probably. I think so, it's going to be God's Reign, because OG out in between a few teams. And now just getting outnumbered. Aru, the only man remaining, super low in that HP. And guess what? Arto finds an angle onto AKOP as well. He's down and low, and the nade does the job. Arto gets a confirmation too, but it was Delta who managed to shut down Aru. Orangutan will take their exit on that 5th spot. And it's all the way down to the last 4 teams. Gravity with a big off-angle shadow. I think so that could be a big advantage for Reckoning.
Well, certainly it can be a big advantage for the players of Reckoning, as Viper is right in the dead smack center of the circle. But it is also God's Reign. We can't count them out. Even Jonathan, who is looking in so good form at this point, is going for the northern rotation. And Gravity all by himself. Jonathan is aware that someone is there. He's just looking for the right moment to strike. This is not looking good for Gravity at all. Even God's Reign, they're also trying to migrate inside the circle. They do have the complete southern control with themselves. The 1v1 split for Reckoning might not really work for them.
This could be a big problem. Gravity needs to win this duel. The nade did not land in where he exactly wanted it to. Now Gravity knows about the position of Jonathan, so he should be wary about it. But again, as you mentioned, it should be God's Reign. Red Ross out there in the open. Gravity's been taken down, and it's Delta to answer back all the way from the other side. God's Reign. This team has always been on the map of Miramar as a big wall, which not a lot have been able to cross. Justin in the open, low in the HP. Jonathan tries to get for that finish, but will not manage to get any shots out. No connections whatsoever. God's Reign in the open. Reckoning Viper in the dip. Just behind him, Arto. Arto is the man who's got all the attention onto him. Another nade lands in, but the damage is just not enough. The question is, can these two players actually spoil the party for God's Reign? This should very well be their own chicken dinner. They've got the ground, they've got everything in their favor except for that next circle.
God's Reign, this is their game to lose. Everything is lined up for them. And as Phoenix has been knocked out by Ninja Jord might be looking for the confirmation point, and he gets the confirmation, leaving Ortho all by himself from the side of Red Ross. Viper right in the dead smack center of the circle. Even seems like his position has been compromised, and Justin is trying to get the knock with a grenade, and Viper down to 40 HP. A follow-up Molotov is also there, but no connection. Viper refuses to die.
Yeah, he does, and Ninja Jord makes his move. Otto answers him back, shuts him down. And guess what? It's a 2v1v1 and it could be anyone's game now. God's Reign messing up big time in a situation where we never expected them to. 60% chance of winning. I still don't feel that's going to be the case. It still feels 50-50 in anyone's favor. Nato now firing a few shots. It's going to be a fight between Reckoning and Red Ross, and God's Reign come out on top on that. Gets the chicken dinner in the second game itself. And the mistakes that were made in game number 1 were not repeated, but rather fixed.
Give Destro the circle, he'll give it a chicken dinner every single time. If the circle is favoring this team, even if the circle doesn't favor them, they go for the good rotation. In the map of Erangel, they did make a mistake. They were eliminated by the plus of K9, but this time, they were not making any single mistake. They played with the circle, they had a good position. They entire time kept the Southern control with themselves and got that beautiful victory in the map of Miramar.
Exactly. I mean, Miramar sealed by the players of God's Reign, and what a sight it is to witness as well. Everyone had their doubts about Destro and the boys. A lot of people said that maybe he's not the trophy magnet anymore, but Destro, that's a way to kick things off. Game 1 not exactly the way of God's Reign, even though they pulled off an incredible rotation, but the game 2, God's Reign, they stick to the basics and they come out on top, playing it super phenomenally well. You cannot really forget that 1v3 from Jonathan, can you?
Oh, you mentioned about that 1v3. I could not hear anything just because of the way how that audience was shouting out there in the open. I'd still have to say I was kind of confused if it was one of the nade from Hector that knocked out one of his teammates, and then the next two players, they just came in that line of fire, and Jonathan quickly on that trigger pulled it perfectly. But Shadow, we were talking about that, but guess what? Even the members of Orangutan at a point I thought would probably get that Southern control, but they found themselves in that pinch.
If God's Reign is having those grenades and they are lobbing those grenades, you stand no chance, my friend, because in challenge season also so many times we saw God's Reign getting those chicken dinners just by the utility usage. The nade parade from the side of God's Reign has always been on point.
We've got an interview lined up with winners of the previous game. Let's move on to the stage.
अब मैं खड़ा हूं उस टीम के पास जो अभी जीती है, जिसने अभी चिकन डिनर किया है चैलेंज सीजन में। ये थे तीसरे स्थान पर एंड टीम के आईजीएल डेस्ट्रो, कांग्रेचुलेशंस ब्रदर, कांग्रेचुलेशंस। जहां इरैंगल में काफी नीचे थे, शुरुआत अच्छी नहीं हुई, वहां से सीधा टॉप पे चिकन डिनर। अभी टीम से कुछ बात हुई थी?
नहीं, फर्स्ट मैच कुड हैव बीन आवर्स। जो पोजीशन K9 ने ली थी वो हमें पहले मिल गई थी एंड हमने चोक किया। तो सेकंड मैच से वही था, मेरी बहुत चिल वाइब में है अभी, तो मतलब कि मस्ती करनी, आराम से खेलते एंड वही नेचुरल गेम खेला तो चिकन आ गया।
And Ninja, you know there are people in the comment box they're saying last moment में बग्गी लेके गए थे और वहाँ चीज़ें खराब हो गई थी, वो वाला निंजा नहीं दिख रहा है। इस मैच में भी चीज़ें उतनी ज़्यादा अच्छी नहीं हुई, but you guys managed to win. What do you have to say about that?
मैं तो इतना बोलूँगा बस कि वो वाला निंजा दिखे या ना दिखे, बट मैं अपनी तरफ से ट्राई करता हूँ कि जितना मैं मेरे टीममेट्स को सपोर्ट कर पाऊँ। एंड अभी तो बहुत सारे मैचेस बचे, क्या पता लास्ट तक कुछ भी हो सकता है, क्या पता वो वाला निंजा से कुछ और अच्छा निंजा दिख जाए इनको, तो वही प्रे कर रहा हूँ कि हो जाए बस।
एंड यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग ये कह रहे हैं डेल्टा कि वो पुराना वाला डेल्टा एक बार फिर से दिख रहा है, जिस तरीके से डेल्टा यहाँ पर खेल रहे हैं। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट?
कोई नहीं, हमारा 2024 थोड़ा खराब था, 2025 आया तो अब नया स्टार्ट है वापस से, तो उसी में फोकस है एंड नेचुरल तो खेल ही रहे, बाकी जो होगा भगवान भरोसे।
ओके डेस्ट्रो, देयर इज वन थिंग जो मुझे स्पेशली कास्टर्स कह रहे हैं आपसे ज़रूर पूछना है मुझे। डे 1 की तो खैर अभी शुरुआत हुई है, द सेकंड मैच और चिकन डिनर में मिल गया है। डे 1 जैसा जाएगा, डे 2 और डे 3 के लिए भी अलग से कुछ स्पेशल तैयारी है, फिर सेम जिस जोन में जिस फ्लो में चल रहे हैं वैसे?
नहीं, मतलब प्लान तो ये है नेचुरल गेम खेलना है हमें अपना, बट अगर चीज़ें थिंग्स गो साउथ फॉर अस देन ऑफ कोर्स चेंजेस होंगे, बट अभी ऐसा कुछ सोचा नहीं है, बस मस्ती कर रहे हैं हम, यही बोलूँगा।
Well, let me tell you, Krat ने predict किया था that God's Reign जीतेगी, so shout out to Krat and over to you boys.
One thing is for sure, God's Reign, they've came in with this tournament with a lot of hopes in their minds, and the MVP of the previous game was also Red Ross's Arto. 5 finishes racked up, and 100% of that finish contribution from this man, and just 9% of map impact. I mean, for Red Ross, unfortunately, as a well-knit unit, they were not really able to perform, but still this man individually, he was able to get a lot done.
Well, certainly, Red Ross, they were also engaging in so many fights and 5 finishes just by this single lad. They were playing by the circle. They were not trying to take too many fights. They were just trying to go move inside the circle, have a good position with themselves, and it really worked in the favor of Red Ross.
Yeah, indeed. And you can't really count out the members of Red Ross, but also Carnival Gaming, because they had a lot of finishes as well being racked up. And guess what? In the stars of the match, it's going to be Hector who will be having the best companion. He had that one rescue for his own teammate. Do you think it's going to be counted out by that nade which eventually got his team down to?
Well, maybe, maybe not, but hold on, man. I'm just loving the way Carnival Gaming is playing as well.
Yeah.
They're taking fights after fights. They're really the opportunistic ones, and they're just searching for as much smoke as they can. They just want to go out there and just try and get as many eliminations in their hands. And for the day one itself, in my opinion, that's a great way to kick things off, because you know on day one, things are going to be a little bit random. They're going to be haywire, and CG is just trying to take advantage of that fact.
Of course, and day number 1 is they can get too many finish points in their favor, too many points in their favor. That is going to give them the momentum boost for day number 2. And Carnival Gaming, the third-party kings, every single time we see this team going for the aggressive side, going for those 4v4 fights, doing those third parties, they're not shying away from the fights. And every single time things are really working for the players of Carnival Gaming, except for the situation which happened with Jonathan.
It really feels like BotArmyEsports is targeting Wyld Fangs, doesn't it? I mean, it's the second time they've locked horns now. Even in the first game, it was BotArmyEsports to wipe out the players of Wyld Fangs, and now BotArmyEsports is taking a fight against Wyld Fangs. The funny part is that they had a drop clash against God's Reign, but they showed no smoke. And then they move on against Wyld Fangs, and it feels like now they're just not really leaving the tracks. Yes, Wyld Fangs came out on top, but still, they faced a bit of that setback in the game.
It was a 2v4 either ways, you know. That situation was definitely for Wyld Fangs to win, and they eventually won that one out too. But again, even on the other side, the third-party kings, we've been talking about them a lot. Carnival Gaming, they wiped out Just Jelly over towards the later stages, and then come to Jonathan, who definitely is looking like a man you do not want to mess with. Oh, all right, I see what happened, and I know Shari wanted to talk about that as well. You'll get your own chance, but I still have to say, Necro, very good step up by Red Ross, because we normally saw them in the previous one struggle a bit, and this is again a team that came all the way from the open finals. So them stepping up here, that could be a very good underdog story.
Exactly, man. A lot of teams are doing super good, including K9 Esports. You've also got Red Ross doing pretty good for themselves. CG2 stepping up by a margin with the way they're playing and with the way they're showcasing the aggression. I genuinely think so. If they keep on moving with the same track, they can still have the decent average going on for themselves. And CG can be in a much better place in the overall standings. Let's move on towards the match rankings of the previous game, considering we are done seeing the highlights. And in the match rankings, one thing is going to be clear. Now, God's Reign are going to be super close to, of course, the first placing team in the overall standings. But looking at the stats that God's Reign were able to pull off in that previous game, they were just able to get 15 finishes. Not a lot of elimination points racked up from God's Reign. And this has been a major concern, especially if you talk about Destro and the boys. They're not really someone who likes to go on the aggressive page.
They always play with the circle. In the final few circle, first they try to place themselves in a good spot, and after that they try accumulating those finish points. And that is exactly what God's Reign was doing in this one as well. Although they had this complete southern control, they could go all guns blazing, but Destro never do that. But that didn't really work with the players of God's Reign. 15 points, I think they are on the right track. Red Ross with 11 points.
Yeah, here's one thing though, and remember that you mentioned about God's Reign, you know, give Destro the circle, he'll get you the chicken dinner. Yes, that's nice, but in most of the cases, you do not get the circle. And currently, with the way how these scorecards go, if you get a lot of eliminations, yes, that's going to push you a bit more close over towards those average points, because that's what we are seeing from Carnival Gaming. That's also what we see even from the sides of Godlike, with a decent placement, decent amount of finishes, 8 points being caught for themselves. Yes, there are quite a few teams which we never really expected to see onto those later stages of the entire leaderboard itself. Even iQOO Soul, Versatile as well on the struggling end. But I still feel they can make a big comeback.
And speaking of the comeback, sorry Neeraj, I think we had this conversation on the start of the day as well, that few players who are having the audience land for the first time might have those land jitters, and seems like that is really happening with Somme and Zap, because in the previous 2 games they were taken out pretty early in the game.
I mean, Zap is an instant replacement in my opinion. For some reason, I'm not exactly sure why that replacement came through in the first place, because Simp was doing just fine in the challenge season. Hero Xtreme Godlike was top in the charts with backed up by Simp, but now for some reason, when we see this change come through, Hero Xtreme Godlike is clearly struggling. In the first game as well, Admina was caught off guard. Now in this game, Zap was the one to get taken down first, so Hero Xtreme Godlike is already starting things off with a handicap. And of course, in such a competition, if you're going to be handicapped off the rip, it's not going to work out that well. We've got the overall standings on the screen. K9 Esports still top of the charts with 27 points. And OG as well, right underneath them. But this is where the real concern really starts to strike now. The latter half of the board is on the screen. Wyld Esports 8 points. Considering it's just the game 2, done and dusted, 8 points are more than enough, but the real concern is really at the bottom of the table. VXT, the defending champions, just getting 3 points. iQOO Seoul, expectations were a lot, just getting 4 points.
We have seen iQOO Seoul in these kind of positions quite a long time as well. There's just 2 games. I think so this team will still make that comeback. VXT is a team that I'm also thinking right now because, again, yes, Somraj is the man who is the defending champion, but at the same time, I think so we'll have to focus down on a lot of other things as well. He needs to pull his socks up.
Exactly. But you know what? We will keep on speaking of that storyline. Before now, we got to give a huge thanks to the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters the most, make sure to check them out as well. They've got some amazing processors, especially for mobile devices. But moving on to conversation, right? Now, as we know, Hero Xtreme Godlike, a little bit on that struggling phase. The defending champions, versatile, even they're struggling quite a bit. You've also got iQOO Seoul on the struggling side. For Hero Xtreme Godlike, maybe it's the time to once again switch back to the main playing floor. Get Simp back in the playing floor.
Do you think they should change it right away is my question? Because
yes,
again,
they should.
It's just 2 games. I mean, let's be honest. In the previous one, they did get 8 points. So I think that was pretty fine. I mean, I still want them to try and test at least on the day 1, maybe day 2 is when they bring Sim back in. That's what I think.
In my opinion, they had enough time to test in the challenge season. There's no reason to test, especially when you've just got 18 games in your hands and the winner can hold that trophy in their hands. This is not the time to test. You've only got 6 games to go, from which 2 games are done and dusted. You've only got 4 more to go. Maybe now is the time to get Sim back. But what do you think?
I totally agree with you because that is not a stage where you want to experiment because the trophy is at the stake. Challenge season itself is a stage where you could have tried experimenting, but we'll find all these answers very soon.
Exactly. We will find all of those answers very soon. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
2 games already done and dusted, and it seems like K9 already find themselves in the driver's seat with a lot of those teams trailing right behind them. And next up is going to be the map of Erangel. Welcome once and again. It is going to be this grand Noida Indoor Stadium Arena where we have the grand finals going on. Of course, it is day 1, and I'm joined along with Shadow and Scared. So let's get back talking about the big names. Of course, I have to bring in Revenant X Spark. The first game, the spark was completely missing. Now, Shadow, what do you think has gone wrong for them? 2 games, they have completely flustered up.
They have not really recovered from challenge season. I think they are second guessing themselves. They're not eager for those fights because this previously it was some other team. This time it was Orangutan and Revenant X Spark. They're not looking confident in those 4v4 fights. They need to find that confidence because Shadow did the valiant effort in the previous Erangel, but the entire team needs to step up.
For sure. I mean, at this point, they were looking quite lost, to be honest. And this kind of brings me those doubts because Scared, honestly, even during the league stages, we know they had a break in flow after the BMPS. It was 2 months they did not practice. But was it not enough to rekindle that spark amongst them that they have to stage it up for their fans?
I 100% agree with you on that fact because yes, even though there have been quite a few weeks of maybe, you know, not practicing as much as you would want, the other team stepped up big time. And I think so the firepower or the strength that they had previously, right now it's being just matched perfectly by the other teams. And that's why they were on the struggling end. And even throughout the challenge season, we saw, yes, I agree, it was a month-long event, but 3 games a day, let's be honest. That is absolutely not enough, specifically for any team to build momentum. Now, 6 games a day, that's where the real things start.
You know, honestly saying that when we look at even the recently hailed officials, day 1 did not go well for Revenant X Spark, and suddenly they pulled off the biggest comeback. But hoping that they do it right now. Up next is, of course, Erangel. And we have been talking about Revenant X Spark, which also brings us to iQOO Soul. They have also been looking quite lost. They have been hesitating in engaging in those early fights. And Some, he has been playing that role where he has to step up. League stages, he hasn't really carried forward the momentum. But of course, we do have the Snapdragon predictions up in front of your screen. All you're going to do is make sure you scan the QR code. If you've got any feedbacks, do share with us. Do let us know how you are enjoying this experience from your maybe television sets or from YouTube, whatever it is. But yes, back to iQOO Soul. We have been talking about them. Some, has he lived up to his name yet? Because so far, for me, no is the answer.
No, completely not, because if you look at the performance in the map of Miramar also, when iQOO Soul was having a fight with the Plus of Metal Esports, Some was the first one to be knocked out. And Some was the one who was doing the majority of the heavy lifting. He was doing those 1v3, 1v4s in the challenge season. And this time seems like the LAN jitters are really affecting the performance of Some.
The LAN jitters are definitely there, and this brings up a question. Now, iQOO Soul do not have enough depth. They have come with just these 4 players. And Scared, according to you, what needs to be done from iQOO Soul side in this game of Erangel where they can get their redemption back, or we can see a little bit of resurgence from their side?
You know, we've seen iQOO Soul resurge specifically back in the challenge season itself, back in the week number 2 when, if I'm not wrong, they got that hat-trick chicken dinner in their pocket and then moved all the way up in front in the leaderboard. So I think so they're going to be in a fine situation. They have been in these kinds of situations for a long time. But yes, at the same time, I still remember that in the interview, Manya mentioned about the fact, Nakul mentioned about the fact how they, even though had Joker, they won 1 title as well, it still was not enough. They're hungry for those points. So I think so they might want to step in and change their gears, maybe go a bit more aggressive. We have seen that kind of iQOO Soul as well quite a lot of times, specifically even the last few weeks or the last few days of the challenge fight season, we saw them change their gears and go on to the aggressive hunt for the teams.
But again, you know, we've seen a lot of things, but unexpectedness is what's going on right now. We do not know for what is going to happen in the next game of Erangel. So, casters, take it away.
Well, certainly the map of Erangel, once again the blue bird is going to hit the sky, and this time the flight path is going all the way from the side of Milta Power towards shooting range. Primos, Ferry Pier is not the favorite drop location at this point because the flight path is not favoring these 2 cities, but BotArmyEsports and God's Rain, will they once again go for the drop clash?
Yeah, that's going to be the main question. Because honestly, military base just seems all the way out of your reach. Regardless of where you are, probably onto that flight path, you cannot reach that island. So that's going to be a big nada. Maybe we can see some of the clashes near the vehicles, right? We might possibly see some of the teams going in. Because again, OG, you mentioned they've taken their early exit. They'll love to drop around the Milta power area, maybe over towards the Milta as well. But there's another team which I just see, and that's going to be Just Jelly, who will probably be moving a bit more towards the southern end. Over towards the north is where I really want to focus down. Where are the members of God's Reign? That's the big question. They're all the way up towards the north, Shadow, taking such a late exit from the plane.
We saw that happening in the challenge season as well, where both the teams, God's Reign and BotArmyEsports, they went all the way towards the side of Georgia Pearl. And I remember very clearly what the result was. Let's see if once again are these two teams going to go up against each other. But seems like no, because God's Reign, they're going all the way towards the side of Zarki, where Gujarat Tigers towards the side of Georgia Pearl, and Wind God also towards North Georgia Pearl. But BotArmyEsports and Gujarat Tigers, they need to be a bit cautious of each other.
Yeah, I was about to say if the circle forms over towards the southern island, Just Jelly are going to be super happy about it. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Circle moving in a bit more towards the eastern fray, but seems like the same thing, that it could be a situation where we might possibly see Revenant X Park being in a bit more happy shoes. Red Ross as well, but the question is, though, that happiness is not going to be there for the teams on the western fray. In the Georgia Pole area, there's BotArmyEsports, there's Wind God, there's God's Reign, just south of them, Gujarat Tigers in the hospital area as well. So quite a big cluster out there, and if they want to make any kind of rotation in the circle, either you'd have to move all the way from north, from the shooting range area, where K9 will obviously be there to welcome you, or move all the way from south, because you can't go from Gatka, as that's where Carnival Gaming always play.
Carnival Gaming, speaking about this team, the third-party Kings, they have been doing everything right, considering the performance which they delivered in the previous two games. Every single time they go for those third parties, they go for those fights and get those finish points. And so far, Carnival Gaming, I think they have been doing really decent. And things are really working in their favor. But VXT, I really want to see if CG will go all the way toward the side of Pochinki and take a fight with the players of VXT. Because this time, Hector and Neo, they're not going for that garage. And VXT, they are prepared for any sort of maneuver if Carnival Gaming is looking forward to play around. Because just look at the position of Somraj. He's on the outskirts of Pochinki.
All the way on the outskirts, yep, that's true. But here's one fun thing about VXT, right? I think so we were discussing about this team, how they've got a lot of finish points, but not a lot of placement points. If I'm not wrong, VXT is the only other team apart from Godlike to have scored over 200 finish points all the way back in challenge season. But I think this team did not even touch somewhere around 80 or 90 placement point mark. So here's the thing. Now they don't really have those early fights which they normally would take against Vasishta Esports back in the challenge season. So I think so they're still going to build up a bit more slow. And either it's going to be them surviving with all 4 members and then moving to take those fights, or maybe they're just not going to have anyone to farm a few finishes on. But the main thing is that they're not getting their aggressive start which they were getting in the challenge season. I think so that's going to be a big speed breaker for them, specifically in the way how they try to gain those points.
Because things are really not working for them. Everyone is just outplaying the players of VXT. If you remember the first Erangel, where Carnival Gaming, the 2 players went all the way towards the side of Pochinki Garage, where VXT players do come in. And that was a good research. In the map of Miramar also, something similar really happened, where VXT tried doing a third party against the players of Team iQOO Soul and Medal Esports. So things are really not working for the players of VXT. And if you look at the performance in challenge season, the very first map, they had a 30 bomber. So VXT might be looking for a change of pace or something different, because when you're the table toppers in challenge season, you tend to have those bullseye target behind your back in the LAN finals.
True. You always have those targets, but there's another team that does not really have a target behind their back, but is doing pretty well in these standings, and that's going to be the side of OG. 2 games, 2 consistent performances, 10 points per game is what they're probably getting, and they're sitting very comfortably on that 20-pointer mark, right? K9, they got 21 points in the first Erangel, and then it dropped down all the way to just 6 points in the second one. And that's the main consistency that we always talk about. OG has been consistent on day 1. but can they pick it up on day 2 and day 3 has always been the big question.
I think they can, because if you look at the performance of challenge season of Orangutan, they were super consistent. Every single week, there was no dip in the performance of OG. Week number 1, 60 plus points they had accumulated in challenge season. So consistency might not be a problem for the players of Orangutan. But Medal Esports, if you look at the performance, consistency can be a problem for Medal. Number 1, they had good points. Then come to Miramar, they had to take an early exit. And Godsend also, they need to focus on the consistency.
Yeah, even in the first one, they had absolutely 0 points, right? And the second one is where they got that chicken dinner. But guess what? This team always plays in a bit more slow, does not focus a lot on those finishes, but is rather going in for those placement points. And with the way how these circles have been forming, you are not going to be gifted the kind of circles that happened all the way in the map of Miramar. So again, in this one, they will have to take the entry. And we have seen, Shadow, this team, that God's Reign always like to move in the circle from the southern end of the spectrum. But you don't have that opportunity right now. You can't really move in from that part. And I think so that hampers a lot of what God's Reign can eventually bring on the table. So that's a big thing. But we'll still have to see, because now you'll have to do it right now. Otherwise, there's not a lot of games that you'll have, and you need to step up as quickly as possible. But on the other side, another team that really has to step up is also the side of Revenant X Park. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that in a while. Let's move on to the interview that Ocean is taking.
कूद करके भाग करके अपने टीममेट्स के पास गए थे एंड दैट वाज अ डिफरेंट इमोशन. आज 1 साल बाद पहला गेम काफ़ी ज़्यादा लग रहा है.
काफ़ी सेम है, बट टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट मैं भी थक गया हूँ कम बैक करते करते हर इवेंट में. इस बार मैं भी चाहता था कि धीरे धीरे स्टेप अप करूं, बट वो की मोमेंटम मिसिंग है इस बार.
एंड टीम के अंदर जो बदलाव हुए पिछले 1 साल के अंदर, पहले वो FS VST वाले सारे दोस्त एक साथ थे, वहाँ से लेकर के यहाँ तक अब 2-3 लोग अलग चले गए हैं. तो वो बदलाव और अब ये नए वाले प्लेयर्स किस तरीके से ढल रहे हैं एक साथ?
आई थिंक चेंज इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट. तो वक्त के साथ, इन्वायरमेंट के साथ चेंज तो हो रहा है, बट हाँ अब न्यू एक जो फिनिशेस और पोजीशन वाला मेटा पहले था वो चेंज हो चुका है. अब फिनिशेस इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट वो एक फाइटिंग चांस चाहिए अभी इन प्लेयर को. वो मोमेंटम अभी अगर हमारे पास आ जाता है, फिर वहाँ से गेम ऊपर जाएगा सिर्फ.
एंड जैसे आपने बोला कि कम बैक करते करते आप थक चुके हैं, बहुत सारी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिनको अभी भी कम बैक की ज़रूरत है. नो डाउट सिर्फ 2 ही गेम्स हुए हैं, बट देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ टीम्स जो अभी स्टार्टिंग में वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पाई हैं जिनके लिए वो जानी जाती हैं. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज गोइंग रॉन्ग विद अ कपल ऑफ टीम्स राइट नाउ जो कि आप खेलते हुए दिख रहे हैं?
आई थिंक जो चैलेंज सीजन का ओवरऑल था प्लेऑफ्स का, तो उसमें काफ़ी टीम्स ने, कोई भी 16 की 16 टीम ने एक बार में अच्छा खेलने की कोशिश नहीं की थी, ट्राई हार्ड नहीं किया था, थोड़ा एक ऊपर नीचे था. अभी क्या हो रहा, लॉबी की 16 टीम अच्छा खेल रही है, तो दैट इज़ समथिंग अनएक्सपेक्टेड. तो अब वही है मेरे लिए, तो वही है अडेप्ट, इम्प्रोवाइज, ओवरकम.
डेफिनेटली अब ये अडेप्शन, इम्प्रोवाइजेशन और ओवरकम किस तरीके से होगा ये गेम्स के अंदर पता चलेगा. बट फॉर नाउ बैक टू द कास्टर्स.
I agree. You have to adapt, you have to improvise, and you have to overcome. I really wanted to make a very funny pun out of there, but I know that you would not have liked it. Plus, this was not the situation. But I wanted to talk about the point where they mentioned that, yes, previously, not all 16 were playing that serious. But now, all these 16 are like on top of their game. And I think so all the casters were having the same discussion, that this LAN is going to be the most competitive one that we've ever seen.
Of course, all the top teams of the country are already there. They have qualified. They have made their way in the challenge finals. Few new names are also there, bringing that X factor and unpredictability in the challenge finals. But looking at the circle, it has taken an eastern shift, where we have the players of Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Reckoning, and Gujarat Tigers right in the center. Revenant X Park towards the side of Yasnia, and finally, this can be a good game for the players of Revenant X Park, because this time the circle is favoring them heavily. Few teams are going for the late rotation as well, like the players of God's Reign, BotArmyEsports, even Wingod as well.
You know, in these kind of situations, I just feel that I feel pity for the team who's actually sitting in the smack center, because if one team decides to hop onto them and they suffer one casualty in defending, that means there's definitely another third party waiting in the outskirts for you. But right now, Kihoya, he's the man who's out there in the skirts, trying to fire in a few shots, get a knockdown, and Savit is the first man who falls. Reckoning draws in the first knock out there against the members of Middle, who had struggled in the previous one. They will have to lose one of their members as well, as they just decide to move forward. But guess what? They move directly in the clutches of Godlike, but Gravity is the man. Sneaky guy, steals it away, and his teammate is now being punished because it's Wyld Fang entering the fray. 4 teams right now out in the open, just trading blows, stealing away those finishes. And Gravity just trying to create that smoke wall cover as well to maybe get the revival of his teammate. He has to worry about the flank because it's an open ground out there, and the aim of these players are just perfect. And this nade could have also been, had it been a little more ahead. But Keoya, his body has been dropped. He will eventually be finished off, flushed up as well. Or maybe not. Gravity's decided to move a bit more back. He should give the revive as Wyld Fang are not really committing onto this one.
I think the barrage of the grenades could be the reason for Gravity to carry his teammates and move to a different position. Even the players of Wyld Fangs do realize that they're out in the open and there is a possibility of a third party. So Wyld Fangs have also backed off from that situation and scuttled back to the safety. Even the players of Orangutan are also in the close proximity if you look at the mini-map. So that could have been a possibility of a third party, but Godstrain, look at the position. They are placed perfectly to stop the players of BotArmyEsports right in their tracks.
That's a big thing you just mentioned. But we'll be focusing on the fight that's happening between Red Cross as well as Gujarat Tigers. Clutch God firing a few shots. Arto, he still moves up and gets the finish. What a nasty play by this man. He was crouching down and then he just made sure to uncrouch himself, stand up, fire the shots after having that TPP vision. The pre-aim was perfect. And Clutch God being punished for his overextension, his overstay. Red Ross has been performing really well, Shadow. If I'm not wrong, the only team in the top 5 right now that came in all the way from the Open Finals. That's a very solid play, and if on day 1 they're able to get this momentum, they can build it up slowly and steadily, get the normal points, and then have one big game. And we might possibly see them lifting the trophy.
Could be possible, but it's just day number 1 and third match. Way soon to make any sort of prediction, but BotArmyEsports, just look at the position of Monty. He's aware about the players of God's Reign. And the main question is how the players of BotArmyEsports are going to make their way to the other side of the bridge, because God's Reign are just waiting for the players of BotArmyEsports. That's a good research coming in from the side of God's Reign as well. If they go for the northern rotation, Kanan is already there, but Devotee strikes in towards the side of God's Reign, and one of the players is on a very low HP. This was a very risky move from the side of God's Reign.
It indeed was risky, but as long as the player is safe, that's what matters to them, because now when the next circle forms, they will be the ones who will keep the members of BotArmyEsports until and unless BotArmy decides to move up north, and that's where K9 is staying. You know, here's this fun thing about BotArmyEsports. It's either Wyld Fang or it's either God's Reign. I don't see them taking any early fights apart from these two teams. They've decided their opponents that these are the ones who we really want to fight against. For the previous 2 games, it was Wyld Fangs. For the entire challenge season, half of the time it was God's Reign, and I guess the same storyline is now being repeated as well.
So many storylines will be there, but looking at the position of the players of K9 also scared. They do have a really good spot for themselves as they're coming from all the way from the northern side. They have the entire northern control in their favor. If the circle takes one more northern shift, this can be a good game for the players of K9 Esports. That could be a possibility. But if the circle goes south, even the players of Orangutan can also do fairly well, because OG, if you look at the performance in the previous 2 games, they have been doing really good. Total 20 points, sitting on the 2nd spot in the overall ranking. So OG are also looking in the prime form. If the circle goes south and one chicken dinner comes in the favor of OG, I think they are good to go for the day number 2.
Very possible, but that's the thing. We've always seen OG perform on day 1 and day 2. Day 3 is where my eyes are locked in to probably see them perform. But for now, I can definitely see a cluster forming in all the way over towards that southwestern part. Carnival Gaming near the members of iQOO Soul as well. iQOO Soul playing with a 2-2 split. But we'll be talking about that in a while though, as Monty, he went in to scout out the area of up north, and that's where K9 was. But look at this circle. You were talking maybe a southern shift. It has definitely taken that southeastern shift as well. Godlike, solid position, medal. Prince always brings his team in the dead center of the circle. I remember Fixus mentioned that to me as well, that no matter the situation, you will always see medal in that smack center. And now They're also up in the shoes where they will be defending their own compounds. Every other team moving around them. And there are not a lot of compounds to take care of as well, right? So you have to play around those hills. You have to play around those hard covers which you need to create. It's super important, but I really like where Versatile is going right now. All the way over towards Lipovka. There's no one on their backside to take care of.
VXT always manages to pull off such a rotation, keeping themselves away from all the traffic and the commotion, and now they're looking forward to the Southern Control, where we have the players of OG and Wingod might go up against each other. Even the players of Team Jelly might do a third party. But speaking of Jelly, he's so far away from his teammates all by himself, and such a close proximity to the players of VXT. So Jelly needs to be a bit cautious. But coming back to the team, which is having the complete Southern Control, are the players of Wingod, who are trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of Orangutan.
Again, this position, I agree, you've got a decent amount of covers too, but it's still very open, and he is a bit far away from his rest of the teammates as well. So if any other team decides to barge in onto them or they get a knock, this basically means Wingod will be suffering with a casualty. So that's an important factor Wingod need to keep in mind, and I like the fact how they just move the vehicle around a bit. But Carnival Gaming will also be taking the entry from the southern part, and that's where we might possibly see a contest happening between these two teams. But we'll be focusing on that right now, as again Sahil, he tries to drop out of the vehicle. Neo up close to him. Wingod, they're the first ones to actually jump onto him. Even we are seeing the support coming in. Carnival Gaming out here in the vehicle, still trying to get that run over. But Neo, his life will not be saved. But guess what? Viper will be able to get not just one but two from that vehicle damage. And it's going to be LeBron falling onto his knees too. You take one of ours, we take three of yours. One of them flushed out, and Wingod had to make the decision of forcing their last player to survive. Carnival Gaming, you cannot step into the carnival of this team.
Carnival Gaming, they're a pack of wolves, always going for the hunt. The previous two games, they were doing those third parties, and this time again, they striked onto the players of Wingod, leaving Yash all by himself. 4 finishes, no casualty, and the entire Southern Control with the players of Carnival Gaming. But they also need to be a bit cautious from one of the team which is coming all the way from the southern side, and they are the players of Team iQOO Soul. So iQOO Soul and Carnival Gaming, they might also lock horns with each other. That's a big possibility. But towards the northern side, we have the players of Team Revenant X Park, not moving a muscle, not doing anything, just holding on to the compounds of the city of Yasnia.
You mentioned about iQOO Soul moving in as well, and that's exactly where they are. Carnival Gaming just quickly deciding to move around in those vehicles. Both these teams, are they both deciding to not go in for this commitment? I think so. That's still a mature decision because it's way too open out there. Yeah, that's going to be a full-fledged tactical retreat for both of these teams. Knuckle will just try to land in a few utils in that smoke, but Carnival have already made their decision to not take that fight. Yash out there in prison though. That man will try to survive from Wingod, maybe playing in for a couple of placement points, but that's about it. iQOO Soul, they're just deciding to make sure systematically clearing out the entire area in front of them. But now they know that there is Carnival around them. So that's a big problem. But we'll have to shift our focus either ways from these two teams, because again, BotArmyEsports were the ones who eventually, if I'm not wrong, took care of the members of K9. I saw a couple of finishes in the finish speed. So maybe they're the ones who actually won that fight up north.
Yeah, they won the fight, but one of the player of K9 is still surviving and left with only one player. I think the passive approach is the key for the players of K9, for the last player of K9 at this point. But the circle shift is favoring the players of iQOO Soul so much. Even the players of VXT, they have the northeastern control with themselves, but iQOO Soul, they have to engage in so many fights. Just Jelly, the entire team is such a close proximity to iQOO Soul. Even Wyld Fangs, they're also looking forward to the southern control. Carnival can also do third party. So iQOO Soul, they need to play their cards right. Even the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike are also looking forward to that northern control. But my eyes are on the players of Revenant X Park, that how they are going to make their move. But God's strength, look at the boys and the Destro. They're taking the brand of the blue and taking a very long route inside the circle from the south.
I don't like that decision until and unless they decide to move all the way from the eastern fray. They have got a barrage of teams in front of them, and we have known God's Reign to struggle in that situation. But for now, Sensei is the man who's actually struggling to connect onto the shots on the vehicle of Some, who will just run away from in front of him. Again, Wyld Fangs, they're also in that area where there's one of the biggest clusters of this map. And Shadow, you mentioned that you think Revenant Xbox position is good. I agree. I think so. That's a scenario where I think that they can take that entry from the Eastern Fray as well. But I personally feel that Versatile are in a prime spot where they can get a lot of finishes, specifically with how the Western Fray is being protected by Godlike, and Phoenix are the ones, Phoenix, Red Ross, all of those players are there on the Eastern Fray. So anyone who wants to barge in, I think so it's Versatile's way to get those third parties and get some or steal some of those finishes of the other team's hard work.
Well, Versatile can definitely eye for the chicken dinner in this one. Like you said, they have the entire northern control. Not too many teams are already present in that vicinity. But Reckoning and God's Reign, who are going for the late rotation, and seems like they locked horns with each other. And God's Reign, they are on the receiving end. Ninja Jod has been knocked out. Justin already lost, and only 2+ remaining from the set of God's Reign. This is what I was saying, that God's Reign need to focus on that consistency. One game they pop off really well, and the next game they really face an early exit. But even the players of iQOO Solar and Wyld Fangs are also locking horns with each other as Scout has been knocked out.
Yeah, Scout knocked out. And we're seeing some problems being made. Ronnie with that Molotov will confirm the finish on Sensei 2. That's a big play from iQOO Soul. Wyld Fangs, they are not just struggling in one, but rather in all the 3 games. That's a big problem. God's Reign being chased around by the members. And guess what? They move into the arms of Just Jelly, as Sam was able to welcome Delta. It's all down to Destro, who will be finished off as Ninja Boy jumps in from K9 Esports. There's just so many teams equally distributing the points of God's Reign amongst themselves. But Ninja Boy, you mentioned about this last man being there. He's still surviving out there. But guess what? There's quite a few teams out who are not really surviving. One of them being, again, the opponents of Revenant X-Park. Just Jelly know where Ninja Boy is. The question is, do they go? Do they get that finish? Do they secure that one in their own hands? We'll talk about that. As for now, Sarang out on his knees. Spray God out in the open. That too in the blue. He'll need to heal himself back up as quickly as possible because he's being that off-angle player. But he will not be allowed to do so. Henry, BotArmyEsports, he's out there to ruin the games. You thought Spray God was out in the blue. Henry is even farther out in the blue, just barely visible into that map feed itself. And he ruins the game for Revenant X-Park. Joker will eventually secure that finish, but that gave an opening to the members of iQOO Soul, who are now moving in to try and get a few of the finishes of their own on the members of Revenant X-Park. That's a big problem, a big blunder for their side. And another game of inconsistency moves on.
Revenant X-Park still left with 3+, but surrounding awareness is not there. They were aware that one of the players of BotArmyEsports is out there in the blue, and despite that, they had to face an early casualty. But Reckoning Esports and even the players of iQOO Solar are also locking horns with each other. But the circle has taken a northern shift and is favoring the players of VXT heavily. But the barrage of grenades is a problem for the players of Reckoning, as already Dionysus has been knocked out. Viper, the only player remaining, has to go for the revival, has to go for the rescue mission. Lot of smokes being invested. But at the same time, both these teams, they also need to migrate inside the circle. They need to prioritize the circle, and VXT, even they have also started engaging in a fight, and the victims are the players of Red Ross.
Absolutely. They're making sure that Red Ross cannot make their own entry. 2-2 split. Definitely not the best one out there. Red Ross onto that struggling end. Viper from Reckoning as well is the only man remaining for his own team, so he will need to survive. But on the other side of the spectrum, that's where Gujarat Tigers are also fighting in against other members. But we'll be focusing on Godlike first, as they are locking horns with the Apes, with Orangutan. Both these teams out in the open, so the only friend that they have right now are those smokes. And in those smokes, we'll see those barrage of nades landing in. We've known Jonathan to be one of the prime naders, but Vizgod answers back at him, takes him down, and in the meantime, Atanki gets a knock onto the members of Gujarat Tigers. That's an important one. What a nade! Another one comes into the play, and this time it's Saru finishing off at Minnow and the entirety of Godlike. Only in the previous one were they able to get a few finishes and positions. No says OG in this one. And their consistency is still on point. But now they have to make their entry in the circle itself. And the main thorn are going to be the members of Just Jelly.
The circle is favoring VXT so heavily at this point. Just Jelly, one of the player already knocked out. They have to go for the revival. They have to go for the rescue mission. Eskio Lamau is trying to keep the foes at a distance, and those foes are the players of Orangutan who are running high on the confidence. All the 4 players already alive, but as I say, WizGod has been knocked out by Gods of Gujarat Tigers. Out from the blue, Gods was going for the heal battle and seems like he struck at the right moment and got the confirmation point onto WizGod as well.
Absolutely. Now OG in a pretty precarious spot because you've got AK as one of your star fraggers, as one of your entries. WizGod was taken down and out. That's a big problem. iQOO as well. They lost their members while locking horns with quite a few teams out there. Ninja Boy can still ruin the game of Just Jelly. That man can basically do a lot. And that's not going to be in favor of Just Jelly. Manya out there behind the rock in a hard place. And by that I mean literally. The hard place was that nade. West landed in, finished him off, took him out. But guess what? Ninja sees a lot of people out there, tries to fire in a few shots, but no connection whatsoever. Revenant X-Park still surviving on the southeastern end. OG have now decided to make their move. Yash as well from Windgod just behind that rock, fires a few shots. OG still surviving. Medal as well joining in the fray. Prince out in the open. Legit jumps in. The vehicle. Atanki falls down. Legit will be taken down as well. It's Shadow who fires on the other end on the members of Just Jelly 2. It's a chaos in the field. It's all in open ground. And AK is the man who still survives from OG, but not for long. Aru jumps out as well, and the moment he jumped out, he was sent out of this lobby too. Versatile catching a few finishes up on Prey, and they are stopping the members of Just Jelly as well to move in. They've already got a finish in their own hands. Revenant X-Park out of the circle too. Into the blue and out in the open, and maybe out of the lobby is where they go. The blasts are there, and Versatile are the men who are launching those bazookas, who are launching those bullets onto the members. Just Jelly trying to take the rotation from the high ground, but that's exactly where all the crosshairs are locked in. Only 4 teams remaining, Shadow.
VXT, they have to defend their compound, and Jelly and the boys are looking to breach into the compounds of VXT. But as I say it, Raiden finds a knock onto Jelly and Sam with a beautiful grenade and might be looking forward to confirmation as well. Just Jelly remaining with only 2 players, and Raiden along with Somraj is trying to get the confirmation point as well, as Aru is so far away, has been neglected by both these teams. Can be the spoiler for VXT or maybe for the players of team Just Jelly.
Yeah, it's highly possible. Aru making sure that his team is getting those crucial position points, those crucial placement points, at least 5 in his bag. That means the consistency of OG still remains in this one. But Just Jelly, this is an important one for them, and the same thing could be said for Versatile. They've got everything in their hands except for the high ground. But what is a high ground going to do when you've got the full cover in your own hands as well? The nade gets a confirmation out in the open. Lamau down to half of his HP. His power is ready. He's got the power. He's got the force, and he will land it on the members of Just Jelly. Gets the confirmation. Ninja is out here. Needs to make a ninja move. But guess what? He's going to be denied for that as well, as it's Versatile who've got the inevitable chicken dinner for themselves. Aru out in the open will concede to the blue and will secure the 2nd position for his team, but it's Versatile to secure a much needed chicken dinner for their team to get the momentum back.
You can silence them. Of course, I mean, you could silence Versatile, but then again, you cannot keep them leashed. It was Versatile just going all out this time. First 2 games, they absolutely dropped the ball, but this time they came out all guns blazing. Talk to me about S-Power, the man in drawn for that MVP. Surely he had some answers.
Well, certainly he had a lot of answers. VXT, the way they took that rotation from the Eastern Highway, and after that, every single time the circle was favoring the players of VXT, and they defended their compounds with all their might, and that resulted in that beautiful victory for them.
It certainly did, and for Versatile this time, they had a very different style of approach. This time, did avoid those early fights, and seems like they finally managed to find their groove. What are your thoughts on that, Sked?
I think so. As much as, yes, they avoided those early fights, I think so it was the circle itself that forced them to avoid those fights. Because guess what? You're sitting in the center. Sure, keep on sitting in the center. Wait, another one? Sit in the center. You'll get your own chance to try and get a few finishes left, right and center. The good thing for them was the fact that Team Just Jelly had all 4 players, and there were a few other scraps they were able to get. So maybe around a 20-pointer and an 18-19 pointer game. I think so that's good for them.
So that's enough to compensate for all the debacles in the first 2 games. But there has been a team that was absolutely consistent, and not just in this one, but in the previous 2 as well.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm talking about Orangutan. I think they have been getting those averages right, and seems like they found that beauty spot. You know, they found that sweet spot where they're getting all of those things done and heading on court for OG. What are your thoughts, Shadow?
I love the way OG is approaching these games. They're not shying away from those fights. They are making those beautiful, good rotations as well. They're engaging in all the good fights. Even if a third-party situation arises, Orangutan do know how to deal with that sort of situations, and do manage to get good amount of points in that scenarios.
For sure, we witnessed the resurgence of Versatile. Let's head over to our hosts who have a beautiful interview
भाई अब
with
मैं
them.
जिनके बूथ पे खड़ा हूँ, पिछले सीजन ट्रॉफी ले ली थी इन्होंने, एंटिटी इस बार वर्सेटाइल डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस। सोमराज, शुरुआत अच्छी नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन इस बार चिकन डिनर पहला मिला सबसे पहले, तो उसकी बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ। इतनी जल्दी एक्सपेक्ट किया था, या फिर आज भी इस बार भी वैसे ही था कि डे 1 हम ऑब्जर्व करेंगे और सेकेंड डे और थर्ड डे पे हम स्पीड लेंगे?
पहला 2 मैच हम लोग का ऑब्जर्विंग ही था, तीसरा मैच हम लोग कुछ नया ट्राई किए। मैं तो बस देख रहा था कि अगर ये सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ तो हमारा कोच जाइपेक्स जो बैठा है उधर, वो अपने को इस मैच का बहुत भरता। तो बस अभी तो स्टार्ट ही है, देखते क्या होता है।
ओके, लास्ट में आप लोगों का जस्ट जेली के साथ मैच था, एंड उस समय क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में, बिकॉज यू वर दिस क्लोज?
ये सब टीम से हम ध्यान नहीं देते हैं।
Okay, Equinox, what do you have to say about this match, especially the last moment?
कुछ नहीं, अच्छा था, टीम वर्क अच्छा था। तो इससे पूछो, ये मार रहा था, किल चोरी हो गए इसके बहुत सारे।
चलो, this is the defending champions booth, जहाँ पे उन्होंने एक बार फिर से बता दिया that वो defending champions हैं और बिल्कुल ready हैं अपने टाइटल को डिफेंड करने के लिए। Over to you, boys.
You know, honestly speaking, every time we have Somraj with us on the mic, he's got something savage to say. But this time, iQOO Lamau bringing back the heat once again. Just Jelly also off to a really good start so far. I think this is one of those good games where they could latch upon.
Yeah, I mean, for Just Jelly, and Jelly specifically, this definitely is a redemption situation for him, because he needs to make sure that his team performs. And honestly, with the boys that they've brought in, specifically iQOO Lamau, Ninze, all these players have been stepping up big time, metaphorically as well as literally right now, Fixes.
Of course, when you take a look at the stars of the match, iQOO Lamau again stepping it up once again for Just Jelly. But Carnival Gaming, they are on a carnage spree lately, have been just all guns blazing, especially that one fight where things steered out a little bit, but then they came back smacking Shadow.
I think Carnival Gaming, they have been doing everything right. They are super consistent after Orangutan, and this time Hector was also making those good rotations as well. They dealt with the players of Windgod, and after that they had the entire southern control to themselves. Even one more team which was doing really good in this one was Revenant X-Pac. Everything was just going great for them until the moment they grabbed the attention of the players of Jelly.
And then what happened from BotArmyEsports, especially a stab from the back, seems like Spray God wasn't prepared. But as we take a quick look at the highlights, I think initially it was a little silent, but later on we saw the match picking up the pace really well.
Yeah, true. The main reason why it was silence was because of the fact that, again, the playing path was a bit more tilted over towards the north, so a lot of the teams who wanted to go south could not. So, again, shifting your entire perspective when you're a very southern rotation-dependent team to play all the way in the north, and that too when the circle is taking the shift over towards the eastern phase, that basically turns the momentum against you entirely. And that's why we witness teams like God's Reign, BotArmyEsports struggle a lot. And you mentioned about BotArmyEsports as well. If I'm not wrong, they sent one man out there scouting, and K9 Esports were there to welcome them down south of Severny. So again, forcing that fight and then taking the blows, losing a few members, that was definitely not the start they were looking for.
But there was something very interesting that you mentioned, Shadow, was God's Reign again messing up another Erangel game. So far, 2 games of Erangel, and God's Reign, despite having a good zone in the first game, this time they were caught mid-guard. during the rotation. So what are your thoughts about that? Should they have done something better, or it was just where they did not read that situation?
They should have done something similar to the plus of EXT. Instead of going for the late rotation from the blue, where Reckoning was also taking the brunt of the blue, they could have gone for a longer rotation within the safe zone, just like the plus of EXT did. And Destro trying to play super safe might not work in his favor, and that did result in a rotation clash against the plus of Reckoning.
Hope they really fix the plugs there and get their winning grooves once again. Next up would be Sanhok, but for now, the match rankings in front of us, Versatile, a 20-pointer there. And now Josh Jelly, this time 13 points, is surely going to make him a little bit more comfortable, is going to ease on all those nerves, but OG, man, scared. They have been absolutely lovely, you know, averaging 10 plus points every single game. I feel like they might find themselves maybe at the second spot.
Yeah,
overall.
you know, I agree because they were on the second spot literally right now just before this game and getting those 11 points as well. And that too when teams like K9, they did not perform as expected, getting only 3 points. They will be able to take that big leap, and even though Versatile will be up there, above of them, OG are finding themselves in a good spot. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, not a good game at all. Wyld Fangs as well, only getting 2 points. So there's some problems out there, right? And you mentioned about OG. You know, there's a reason why I've got this orange pen with myself. You know, I'm not gonna say anything.
You know, if a pen worth 3 rupees can win you trophies, I think OG surely need a sponsorship there. But again, coming back, now we need to talk about K9 a little bit. It feels like they're always on the hunt, always on the prowl. But this game, it felt as if they lost a lot of steam. So what are your thoughts about that, Shadow?
Mainly it's Slug and Bees doing the majority of the heavy lifting if you look at it, and this time it was BotArmyEsports, and K9 might not have been prepared for the plus of BotArmyEsports because BotArmy usually go all the way towards the south and they were taking late rotation, so K9, but they were just caught off guard.
And look at this. We were talking about OG holding on to their second spot, but they have taken over. They are right at the tippity top, but still K9 breathing underneath them. And now Versatile. Before this, they were nowhere to be found, and suddenly take a huge leapfrogging way up at the third spot. BGMI Esports, a little bit of cohesiveness from their side as well. But looking at that 15th and 16th spot, I think we have a lot of eyeballs rolling there.
Land pressure. Though these two teams are the ones who are most accustomed to land, if not Godlike at least. iQOO Soul, we've seen them every other time, but it's always the audience that becomes the game changer. Fixes. I mentioned that Godlike at least is playing with a fifth man as well in the game, and that's the fifth one is basically the audience, but it always turns against you too sometimes. You mentioned to me about that, that's the experience talking. So I think so these two teams are struggling right now, but this game needs to be the one where they pick the things up.
Now, all of you folks watching us on the broadcast, don't forget to level up your career with DHL. Check out on the links given below and apply. But moving on ahead, folks, is going to be such an exciting affair in the games of Sanhok. Because, honestly speaking, Sanhok has always been a table turner. If there are some teams that are struggling, I'm talking about iQOO Soul, Revenant X-Park, surely, folks, they have to bounce back.
Yeah, they really need to bounce back. Revenant X-Park specifically, in a situation where they were, I think so they could have dragged in a few more eliminations for themselves, but the main problem with that team right now that I'm seeing is probably the lack of confidence. They haven't been looking very solid back in the challenge season as well. Fix is struggling for 1 point. It's always gonna hurt.
It feels like the spatial awareness of Revenant X-Park has somehow has been taken off, because Spray God being picked off like that, this is something that you must anticipate in such close circles, right? Now, moving on ahead, we've got a couple of other teams also that we need to touch upon. You know, I'm talking about the likes of, you know, Carnival Gaming this time. They have been going all out, all guns blazing. But a game of Sanhok, I believe they've got a drop location, drop clash on them. Do you think that's going to happen once again? But so much is going to happen next. But right now, folks, we'll be heading in for a short little break. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is not joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, XOX cutthroat code. Run it again,
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and
have definitely been wavy, but this time it's going to turn into a tsunami because welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Season 6 Challenge Finals. It's me, Skated, and alongside me we've got Necro and Fixes. And fun fact right now is, Necro, that it's going to be the map of Sanhok. And I remember that there was someone who gave out a pretty bold statement.
Listen, right now as well, I think K9 Esports is going to go for that drop clash on top of Temple, but it will be iQOO evading the tracks because they're not doing too hot in the overall standings.
For once, I agree with you, and no doubt, and we've even seen that in the league stages, right, where iQOO did back off, and eventually we saw them locking horns once again. It was K9 and iQOO, but iQOO, the tempo is definitely not there. They have been struggling massively, and to be honest, they look lost.
Yeah, they definitely look lost. But here's fun thing about that, Fix, is that even though you lose the tempo on day one, the standings are not that very high. You can basically make that full comeback with just one game, because that's what Versatile showed us.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to say, but let's be honest, already 3 games are done and dusted. This is going to be the 4th game, and that too on the map of Sanhok. We pretty much know if it's not going to be a Camp Alpha Circle, there's a big chance these guys might just not come out on top. iQOO, though, if it is going to be a Camp Alpha Circle, then there's a big chance they will be the one to come through victorious.
You know, then again, even if it's a Camp Alpha Circle, you've got Revenant X Park also to deal with. And at this point, K9 have always been the kryptonite for iQOO Soul. And at this point, iQOO Soul have to play a little bit defensive. But if the surprises by going all out, who knows?
It could be possible. We might possibly see all gung-ho, everyone just firing all of their weapons, because that's not the only drop clash, right? If I'm not wrong, even Carnival Gaming and BotArmyEsports, they normally go for their own collisions as well onto the map of Sanhok. So I maybe think that could also be a place where we might want to look at.
Sanhok is once again one of those maps that really brings in that aggression from the team, right? Considering the fact that the previous game was quite a slow one, let's be honest. For a while, we did not really see the fights happen, especially even in the early games. No one was ready to duke it out against each other, and that's the pressure setting in now. A lot of teams are not able to perform. Xtreme too, yeah, they got the chicken dinner, but they just had 15 points, and that's a major sign of concern, because now in the previous game, Xtreme were nowhere to be seen. They got no points. So still those 15 points, they've once again dissolved.
Absolutely, those things are dissolved, but there's one thing that can never be dissolved, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be the Snapdragon match prediction. Make sure you enter down and vote for your favorite team. Who do you think will secure the win, at least in the next game? And I've asked that from the audience, and I really want to ask that from you all as well, both of you. Necro, who do you think is getting the win in this one?
Listen, now my prediction, you know what, I will give it when the game starts. But
Hey,
right
yo.
now, I need to focus on what's happening on my screen. Look, the Godlike content creator, of course, taking selfies with the fans as well. And one thing is for sure, of course, we know it's the fan favorite team. So everyone's going to be super excited to at least get their selfies with the Godlike content creators. And this is currently a moment for the fans that they would love to cherish.
It's been ages since Hero Xtreme Godlike have been one of those usual suspects in those lands. That curse did get lifted off in Kochi, and now the festivities continue in Delhi. But we know we've got a mad, wild crowd coming in, and this is bound to happen. But has Godlike really responded back, and has it been reciprocated well enough? The answer so far has been no. Because even in that game of Miramar, Jonathan did clutch it out, but it came at a cost. He was the last player surviving, did save themselves from what could have been a huge disaster. But even right now, Hero Xtreme Godlike need to fix those leaks, need to find those plugs, because so many fans, at least 60 to 70% over here are Hero Xtreme Godlike supporters, and so far they have been disappointed.
One team, million hearts. That's what the
For
poster
sure.
said. And of course, fans always supporting Jonathan and the boys. Hero Xtreme Godlike, there's so many expectations on this team's back, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why they're not able to perform so far. But we still do not really see Simp back in action. I would love to see Simp in the playing four right now, because Hero Xtreme Godlike, yes, they're getting those few points here and they're able to squeeze the average, but is that really enough?
I don't think that's the ideal decision if you just remove Zap right now. That is going to be absolute soul-crushing for him as an athlete individually. I think Hero Xtreme Godlike need to go back and again, gauge things out. You still have 2 more days, and that is the point where maybe you could bring Sim back into the action. Look, man, Zap, he's graced the LAN after a long, long time. I believe it's his first audience LAN with Hero Xtreme Godlike. Surely the jitters are there, they're taking over.
I love the fact how at least Fixes is out here backing me out, because on the previous panel segment, I was entirely overruled by Necro and Shadow, who mentioned that they should not experiment at this stage. But boys, let's chill out on that.
The point is they've already done it, right? And now there's no going back. At least give Zap his games, at least let him play, and even if he messes up, I think he's going to live with that. But again, this decision comes in from the IGL himself. He must have thought it through. That's a bold move. It has backfired, could have also worked out, and the former has happened, and Hero Xtreme Godlike will have to make those improvisations, but has to be done tomorrow.
Exactly.
Is what I believe.
I mean, maybe they will make the roster changes once again tomorrow. Maybe we might just see Simp back in action in the upcoming games. Anything can happen. It's up to Punk, considering he's the IGL. But we've got a team on the screen that's currently struggling in the overall standings, and we never expected this team to sort of start things off on a slow note. That's iQOO Soul. iQOO Soul is one of those teams to hit those bangers off the rip, but still for some reason, instead, they're the one getting hit.
I agree, because this team has normally been in always that driving seat of the entire game. But here's one thing we've always known about Manya Fixes, and that is that this guy is the LAN performer. Every single time whenever his team is on the LAN, they have always performed, and I think so that's going to be the case right now. But since we're talking about the teams who always perform, OG are the ones who perform on day 1 and day 2, not the day 3.
Listen, man, that OG, that old curse, that was a different team altogether. But this OG 2025, they're definitely looking sharp. They have been performing really well in all the games that they've had to play. But you know, taking the conversation back towards iQOO Soul. Now, Necro, this is what I believe is what they're missing out on is those extra added options. Even if they have to bench someone out, bring another player, they do not have that luxury, whilst the other teams do. And this could really go, you know, against them, given the fact that if a player is not performing well, what do? You have to play the entire event with just the playing four that you have for yourself.
I mean, look, right now, considering the way they've been playing, they've got the set playing for. I don't think so many experiments needs to be there. I don't think so they need to switch anyone out. Right now, how they're looking is pretty okay. Let's be honest, it's just the day one. 3 games are done so far. 4th game is going to be on the way. And in that 4th game, anything can happen.
Absolutely. That 4th game is going to be crucial because it changes the momentum directly. But again, here's the situation, you know. I think so. If in case they do not make it in this one, that's when the entire day of iQOO Soul is going to be ruined up. And they'll have to focus on day 2 itself. And this map specifically is the one where they've got the drop clash. And fun fact, after this, we also have another off-map fixes. And that's going to be off Vikendi, which goes very slow and unconventional of what iQOO Soul likes to play.
Hey, look, iQOO Soul, enough talks about them. We need to focus on VXT right now. The comeback they pulled off in that previous game. Fixes, you think it's the same comeback story that happened last time? I mean, last time it was the comeback on the day 2, but VXT, they're already starting to do great things right now.
No, that's way too far. Let's talk about their first game in the challenge stage. It was that game of Sanhok, and if you remember, they dropped a 30 bomber. And that is where they absolutely bombarded everybody. So for Versatile, definitely looking sharp heading on into Sanhok's matches. And all those enabling key factors, I think now they're at peace. Now you've got Ispower, he's getting those clutches, Equinox, Raiden, all back to their own grooves. And if Versatile get another chicken dinner, I think they will be, again, those one hot favorites that we wanted them to be.
It's one of those points of a tournament that you cannot really expect the jitters anymore, especially from the experienced one. And it definitely does feel like VXT, they've shaken away those jitters of being the defending champion, having so much pressure upon themselves. Especially the previous game was a testament. It was an example of VXT, what they're capable of. And now moving on towards the map of Sanhok, one thing is for sure, we're going to expect an absolute domination from this team. They've got S-Power, they've got Raiden. What else do you want? These 2 players were one of the best players at a certain time. And right now as well, they are currently at the peak of their performance. You cannot really rule out a man like Equinox. Yeah, he's not really doing that great as compared to S-Power and Raiden, but still Equinox has had his history as well.
He is Equinox and he always performs on land, so he's got that entire baggage on the back of him as well, because people expect a lot from him. And it's not just from that one team. The expectations are super high from the members of Wyld Fangs themselves, who have not yet performed as well as we expected from them. And since we're talking about the teams who are struggling on that performance, if I'm not wrong, even Gujarat Tigers, we see them in the finish feed once or twice, but not for long time fixes.
Yeah, for Gujarat Tigers, they've been quite blessed with the circle. They get their zones, but it's their fights where we have been seeing them getting squandered and sometimes beaten, battered, bruised, and all of that has been going on. But for Gujarat Tigers, these are those off games where they always tend to come back, especially that game of Vikendi. We've seen they've got a very good track record in that match, but they need to also understand for a fact that we have got majority of the matches being played in Erangel and Miramar especially.
Exactly. Now look for GT. We do understand even they do pack a lot of punch. They've got the powerhouse as well underneath their banner. But Clutch God is the only experienced man who's got a lot of experience underneath his belt, while the rest 3 players, they're still, you can say, a bit of those rookies on the table. Yes, they have played the LAN in the past. They were the part of WSB, but now still underneath a complete different banner. The performance has been decent in the challenge season, but it needs to be on par if they want to perform in the grand finals.
No, honestly, Necro, I beg to differ a little bit, because when you talk about the previous ESL LAN, Clutch God was nowhere to be found whilst these 3 of the players had been playing. And of course, there has to be that little bit of a revamp that had to be done. And at this point, I feel like it's Clutch God feeling a lot of that heat, because honestly speaking, he's making a comeback onto the LAN stage after a long while. And whilst you're doing that, you need to shrug it off your shoulders and have a fresh new outlook. Because what we've seen from Gujarat Tigers, they have been nervy in those situations, in those fights where they should ideally come out winning.
I mean, look, for Clutch God, it's a whole different conversation to have, right? There's a lot of ways to look at things, especially Clutch God being the IGL. He's always someone who's going to have that pressure upon himself, especially on the LAN finals. It's expected. And as you mentioned, he's making the comeback after a really long time. But we cannot really forget the fact that he's been in these type of situations more than the rest three guys. He knows how to deal with those situations, and as an IGL, he needs to calm his teammates' nerves down as well. But let's just hope GT, maybe in this game of Sanhok, they can pull off those aggressive moves and make the comeback happen.
You're talking about the aggressive moves. GT need to pull that off, but there's another team that has been pulling it off constantly for at least the past 3 games, regardless of what the result has been, and that is Carnival Gaming that I'm talking about, Fixes. I know there's a smirk on your face.
You know, for Carnival Gaming, honestly speaking, they have been fantastic, but I really feel like they've also been their own demons. I can show you multiple instances where they can actually go on to win the fight and go out to win the game, but they somehow just go on for a friendly fire, maybe burn one of their teammates down, those nades coming through. We've seen that happen time in and time again, and this is it. This is what we were scared about. He is starting to doubt himself. This young lad, Zap, finally realizes he's got the spotlight on him. So a little bit of a smile, but I can see a lot of pain and anguish in his heart.
One thing is for sure, he's disappointed with the performance he's been able to showcase so far. And considering Zap knows as well, if he's not able to play today, if he's not able to ace the opportunity that he's got, there's a big chance tomorrow he might just be replaced by Simp. And Simp has always been a part of the main playing four for Hero Xtreme Godlike. And Hero Xtreme Godlike were able to squeeze out a lot of results, not just in this tournament, even in the past couple of tournaments.
And honestly speaking, when you talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike, this is as a team, the way they played in the challenge stages is a completely different story for what they're putting forth in the grand finals. They've changed their approach, they've changed their timings of entry, and this was one of those concerns that we did raise. You need to have a stable drop, and now they are looking so lost while trying to enter inside the zone. They're taking those fights, and they're taking multiple fights at the same time, and have been so clueless.
Yeah, but look, as you mentioned, right, they've been taking multiple fights at the same time. Now, taking multiple fights, it's completely fine, but you're supposed to do that when you've got good positioning and when you've got all your players alive. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, they do have decent positioning at times, but still they do not really have all the players on the board to go for those multiple fights. Now, at this point, Hero Xtreme Godlike, in my opinion, they need to play a little bit defensive. I do understand the fans do not really like that defensive Godlike, but hey, whatever it takes to get that trophy.
You've been talking about the things that you need to do to get that trophy, and another team that has been slowly and steadily moving up has definitely been Just Jelly. Godlike, yes, they've got an on and off performance, but I still trust that team. But Just Jelly is a team, specifically Jelly, who was one of the members of Godlike as well, the ex-IGL, now bringing in his own lads and performing so good that he's made it to the LAN, and he's been doing good fixes.
Yeah, so far so good. Let's not curse it. He's still got that Chokers tag on him. He's got his parents, and maybe that could be that little case of Lady Luck that he's been wanting. But seems like our players are already coiled up and ready. Seems like the Rainforest actions are going to begin.
Rainforest is out there and booting on your screen. Boys, I know you're excited. I don't have a favorite team, but a favorite pair on the desk, and that's Necro and Fixes for you.
Exactly, the game of Sanhok boots up on the screen as the plane's gonna hit the skies once again. And the plane flap pad starting all the way from the bottom side of the map, from the southern side towards the Camp Alpha Island. Now this is gonna be a great plane flap pad, especially if you're iQOO Soul and a K9 Esports Drop Clash fan, which of course we are. I would love to see that Drop Clash on top of Temple, but as I mentioned, considering iQOO Soul is not really doing that great, there's a big chance they might just avoid that Drop Clash. And for K9 Esports, in my opinion, they should go for it because they've already got the stars aligned, and if they do manage to take down iQOO Soul, this can also be a great feat to achieve.
You know, look at this. Ruins area. We've got two teams dropping down. Carnival Gaming and BotArmyEsports. And seems like BotArmyEsports are really bringing the heat. Carnival Gaming have been exceptional so far. BotArmyEsports, they have been having their jitters, but even iQOO Soul, they do not also resign back from a fight. So a lot of fights going on, and Goblin, Scary Jord, everybody taken down. You've got those trades going on. This is what we love about Sanhok.
Exactly, chaos off the rip, and that's what we like to see on the map of Sanhok. Two clashes happening at the same time, CG versus BotArmyEsports, and iQOO Soul versus K9. And one thing is for sure, in that fight between iQOO Soul and K9 Esports, the trades do happen back and forth. I do see a few players getting shanked and macheted to death, while over here CG, as they face off against BotArmyEsports, they've lost out on 2 players. Well, 1 player has now been recovered successfully, so that's a great thing. But for BotArmyEsports, they've got all their pieces on the board, and they can try and rely on those for a long time.
I'm loving this from BotArmyEsports. Despite all the atrocities, still not deciding to head back, rather deciding to take the fight heads on. This is going to instill a lot of confidence, but for K9 and iQOO Soul, seems like there's not going to be any winner out of that fight, given the fact that both of them have really lost their momentum. And the first day has always been about building that one up. But as things are, Carnival Gaming still hunker down on towards that Ruins position, while BotArmyEsports, they're starting to take over.
This has happened once in the past, Fixes, and I'm talking about the K9 and iQOO Soul fight. Revan Hicks Park, they came in with the third party, and they're here to claim a few points away for themselves. Two teams, let them duke it out. We're just over here to squeeze points away. That's what Revan Hicks Park wants to do, be the cheeky ones. But hold on, someone was trying to be cheeky, but that did not work out, unfortunately for BotArmyEsports. Now the pieces are once again starting to fall apart. It's not looking that smooth, and eventually even the last nail's going to be in the coffin. CG, what a great wipe that was, but the damage is already done. CG's down 2 players. It's not looking that great.
And look at this. Just to make matters worse, you've got the Hounds on the prowl. iQOO, Revenant X Park. It's going to be interesting to see at this point. iQOO Soul on one side, Revenant X Park on the other. Shadow relaying all that important information. It seems like they might get surrounded. Ronnie already down on his knees, and there you go. Manya bids his adieu. And iQOO Soul once again smacked back. I really do not like the decision making coming in from their side.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the same resounding emotions would be from your side as well.
Yeah, I mentioned this too. I mentioned this before the game even started. K9 Esports is going to go for that clash because they've already got a lot of points on the board. While iQOO Soul is completely on the opposite side of the spectrum, they do not have a lot of points to redeem themselves right now. But instead, iQOO Soul were too stubborn, and they still went for that drop clash. And that's why iQOO Soul right now getting third party by Revan Hicks Park and eliminated from this game. Let's have a look at the replay and see how exactly that fight unfolded. Revan Hicks Park heard a lot of shots at the top of the temple. They knew that this fight's been going on for ages at this point. So let's be the one to take the advantage. Able to squeeze those 2 points away without any sort of casualty upon themselves. That's a win-win situation.
A lot of agony at this point, iQOO Soul. Certainly not what they had been expecting, given the fact that the stakes are so high. They were supposed to be off to a blistering start. It's all the opposite, but for now, Metal Esports, they're off to a great start, and even right now, in a really good position. Placed at the 4th spot, and they've got Wingod in front of them to deal with. At this point, we're at such a junction where any team getting a chicken dinner in this one, getting 10 points, could instantly propel themselves up in the top 4 or top 5. But so far, the circle quite inclined towards the North Necro, and look at it, 50% of it already submerged in water. And GDR and GT, they've got really good positions to hold on to.
Exactly. This game with Sanhok has been going great. But Fixes, we also need to be grateful to our sponsors for making this event come true and come to life. Before we continue, let's give a huge thanks to Snapdragon India for bringing the global community of mobile gaming together. Get access to more exclusive events and competition, and stay up to date on Snapdragon's latest technology by signing up to be a Snapdragon Insider today. And stay up to date by following Snapdragon India and Instagram on X.
You know, coming back to business at this point, a little bit of an eerie silence has taken over, which brings this thought on my mind, Necro. Are we going to witness those healing battles? I mean, it's LAN, and you would absolutely hate that, but seems like Metal Esports find themselves in a little bit of a predicament over here. Sarvit trying to get the lay of the land, trying to gauge the situation over here. Now he knows for sure. There are a couple of outliers. Gujarat Tigers were the ones did give them a little bit of a smacking over there. But Equinox falling prey to Seth. Again, alarming signs for Versatile.
Indeed alarming. CG on the screen as well. And for God's Reen, looking at the scenario, how it's panning out so far, Metal Esports is always one of those teams that's been playing super defensive. And for Middle Esports, this defensive playstyle's not been working out so far. They've been taking a lot of damage upon themselves. Yeah, able to squeeze a few elimination points away from that stance, but still it's not too rewarding. And hold on to that thought, Middle Esports, they do swing into the action, but unfortunately they've already taken too much damage upon themselves, and God's Reen, they're playing it to perfection. They're playing for their traits, and it's great. As soon as one player gets knocked out, the second player swings to the man, and he strikes him down, and now Middle Esports, once again, just down to the glimmer of hope they have.
Now, God's Reign so far, they've had their good games and their bad. Especially Erangel has been horrendous. But even heading onto it, Sanhok, they've got such a beautiful zone at this point. Must be wishing if they had Ninja alive. Could have been another chicken dinner in the bag for them. Still could get it though. But now they're starting to get surrounded. You've got Gujarat Tigers constantly trying to poke them out. You've also got Legit. Would be sneaky. Maybe try to steal a couple of finishes here and there. But look at this. Just around Paradise Resort, we've got WinGod, we've got Orangutan and Hero Xtreme Godlike. But OG, they've been such a breath of fresh air tonight. The way they have stepped up every single game, getting those average points, sitting at the Tibeti top. And if they can continue this momentum, Necro, and touch wood they do, I finally feel like their curse shall be lifted.
Still though, all speculations and all hopes.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of hopes are already shattered in the challenge season, my friend. Hopefully, for OG, their hopes won't be shattered right now. So close, but so far. WinGod Esports on the screen, and OG taking the aggressive stance. And unfortunately, LeBron, he finds the opener. OG's on the bad note. And OG's already dropped down 2 players, but WinGod Esports, what a setup this was. A spring trap that unfolds in a bad note for OG, but even OG, they slowly and steadily start to make a comeback in the fight. This grip has to be daunting. WinGod Esports now slowly and steadily starting to stumble, but there's a third party as well that's approaching. And that's Hero Xtreme Godlike at the top. This third party from Godlike can be reporting, but Infinity through the smoke. He fights another strike against another man of OG. And now OG's down to just that last man, but is not going to be able to survive for too long, considering he will be taken down by the player of Godlike. And Godlike over here like vultures to claim the remaining points in this compound. WinGod Esports, too many troubles at the same time. Can they deal with the remaining squad of Hero Xtreme Godlike, considering they've just got 2 players standing?
2-on-4 situation, and this time Hero Xtreme Godlike want to see it down to the end. Sile OP, he's been snuffed out, his position compromised. Right in front of him is Admino, relaying all that information. And now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they really need to act fast, because around the vicinity we do have the Wyld Fangs lurking around as well. For Hero Xtreme Godlike, I do not like this hesitation. Slowly but surely they are creeping through, but so are the players of Wyld Fangs.
Indeed, everyone wants to be the opportunistic one. Wyld Fangs is in the close proximity, but Wyld Fangs is not someone that would like to go aggressive. But hold on, Hero Xtreme Godlike finally breaking the silence and breaking that ice. They've got the opener against WinGod, and now WinGod is just down to that one last man standing. But unfortunately, Jonathan as well drops down. And here comes the third party from Wyld Fangs, finally being the opportunistic one. Wyld Fangs has been playing pretty passive so far, but finally they decide to break the silence as well. Third party in this entire compound, Hero Xtreme Godlike now to over on the receiving end of things. And there we go, the confirmation follows up. Dre Scott, as usual, he's the one to lead the pack once again, and he's the one to find the opener as well. Wyld Fangs, the rest of the squad, they need to gather up and back this man up.
Ooh, look at this. Just on the precipice of being thwarted off. Even Trey Scott gets shot from behind, and Zap, he gets his glorious moment. Punk, as he gets quickly traded off. Hero Xtreme Godlike again have to resort back to Zap and Jonathan. And now Safe, gauging him out, already has his position compromised as Wyld Fangs. They are being answered back. Mistakes from both the departments, and now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got another lifeline. Safe knows exactly where Jonathan is. And Jonathan readjusting himself in that situation. Amidst all that chaos, Infinity is still breathing.
Yeah, just quite. This man is probably sweating. He knows how many fights are going around, but what
Just
just
Jelly.
happened? Just Jelly, even they step in the middle of this action. Third parties after third parties, even Just Jelly, they get their hands dirty in this.
I like it.
Everyone wants the opportunity. Everyone wants to steal the elimination points away. But now Infinity's the only man, the lonesome survivor in this compound. Wyld Fangs could have fallen prey to Hero Xtreme Godlike, but unfortunately, Hero Xtreme Godlike getting third party by Just Jelly like that in the end. It was quite unfortunate. And CG2 trying to pull off some weird shenanigans, some stubborn moves, and CG will be dealt with by Godlike. Fixes out of nowhere, this burst of action. I'm loving it.
We're loving this, and this is something that we expected out of a game in Sanhok, right? All those rivalries we'd been talking about, they finally come into play. They talk about those drop clashes. We did get to witness that. I do not know if all these teams are playing down to their egos, but surely enough, some have cruised through, some have received the brunt of it. And at this point, as things stand, when you take a look at the circle, God's Reign still quite stoic, still quite composed, with 3 of their men alive as Wyld Fangs inch in a little bit closer. Seth, again, he's trying to scout around, maybe find themselves in concrete covers, but Reckoning really haven't got enough chances to talk about them. Now sitting at the 9th spot, but still not really far behind. Get a chicken dinner and could find themselves at the very top.
Not even a chicken dinner. They just need to stick with the average. 8 points per game in Reckoning Esports as well. They will be in the race at the end of the day. But if they want to be at the top, right next to OG, then Reckoning Esports will also need a lot of points. Of course, the lonesome survivors always doing anything it takes to survive. Legit on top of the door. This is honestly one of those positions that no one's really going to expect. Legit can definitely catch a few players off guard if he gets the opportunity to do so. But I mean, looking at that replay, looking at that blunder from CG, I understand that CG wants to be the stubborn one in this lobby. They want to be aggressive. They want to take as many fights as possible. But CG sometimes just blindly rushing his wall cannot really do the job.
I think they've got their work cut out. Surely they're getting a lot of finishes. Surely as mere spectators, we love that. But at the same time, position points is where they are completely found missing. And when you talk about atrocities, when was the last time you saw Revenant X-Park swimming their way inside the circle? And this could be such a massive debacle if Gujarat Tigers get the right read. And seems like they have Shadow being spotted out. Arman, no problem for him as Revenant X-Park. Their misery continues.
Beautiful strike. What just happened to Revenant X-Park, and why are they rooting for the waterways? A big question in my mind. Revenant X-Park after third-partying iQOO Soul like that, they make such a massive blunder. The players in the water lines taking a lot of that damage upon themselves by the blue, and there's also GT camping them off now. And considering GT, they've already tasted the blood, they might just start to smell the scent of Revenant X-Park. And there we go. That's exactly what's happening. Xerath knows the position of the remaining players as well, as he's going to start to toss out a few more utilities. But ClutchGod, he's got a problem of his own. He's dealing with the players of God's-Reign, but ClutchGod, I guess, is just teasing them just to make sure that God's-Reign cannot really third-party this entire moment that's happening with GT.
At this point, even for Gujarat Tigers, look at this. The circle has shifted away from them. And they have got to inject themselves inside the zone. Now, God's-Reign definitely the gatekeepers. And to make matters worse, they're aware where ClutchGod is. Whilst versatile, they were trying to get inside the circle, and suddenly they had to duke it out against the players of Wyld Fangs. And now even for Wyld Fangs, we know we've got a lot of complaints about that game in Sanhok, but surely they're looking quite good so far. 4 finishes collected already, and versatile, they're starting to lose steam once again.
They indeed are. Hold on to that thought. GT spotting out the players of GDR, make that rotation. God's-Reign, for some reason, leaving this compound, which was supposed to be pretty strong in my opinion. They still decided to take their exit from this and instead hold this one. There's Legit available in the houses. And Legit, has he given his position away? That's my question. Delta PG and his teammate in the front lines, and for God's-Reign as well, they do not really have the maximum amount of numbers available to try and hold this compound down, and legit once again pulling off his weird shenanigans, staying on top of that door. I mean, it is definitely one of those unexpected. Yeah, it's unexpected. And he can definitely get a few finishes if someone decides to charge in that house. No one's going to be checking on top of the door. Let's be honest. They can check behind the door, but not on top of the door.
This last place you're going to check in. Seems like legit pulling off those antiques. If it does work out, if it does go in his favor, that would be one for the highlight reels. But a couple of moments earlier, did see Clutch God hurting Xtreme once again. And this time, he's managed to come out swinging with a finish of his own. Now, again, this brings us back to the same old conversation, Necro. It was game 1, and then that is where they were having a lot of those problems. But look at this, Reckoning, they're also on the hunt against the players of Red Ross and R2. He's been taking quite some beating there. But look at the spread coming out of Reckoning. Quite well spread apart, and this could cause a lot of concern.
Reckoning are the one getting hunted, Fixes. They've lost out on one player completely. Unfortunate. Reckoning Esports just walking into a complete unknown territory and getting caught off guard by the spring trap of Red Ross. This one's quite deadly. Wyld Fangs as well, somewhere down line. Red Ross have heard those vehicles, so they know there's someone in that vicinity as well. But look at the next zone shift. It's going to favor the players of Wyld Fangs, Godlike, and Metal Esports. Wyld Fangs can easily make it to the safety lines. It's not going to be a concern at all. But as soon as a few more teams decide to breach in, that's when the real concerns will ignite.
I think the real troublemakers could be the players of Red Ross. If Wyld Fangs do not find some good covers, some good rocks to hide around, and if they did not watch their 6, Red Ross could be quite a menace to deal with. And this is the point I was talking about. Had Xtreme gotten their numbers intact, there was no reason to move out of that compound. They still had the circle to themselves. They lost out on one of the other players. With 3, they could have still managed to get another chicken dinner. But look at this. Slowly but surely slithering through other players of Wyld Fangs. And the question on my mind is, are Gujarat Tigers aware of this little intervention? Are they aware that Wyld Fangs do have them under their watch? Zeref, though, he's got a beautiful flank angle to play with.
Yeah, he indeed does. I wouldn't exactly call that a flank angle, but
he's got a nice cover.
He's
still out of the zone,
separated from the pack. But focusing on what's happening right now on the screen, Red Ross on the struggling side of the spectrum, and out of nowhere, you blink it and you miss it. Red Ross has already lost out on a few key pieces. This game looking pretty tough for Red Ross, but in the overall standings, Red Ross is not doing too bad in the top 6. So it's all good in the hood for them for now. As long as they've got a few more players standing, they can definitely try and squeeze in as many points as possible. But GT, they lock horns against Wyld Fangs. Wyld Fangs, pretty much the ones to wipe out Hero Xtreme Godlike until that last man, Jonathan, got taken down by Just Jelly. But still GT, now here to take down the players of Wyld Fangs. Seth there up close and personal, but does Clutch God know? Now he definitely knows. He's heard the slithering snake, and there goes the first engagement. Seth is going to be the one to get that engagement on his favor, but unfortunately not able to survive for too long. And now Wyld Fangs is taken down to just a 2-man squad. GT, they constantly want to press upon the charge, pressure a bit more. But Wyld Fangs, they just do not really have enough man number to try and back themselves up, considering it's just down to Trey Scott. The one last glimmer of hope standing. Trey Scott has managed to acquire 3 finishes so far, and he's been the one to heavy lift this team every single time. Can he clutch it out this time? That's my question.
You know, it just gets harder at this point, given the fact that all the members of Gujarat Tigers starting to reunite. And even we had the final player of Red Ross almost closing in through. But talking about that circle shift, it is atrocious. And look at this, Gujarat Tigers. Seems like they're conjuring something new, something really beautiful. Some nice antiques to still keep Arman alive and breathing, as Justin, he's been pressed upon by Legit. Or it could be the other way around, devoid of the fact that Legit's still breathing somehow. But Justin does come out swinging. That could have been a jump scare. As Xtreme, the numbers did dwindle down, but still have 6 finishes to speak of. But now when you talk about the favorites, Josh Jelly, they've got a beautiful circle, so do the players of Reckoning. And let's not forget, Gujarat Tigers have been quite phenomenal as well.
Just Jelly's got a lot of that wriggle room to play with. There's no one on their side of the circle, and that's a great thing, as Just Jelly can try to take the advantage of that, and that's what they exactly try to do. But unfortunately, even they're catching a lot of hurt upon themselves, which is not a great thing. Just Jelly within that span of second. They've lost out on Jelly himself. And that was quite a rough one. A rough patch for the boys. But one team that is playing this one super confidently, that's going to be GT. And they've also got all the pieces on the board fixes. You already know whose game this about to be.
The only thing missing is the circle. That is something Just Jelly have to themselves. At this point, Gujarat Tigers, I hope they've got their vehicles, but Red Ross, Phoenix, of course, does have those 7 first aids to work around with. And maybe could throw a wrench into the works of any given team at this point. But for Gujarat Tigers, I think the task is pretty much laid out. If they get inside the circle unscathed, this chicken dinner is theirs. But Kyola Mao, man, is still alive.
The zone starts to move, and now the clock is ticking, and so the breath of Justin. Can he survive? He's got a few first dates to work with, and he's going to keep on patching himself up. He just wants to secure that second spot for his team. But can he really squeeze that one in? That's my question. Just Jelly, the last 2 remaining players still surviving, Sam and Kyola himself. And as the players of GT, they move out in the open. They've got that cover fire to play with. And eventually, Just Jelly won't be eliminated from this game. We saw this chicken dinner coming a mile away. And Gujarat Tigers, the confidence they've showcased on this map of Sanhok, it speaks volumes about their upcoming performance. GT, they've got the momentum, they've got the swing of things in their court, and all they need to do is just keep on moving with the same swing, with the same momentum. The wind is in their sails as Justin is at least trying to scrape a few points away, maybe, but instead Justin is the one to fall prey. Gujarat Tigers, what a remarkable chicken dinner this is.
It indeed was a phenomenal one for this team, and it was much needed as well, because they were struggling, but guess what, Fixes? If in one game Versatile can perform, then in the next one, Gujarat Tigers will hunt like the Tigers of India.
And to be honest, what made things more beautiful was they had things going against them. But despite that, they did not, take that pressure. They did not, did not panic in those situations where ideally a lot of teams did. And that makes them different. Especially going after the players of Godstrain eventually at the start when they were gatekeeping that circle to taking all those fights. They wiped out that entire eastern vicinity. Again, they did not have the favor of the circle towards the end. Took down 2 players of Just Jelly and somehow carved this chicken dinner for them. And at this point, this was a big one, right? At least 12 to 13 finishes collected. And I feel like GT might find themselves in the top 3 after this.
Of course, they will find themselves in a really great spot in the overall standings. But Godstrain too, a really good performance from that previous game. Were able to place themselves on a decent spot, at least able to get a few placement points on their name. Yes, they had a decent amount of elimination points as well. So that's going to be the consistent average they were looking for. But let's move on towards the final few moments of the game, right? Because this is what matters the most. GT, after taking down one of the players of Just Jelly, we pretty much knew what the course of action is going to look like, considering Just Jelly was down to just 2 players. And considering GT also had more players available on the field, all they did was, yes, you guys move on forward. We'll be the one to provide you guys cover from the back. And just like that, GT easily came through on top.
They've been stepping up big time, but it's not just about GT themselves, right? They definitely needed to step up, but even Just Jelly have been showing that consistent performance. OG for the first 3 were consistent. We saw them in the first place. Just Jelly have always seen themselves in at least those 2nd places or 3rd places, but I think so it's absolutely fine. However, those eliminations might hurt them.
At this point, things have opened up once again. Godstrain, I still feel like this game could have been theirs. They should have been the ones walking out with a chicken dinner. And these are those games where you need to get the conversions. You cannot lose out on Ninja Jord right from the very beginning. You cannot lose out on Destro like that. Yes, Justin did become their hero towards the end. Pulled off that 2nd position. Decent finishes to work with. But now considering OG messed up in this one, certainly that momentum has been lifted. All of those top 3 teams did not perform well. Whilst the ones lurking around the middle pecking order, they will be propelling up.
Yeah, indeed they will be. But the man who's propelled up right now is definitely the MVP of this game from Gujarat Tigers, Gods. 5 finishes, Necro, 9% map impact, and 42% finish contribution.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, Gujarat Tigers, as I mentioned, they're the powerhouses, right? They've got a lot of that firepower to work with. The ex-teammates of WSP, and we know that banner was known for their firepower. So it makes a lot of sense. Now, drive by a complete different man, Clutch God. It makes a lot of sense why they're able to showcase so many results, and it's also on a positive factor. I'm loving the fact that everyone on this team is also starting to get the recognition they deserve, and they're actually able to play pretty good as well. On day 1, if you're able to secure a chicken dinner, that's a great start.
And you know what makes it more special is this is a team that came in through the open finals. They went through the gauntlet, fought against the best of so many other teams. In fact, they had to fight through the entire process, got themselves inside the grand finals, and lo and behold, here they are making their mark.
They needed to make their mark, right? Because quite a few questions were being asked. Even we ourselves asked the same question. Will Clutch be able to perform? But man, oh man, what they did in this game is phenomenal.
Now, let's have a look at the match rankings, and at the same time, I want to speak something important, right? We saw a team pull off quite a questionable move, which was Revenant X-Spark in the water lines, swimming towards the main island. What just happened there? Why was Revenant X-Spark going for moves like those?
Honestly speaking, we did see Red Ross dropping down on Hatin. What Revenant X-Spark did otherwise is they went hunting down for iQOO Soul. The moment they got those finishes, their own drop location was taken away from them. And then we saw the circle shifting away. And that is where I think they wanted to get some loot done that completely dismantled their timings to get inside the circle. We're kind of out of options, and that is where, you know, they got spotted out, and this was inevitable.
I sort of agree with you on certain points, but I think so the main reason was they were just not really able to get their hands on the vehicles. As you mentioned, their drop location was taken away by someone else, so even the vehicles around that vicinity was taken by that team. Even towards Camp Alpha, we did see someone else drop, which was, I think so, K9 Esports, the remaining players, they got their hands on the vehicle as well, so even vehicles on that vicinity were taken away. So I guess Revenant X-Spark in the end, the only thing they could really do was just walk their way in the circle, and then they were trying to swim, and of course on the other side was a team waiting to welcome them.
You know, honestly speaking, in a circle like that, I would highly not recommend to use a vehicle, because we know you have to cross over the bridge. You're going to draw a lot of unwanted attention, especially GDR were there, Red Ross was there, even GT was there. So taking that vehicle, I think that would be quite risky. I think they wanted to go for a safer approach. But what went wrong was Shadow revealed himself. Just at the moment when one of the players was turning back, they saw Shadow. Had that not happened, maybe Revenant X-Spark could have gone in for a sneak attack, but things didn't work out for them.
That was never supposed to happen, man. I mean, Shadow, I do understand what you're saying. Yeah, maybe they could have got the sneak attack done, but as a pro player, considering you've already heard gunshots around that vicinity, you were supposed to know that maybe there's someone camping the edge lines as well. It's not the first time this sort of a play's happened. So many times in the past, a lot of teams have been caught off guard with that same play this team tried to pull off. So of course, you should have watched and learned. But you know what? Let's just ignore and let's move on towards the match rankings, considering this is what that matters the most. GT getting 22 points. You've also got Godlike getting 13 points. Red Ross as well getting 9 points. I mean, consistency on the board. Wyld Fangs finally showcasing some signs of life.
Yeah, they had 6 finishes for themselves, so definitely moving up in those rankings a bit. Reckoning, Middle Esports, Wind God, Carnival, they were on the struggling end as well. We saw that during the fight between BotArmyEsports as well as Carnival Gaming. But over towards the end now is where we see some constant names we've seen through the entire evening. Revenant X-Spark, iQOO Soul, Versatile had one good game fixes, but now they're back on the receiving end once again.
For Versatile Esports, it feels like they were trying to rotate pretty late inside the circle, and that is where Red Ross was so well positioned that they somehow hindered their entry inside the zone. And this is something that maybe Versatile did not see coming, and this is enough to kind of let that steam lose out, because at this point coming up next would be the game of Vikendi, a game that where I have Gujarat Tigers as my favorites. Versatile, we've seen they've had good days in Vikendi. If they can get the chicken dinner back, they will have that momentum shifting once again. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, iQOO Soul, definitely two of the biggest teams. They haven't shown up tonight.
We've been speaking a lot about numbers, and let's move on towards the overall standings. GT currently at the top after that banger of a performance. One thing is for sure, GT is going to be super happy once they look at the overall standings themselves. OG on the second spot with 33 points. K9 Esports pretty much on the same terrain as well. You've got Godlike 28 points acquired. Godlike is slowly and steadily as well, sort of ranking up themselves in the overall standings, which is a great thing. Now, of course, the top 8 is something that we expected, but as we flip the table, we see an unexpected name over here, and that's going to be Carnival Gaming. They've just got one placement point, by the way.
Well,
Wyld Fangs. Same goes with them.
right, cool. One placement point, it's fine. We're going to make sure we eliminate all the other teams out there. But at least they've got those eliminations for themselves. But man, oh man, I still can't really wrap my head around the fact that we are seeing so many big names struggling out there on the end. But one team that has performed really well and out of the expectations has been Red Ross.
Red Ross is definitely someone that we did not really expect to perform so well, but considering we've seen them perform once in the official tournament as well, and they were doing pretty good for themselves. So I guess Red Ross, for them, this land is sort of like the redemption arc they're looking for. Yeah, the official was missed out, but they would definitely love to perform pretty well on this Snapdragon Pro Series land.
The only concern with Red Ross, yes, sure, they've got a great start. The same case was during the start of the challenge stages as well. But eventually, as the tournament goes on, this is where, you know, the nerves take over. And that is where their true test with Destiny lies. If they can somehow stay around that 5th or 6th position by the end of day 2, I think they might punch above the belt. I think they can go for the trophy.
That's a big thing though, but I really like that because I wanted at least one of the underdog teams to perform. We are seeing Red Ross. Yeah, we're seeing Red Ross performing. We saw Gujarat Tigers perform as well. It's time that BotArmyEsports probably step up their game because we see them a lot, but not on the successful end.
BotArmyEsports' first 2 games, they were quite the naughty ones, right? Chasing down Wyld
They
Fangs.
have 0 position points.
Yeah, they were just chasing down Wyld Fangs and trying to aim for the elimination points, and not having any sort of placement points is now hindering them in the overall standings. But let's move on to a short break right now. We'll be right back.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
ना मोगो से ना गॉड, अब मैं गॉड से हूँ। ऐसा करना है, ठीक है?
मेरे को बोलना है?
हाँ।
नहीं, मैं तो नहीं बोल रहा ये, आप बोल रहे हो। So hey guys, I'm Ninja Jod from Gods and Esports. मेरा रोल है एंट्री फ्रैगर एंड अभी फिलहाल हम क्वालिफाई होके फाइनल तक आए हैं। ये ईयर के अंदर बहुत सारे ऑर्ग्स में गया हूँ मैं, बट ऐसा नहीं कि अभी गॉड्स में आने के बाद मैं आगे कहाँ जाऊँगा। ठीक है, मतलब इन हर एक इंसान से एक ना एक टाइम पे कुछ ना कुछ गलती होती है।
आपसे
तो
4 हो गई।
हर चीज़ में मेरी थोड़ी ना गलती होती है, बट बस यही बोलूँगा कि अभी तो मैं गॉड्स एंड हूँ एंड ये सब भाई जैसे कि मैं इनके साथ बहुत टाइम पहले से ही हूँ, तो अभी तो सब कुछ बढ़िया चल रहा है एंड धीरे धीरे और अच्छा होगा। तो लेट्स सी, देखते क्या होता है। ये तो नहीं बोलूँगा कि मतलब लेट्स सी ऐसा नहीं है कि आगे जाके कोई छोड़ रहा हूँ, अभी तो इनके साथ ही रहूँगा क्योंकि अभी सोच लिया है कि मतलब जब इन्होंने मेरे को मेरे बुरे टाइम पे साथ दिया है तो मैं भी इनको इनके बुरा टाइम हो या अच्छा टाइम हो हर टाइम साथ दूँ। और इनके साथ मेरा पहला बड़ा इवेंट है, तो मेरे को भी पता है कि लाइक चैलेंज सीजन में मैं इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाया हूँ, बट ये तो नहीं बोलूँगा कि मैं खेलना भूल गया हूँ या मैं कुछ एक्सक्यूज़ दे रहा हूँ या मेरे से हो नहीं रहा। बट मैं ये मानता हूँ कि स्टार्टिंग से कि अगर कोई बंदा, जैसे कि मैं पहले MVP बन रहा था, अच्छा मारा था, अगर मैं इधर जाके फिर नीचे आके फिर ऊपर ना उठ पाऊँ तो मैं अपने आप को प्लेयर नहीं मानता। बट हाँ, मैं टीम को सपोर्ट कर पा रहा हूँ, उससे एटलीस्ट मैं ना मार पाऊँ, बट मेरे अगर टीममेट अच्छा कर रहे हो उसे तो मैं उसमें खुश हूँ। मैंने मेरे माइंड में ऐसा बैठा लिया कि जब टाइम पे लिखा होता है कुछ मिलना है तो वो एक टाइम पे जाके मिलता है। बाकी मेरी मेहनत चल रही है और मेरे को भगवान जी पे भरोसा है, एक ना एक दिन में मेरा हो ही जाएगा। ऐसा है कि मेरा RNT एक से कुछ मतलब ऐसा खफा नहीं है या कुछ झगड़ा कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है। शायद वो मेरी एक गलती रही होगी कि वो लाइक मैंने डिसीजन ले लिया था, बट ठीक है, अब कुछ कर नहीं सकते। मैं खुश हूँ कि वो लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं एंड मैं भी ये चीज़ पे भी खुश हूँ कि मैं आगे वो अभी अच्छा कर रहा हूँ, धीरे धीरे और अच्छा करूँगा। सब कुछ बढ़िया था उधर, हम BGS जीते थे एंड मैं BGS में लाइक टॉप फ्रैगर्स में भी था। बट एक ना एक टाइम में मेरा स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा था कि लाइक गॉडसन के टाइम से एक बार मेरे को लाइक मान्या के साथ खेलना है एंड सोल को ये लाइक सोल के अंडर खेलना है। तो वो एक टाइम में दिमाग में आ गया कि इतने टाइम से हो रहा है मेरा ट्राई, तो एक बार बातचीत कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि उधर से भी बात हुआ था एंड मेरे इधर से भी बात हुआ था, तो मैंने डिसीजन ले लिया था। बट शायद एक ना एक टाइम पे मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि बहुत जल्दी मैंने डिसीजन ले लिया, बट ठीक है, अब जब हो गया है तो सो हो गया है, अब उसको चेंज तो नहीं कर सकता मैं बस ये चाहूँगा कि जो भी दोनों मेरे पास टीम से सोल एंड टेक्स ये हमेशा अच्छा करे एंड आगे वो अच्छे से बढ़े। शैडो के साथ मैं ऑफिशियल जीता हूँ एंड जैसे कि क्वेश्चन में ये कि शैडो या डेस्ट्रो बेटर है, तो मैं तो ये बोलूँगा कि शैडो अपनी जगह पे बेस्ट है क्योंकि उसने अपना प्रूव किया। बट अभी मैं डेस्ट्रो के साथ हूँ तो मेरे को पता है डेस्ट्रो का एक्सपीरियंस क्या है, उसने इतने सारे ऑफिशियल जीत चुके हैं और मैं उसके साथ बहुत टाइम से लाइक दोस्त है हम, तो मेरे को पता है कि वो कैसे खिलाता है, क्या करता है एंड बाकी उस पर तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रस्ट करता हूँ कि इस बार भी वो कुछ ना कुछ करेगा, अपना दिमाग लगाएगा एंड ट्रॉफी आएगी वापस। जितने भी मेरे फैंस हैं, थैंक यू सो मच, मतलब वापस आ रहा हूँ और अच्छा परफॉर्म करूँगा और मेहनत चल रही है एंड थैंक यू सो मच इतना सपोर्ट करने के लिए। एंड हेटर्स के लिए भी एक बात, उनको भी दिखाना है कि मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ एंड वो तो उन लोगों को अच्छे से पता है, जब मैं करने पाता तो क्या हो जाता है।
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Alright, we're back once again as already we're done with 4 games, and next up it's going to be a little chilly, so I hope you've got your blankets up. It is going to be the frozen tundras of Vikendi. I'm joined along with Shadow and Scared Yet once again, and the man in front of us, Jonathan, he certainly has showed up in terms of how he's been getting his finishes, but a team as a whole, they've been found missing.
Yeah, they've been missing their mark, not just by a bit, but by a lot. All the way down on the 15th spot into the leaderboards, still not being able to find their fittings. And I think so it's not just on one person. Fixes, I think so it's taking a toll on Zap himself.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Zap, but at this point, I hope you guys get in your Snapdragon match prediction, and all you gotta do is cast your votes on the Twitch chat, and also do let us know who your favorite team is going to be in the next game, who has the highest chances. Now, we did talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike, and we have been rambling about them. Let's talk about other teams a little bit, because at this point, you know, Reckoning, they have also been sneaking through the shadows. They've been doing quite well, but at the same time, you know, we have been doing quite well. So, of course, you've got any feedbacks, do let us know. All you gotta do is scan the QR code and tell us how your experience so far has been in this entire tournament. So, back to the conversation, Shadow. Talk to me through about how Reckoning have been throughout the day.
I think Reckoning have been doing really good, because if you look at the performance, especially the points which they have accumulated in every single game, they're getting those average 4 to 5 points and sometimes even 9 points. So I think Reckoning is on the right track. Instead of facing any sort of a dip or a inconsistency, I think Reckoning is being really consistent by getting those average points.
Indeed, they have been, but right now the consistency is the key for the teams who have been inconsistent, as it's going to be the frozen tundras, which has been mentioned as the bird hits the sky again. This time, the second last time for the entire evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're all the way starting from Drobro Mesto towards Peshkova. A pretty northern tilted plane fly path, so the teams who would want to drop in over towards the south, maybe towards the winery, towards Miramar, or also towards the hot springs, they're going to have a bit of trouble out there, Shadow, but maybe we're not going to witness any kind of drop clashes.
Maybe. That is a big maybe. Maybe we'll have few drop clashes or few early collisions, because I'm sure you remember the game of Sanhok, what really happened towards the Camp Alpha Island, as Shadow also struck in at the right moment and getting those 2 crucial finish points for the team.
Yep.
So yes, drop clashes are something we always love to see. But for now, Revenant X-Park, they love going all the way towards the side of Port and Orangutan. They all usually take a split drop. And that is exactly what they are doing at this point again.
Yeah, their strategies have been working out really well for them, if I'm being very honest. I mean, for the first 3 games, yeah, one game, it's absolutely fine. It could happen that it's not the best one in your arsenal, and it was only one game, and even in that, they managed to get a couple of points, so I think so it's absolutely fine. But look at it. iQOO Soul, if I'm not wrong, they're trying to take a fight all the way towards the northeastern part, maybe? Or I don't think so. Maybe they're alone. We'll have to check. Yeah, there's no drop clash. There is. They've been hidden in the shadows out there. Really want to see which team that actually is.
K9 always loves going all the way towards the side of Cosmodrome, and this time they have taken a linear split, and even the players of BotArmyEsports are also towards that Cosmodrome side. We have the players of Medal Esports also in some sort of a pickle against the players of Team iQOO Soul. Like you said, iQOO Soul taking a drop clash and having a head-on fight against maybe. If iQOO Soul wins this one, the revenge, the redemption of Miramar will be there.
Is it just me, or is iQOO Soul now just trying to target the teams who they are confident against? Because it does seem to be that case. Manya, no helmet, no body armor, just a bullet to the body is going to do the trick. So he's got to be wary about it. Just holding his own angle, Cyrax up on the stairs. Just firing a few warning shots, both of these teams. It's not even a stalemate at this point. There's some fake footsteps out there being shown, or maybe just trying not to give any kind of footsteps whatsoever. There's still quite a few fights happening. Knuckle is the first one to draw the blood. Savid's been taken down. That's a big play. Manya gets that finish as well. So the advantage now in the hands of iQOO Soul.
Yeah, the numbers advantage is definitely there towards the side of iQOO Soul. If you remember the game of Miramar, Somme was the first one to be taken down by the players of Medal Esports. So I think iQOO Soul is just doing that what they love doing, taking their revenge. And that is exactly what they are eyeing for. But Medal has been performing really good. If you look at the performance of Medal, the first game also they had 13 points, and after that also they're getting those average points in every single game. They have worked on the mistakes of challenge season, they have rectified them, and they're looking much stronger. So iQOO Soul, that could be the reason for that little cautious approach in this fight, that they realize that Medal has worked on the mistakes. We can't take them for granted.
I agree. And in the meantime, while the collision is happening here, Medal was also able to take the casualty, but at the same time, even K9 Esports were the ones who were on the receiving end. BotArmyEsports took that first blood out. So again, they are also starting things on a bit of an aggressive note. All the teams who are all the way down in the leaderboards. iQOO Soul, BotArmy, they're now taking fight against the teams who are at least in that middle pack. Apart from K9 who's in the top 3. Look at that circle shift, Shadow. You are going to love it.
I'm already loving it. And this Vikendi, what else can you expect on the map of Vikendi? We always have those crazy circles. This time it's a completely northern circle favoring the players of Revenant X-Park. And maybe there is a slight possibility of Revenant X-Park doing a very well outing in this one. But Prince in such sort of a pickle. A 1v3, all the 3 players charging on to him. Instant knock coming in, and maybe confirmation will also follow. But wait a second, Cyrex gets a knock onto Mania and gets the confirmation point as well. Already a casualty towards the side of iQOO Soul.
And the fun fact is now iQOO Soul know the position of both the players who are there, because one of them finished him and the second one got the confirmation. So now iQOO Soul, they can just move around that house. They can try to wrap around the players as well. And Prince has been confirmed too. Somme just went in out there, made sure that he'll be finishing off the enemy. Middle definitely took out a bite out of there, and all the doors of the house are now being broken down too. That's a big problem. The cover is being blown, and because of that, Cyrax falls down onto his knees. Just a pixel is all iQOO Soul needs. This team is now finally hunting. The pack out there, it's hungry, and they want not food but blood, and Medal are on the receiving end right now. The only thing that's working out for Medal is the fact that there's no throwables on the other side, and this is a very narrow pathway. So you cannot move directly. It's just a burst of weapon that's going to do the trick for you. But not a lot of bullets right now in the hands of Legit. So that's going to be a big sign of concern for them.
Once again, it's all down to Legit. He's going for the crucial revival onto the fallen comrade. And Cyrex is once again back in the game. Also, we have a situation between the players of Revenant X-Park and Gujarat Tigers, even Orangutan and Wingard also locking horns with each other. Everyone is just eyeing for that center control. Even BotArmyEsports, they are also facing casualties. Revenant X-Park, this is a really important game for them. Gujarat Tigers barging into the compounds of K9 Esports, where we have Beast, and along with that, Omega is also there. The grenade from the side of Omega, if it finds any sort of connection, that can be a big opening. And finally, Beast with a DPS finds a knock onto Clutch God. Even Zeref also goes down, all thanks to Omega's grenade.
Yeah, Omega still trying to eye out. Shots being fired. He gets one more knockdown, and Gods is the only man remaining. Needs to stay alive, get the weapon. But it's Omega who deletes their opponent. Guess what? No more good game for Gujarat Tigers. It's a goodbye to them from this map. What a step up coming in from the IGL himself. After losing an early member all the way far back, Somme now finally jumps in as well. DPS on the face. Legit has been legitimately deleted. And it's Somme getting another confirmation thanks to Ronnie being the body. iQOO Soul finally stepping up, getting those 4 points and at least moving on the 15th position.
Well, certainly 4 finish points, but 1 casualty of Mana is also there. iQOO Soul left with only 3 players, but the good thing is, the silver lining is, the circle is favoring the players of Team iQOO Soul, and it is also favoring the players of Team Revenant X-Park. But the split which is coming from the side of Revenant X-Park is a point of concern for me, because the 2v2 split, if you look at the position of Sarang, he's in such a close proximity to the players of K9, and we have OG also in the mix, and we have Just Jelly also. So Revenant X-Park, they need to play as a pack of unit. They need to play together. But there are a few teams who are also going for the late rotation. Like we have the players of Hero Xtreme, Godlike all the way towards south, taking the brunt of the blue. Then even Carnival Gaming also taking the brunt of the blue. But in the midst of all of this, even BotArmyEsports, once again, we saw them going up against the players of Revenant X-Park. And this time, once again, BotArmy, they were eliminated.
Yeah, that's the big problem now, BotArmyEsports. They were able to take down that first member, if I'm not wrong, from K9, and after that, they just could not follow up on the back of it. So yes, even they are on that struggling boat right now, and not really the way how you would want to win day number 1. We were having the discussion as well, right? We were mentioning that BotArmy, again, this is one of the first major LANs for them. If not, then at least in the 2025, this is one of the biggest LANs that they have ever been a part of. So the jitters are definitely going to be there right now. They're struggling as well. It's an audience LAN after all. There's always going to be pressure on top of you. And under pressure, there are a few teams who always love to perform. iQOO Soul, they are performing, at least in this one. They took down Medal. I really want to see the step up from other teams. Revenant X-Park as well, finally getting that first fight. You mentioned they were able to finish off BotArmyEsports. That's a big thing. But I'm now focused on the members of Versatile, who we are also looking in the map feed are close to the members of Wyld Fangs. And if I'm not wrong, both of these teams, they probably wanted to get a piece of that third party as well for all the entire fight that happened in Peshkova.
Yeah, we have Wyld Fangs and VXT also, like you said, in the close proximity. So there could be a possibility of a rotation clash happening between both of them. But I like this new rivalry which is also brewing between the players of Revenant X-Park and BotArmyEsports, because every single time, be it the map of Vikendi or Erangel, these two teams lock horns with each other. And for now, every single time BotArmyEsports, they are on the receiving end. But looking at the circle, even the players of Team Reckoning are also having a good position as they are sticking to the western side of the map, keeping themselves away from all that commotion and the traffic. The only problem for Reckoning could be the players of Team Red Ross, because they are coming all the way from the blue, and if Reckoning is not aware about the surroundings, they might be caught off guard.
That very well could be the case. But I don't think so Red Ross are going to take the entry from that part. I think so they're going to go all the way from up north out there. But again, that's a thing that's happening all the way towards the western part. I want to focus down on something that might happen on towards those eastern frays where iQOO Soul was. And right under them are the members of Versatile 2. One team that has been struggling for the entire evening. Another one that has had a pretty decent game. At least one chicken dinner for them, which eventually boosted their rankings up. But in terms of consistency, yeah, not so much.
This is something really interesting. Brewing scared. iQOO Soul, who dropped in towards the side of Trevno. Then we have the players of Team Versatile towards Peshkovo. And iQOO Soul, just look at the way they are making their rotation. In the blue, towards the southern side, going all the way towards the side of VXT. There is a possibility of iQOO Soul and VXT also locking horns with each other. But we have OG Aru right in the crosshairs of Viper. And Viper never fails to strike. Strike at the right moment and got the finish point as well.
And that's going to be OG being eliminated yet again. This team did really good in the first 3 games. And after that, on the off maps, have now been struggling. 33 points still now, not a single point for this game. Not the result they wanted. But I think so they've done their job for at least day number 1. If they can wrap it up with around 7 to 8 points, I think so that's going to be really cool. Plus, you don't really want to be in the top 3 or maybe at least the top position, because then you're going to have an invisible bounty on your back. For now, Goblin. That's quite a way to park the vehicle. Perfect. That's going to go in insurance now.
Unfortunately, we don't have extra style points.
I mean, that wasn't stylish.
It was.
If anything, the vehicle was saying I'm stuck.
Your jokes are getting worse and worse. That's all I have to say. But
An
God's
actor.
reign, their rotations are getting better and better every single time. I don't know how Destro does it, but every single time he finds himself and the entire team right in the dead smack of center of the circle once again. God's Reign having that prime compound and a very good position in this particular circle. But the
Whoa.
next circle shift is going to be so crucial. If it goes south, even the players of Carnival Gaming are also going to be happy. But since it's a concentric shift, once again, Revenant X Park, even the players of K9 are in the prime spot. And speaking about the players of K9, if you look at the fight which happened against the players of Gujarat Tigers, Omega was really struggling back in the challenge season. And this time, out of 4 finishes, 3 finishes are just by Omega.
Yeah, he stepped up big time. His team performed really well in the first game itself of Erangel. And if I'm not wrong, that was around the 70 circle. So constant circles forming onto the K9, and that's the strength of this team. If the circle keeps on forming on them, they will convert that game. But for now, Carnival Gaming in the crosshairs of Scout, who tried to fire in a few shots, but not getting any kind of damage onto the players. Don't think so they're going to mind that. Wait, hello? What? I mean, I wouldn't say it's alright, but that's such a questionable decision from Sensei. Way too out in the open. And his team has not been winning those long-range fights. And Carnival Gaming right now, they're just trying to figure out the position of the members of Wyld Fang. I think so they know that the Fangs are now broken and they can eventually finish them off too. And guess what? All that commotion was also heard by Versatile, who will be making their way from the southeastern part as well onto them.
That's what I was saying. The problem was not only the players of Carnival Gaming, but also the approaching team of VXT, because now Wyld Fangs are left with only 2 players, and VXT and Carnival being in such close proximity is definitely not a good news for the players of Wyld Fangs at this point. Even the players of Hero Extreme Godlike are taking their sweet time to move inside the circle. Finally, they are towards the southern western side. They do have a good spot for themselves, and luckily they have managed to keep themselves away from all that cluster.
As of now, but question is for how long are they going to be able to keep themselves away? Right, because as of now, yeah, agreed. They're pretty decent. It's day number 1, game number 5. The points, they're just out there, but you do not want to let the momentum go. Carnival Gaming now, the hunting party is here. Seth and Trey Scott, 2 of the big hitters, 2 of the main fangs of the Wyld Fangs, now into the crosshair. Scout all the way too far back. The question is, can he provide that cover? And yes, he can. Doing a phenomenal job at that into that radio tower. Goblin as well, understanding that it's going to be pretty risky. It's now slowly moving back. Now, I wanted to point out, Shadow, you know, this is not the Carnival that we were seeing all the way in the challenge season.
Yeah.
This Carnival is way too aggressive, and so is this Versatile. Ronnie, just in a bit of a dip out there. Versatile, they know iQOO Soul are hurt. They have seen the finish speed, and they know that they've got the numbers advantage. The question is, are they willing to take that risk? Because iQOO Soul, regardless of 3 players, is a team that always strikes back.
Well, they always strike back, but this time they are wounded. They don't have all the 4 players alive, and VXT is one of those teams against which you don't want to pick an outnumbered fight. And Versatile and iQOO Soul are being in such close proximity for a very, very long time. But I think the next circle shift is going to decide the fate, that how the rotations are going to be there, whether God's Reign will find themselves once again in the center of the circle, or will the circle go away from them. And the circle takes a eastern shift. God's Reign, they have the entire southern control. Wyld Fangs, VXT, they have got the eastern control. Even K9, look at the position. They have got such a prime spot. Their backlines are completely clear. Even iQOO Soul, they do have a very good spot for themselves.
This map has now been divided into 2 hemispheres. One the eastern, other one the western. On the eastern, we've got some big names who are all the way up in this leaderboard. Couple of them, yes, all the way down. But the one on the western is where I want to focus on. So many teams that are actually out of the circle. That's going to be a big problem, Shadow, because all of them will be trying to take the entry from at least the northwestern part. And there's going to be just clusters of teams. Now, here's the thing. This one specific game, I think so the circle is going to play a big role into which team is winning. We'll have at least a couple of teams winning in from the eastern one, couple of teams from the western one. And then wherever the circle takes the shift, that team is going to take the win. Just because look at that dip. There's a big dip in this map, and you cannot technically cross it in just that manner. And there's just, if I'm not wrong, 1 bridge out there in the open too. If in case the circle goes a bit more north and then takes a shift towards either one of those sides, Yeah, that's going to be a big problem for these teams. They will have to pray to the BGMI cause that it's probably in their favor.
I also want to draw the attention towards the side of Red Ross kid, because let's be honest, Red Ross, they have been performing really consistent. Every single game they do manage to get those consistent points for themselves, starting off with 4 points and 11, and after that also in the previous Sanhok also, in the previous game also, they got 9 points. So Red Ross, they're doing everything correct. Even now also, just look at the rotation. They have the entire northern control to themselves. They've kept themselves away from all the traffic, having a really good spot with all the 4+ alive. But finally, Revenant X-Pac, they've broken their silence against the plus of Team Just Jelly, as Jelly has been knocked out. And this can be a great opening for Revenant X-Pac. But Sarang is so far away from his teammates.
Yeah, I'll have to say it's not just about the fact that Revenant can take an advantage out of it. It is also the members of Reckoning Esports, because now the side of Just Jelly is being sandwiched. Revenant in their front, Reckoning on their back. They're just trying to gatekeep the members of Reckoning, and Inze is doing the job for now. The good thing is the circle's going to force Reckoning to move there, but there we go. Another shift moves a bit more down south. But God's Reign are the team that are looking super happy after this shift. You mentioned it early on, Shadow. Give Destro the circle. He'll serve you the chicken dinner. I think so. This could very well be the game where he serves us the second chicken dinner of this day.
He's a zone magnet. We don't need to give him the circle. He finds a circle and places himself right in the dead smack center.
Was the trophy
Every
magnet in
single-
23?
Now he's a zone magnet. Because just let's be honest, every single time God's Reign, they have been showcasing those good rotations, and every time, even in those crazy circles, God's Reign and the boys, they always find themselves in a really good spot. Even now also, even the players of VXT, they might be eyeing for the same compound which God's Reign is holding on to, but the problems are for the players of Revenant X-Pac, because they have the western control of the circle, and Hero Xtreme Godlike is marching towards them.
Slowly and steadily. That's the name of the game. Revenant X-Pac need to be careful about whatever's happening in the vicinity, as you mentioned. And to be very honest, we haven't really seen this passive Godlike or this passive Versatile. These are not the same two teams which we really saw in the challenge season, where they both, and only they both, had over 200 finished points. This just seems to be a case where now, after the first 3 games, they've lost that confidence and they're just struggling to find their own footing. I really, really feel a bit concerned for both of these teams. And another sign of concern for the sides of Wyld Fangs. They have been struggling a lot as well. And even now, 3 members remaining: Scout, Trace God, Seth. Good thing is that Trace God and Seth are performing.
Well, they always perform, but Wyld Fangs, I think the problem is not the performance, it's the placement points, because every single time, if you look at the performance, they're getting those finished points. The placement points are a concern. The survival is a concern for the players of Wyld Fangs. So I think by tomorrow they'll rectify it, but just Jelly just knocked himself out. This is not really a good news, especially when you have the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike in such a close proximity. But for now, we have Wyld Fangs versus Versatile happening, as Versatile is trying to breach into the compounds of Wyld Fangs and have that entire northern control to them. This is going to be an important battle for both these teams, because whoever comes victorious in this one will have the entire circle control to them.
For now, it's Carnival Gaming who have got the entire circle control to them. And iQOO Soul, this is a bold move. They barge all the way in from the center. And now they're being punished for that. Knuckle out and out of this game itself. Ronnie out of the vehicle too. It's all down to Some, last remaining member, who's again taking a fire from every direction. And it's Wind God who move in to secure that finish. A big mistake of iQOO Soul. That is not really the way we see them rotate. It seemed more desperate. And they face the consequences.
Even K9, they might also face the consequences, as they are trying to pick a fight with the plus of VXT, but Equinox out in the open has been knocked out. And Omega might be looking forward to the confirmation point. Raider needs to be a bit careful. Omega trying to lob those grenades and find one more knock. And speaking of nades, even Carnival Gaming also finding knocks onto the plus of Team Reckoning as both of them are trying for the center control of the circle. As Neo also finds a knock onto Viper. The trades are happening back and forth. So many teams are just trying to have a dash inside the circle.
Yeah.
VXT, this is going to be super important because only one last player remaining, that is Raiden.
And he is just behind that one vehicle, trying to pray for his life and hope that K9 leave that area, because everyone's going to be converging out there now. Wyld Fangs, they'll be onto the receiving end, but guess what? Reckoning have been finished off. Godlike as well facing so many problems for themselves. Raiden right now out there in the open as everyone jumps onto him, and it's Ninja Boy out there. First brought down to the knees, but Beast comes in with a trade. Can he get that finish? And he absolutely will not, as it's Omega who secures that one last shot onto the body. The shotgun shells going wide, but this is the perfect time for Wyld Fangs to now jump in and take that down. But we'll be coming back to that later, as again it's Sarang, Arto taking down Beast. This time from Red Rose though, who's still trying to survive, who's still crawling out of there. Versatile has been finished, Shadow, so that's a big problem for them, because the bottom three, they are consistently getting bad performances after bad performances. Even Godlike is out of the race. And if I'm not wrong, it was Revenant X-Park who stopped their pursuit. But God's Reign now slowly and steadily moving in the circle. But this one stalemate with K9 and Wyld Fang is where the game will entirely change.
Just look at the position of God's Reign. They've got the entire northern control. Even Revenant X-Park is also stepping up big time as they eliminated the plus of Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and few finishes from the side of Red Ross. Like you said, Carnival, they have a good compound control, but for now, God's Reign, they're trying to breach into the compounds of Wyld Fangs. But the circle takes a shift towards the western side and is favoring the plus of Carnival Gaming heavily. But Revenant X-Park, even they can benefit from the circle, but they don't have the numbers. Only 2 plus remaining from the side of Revenant X-Park.
Yeah, they're going to be onto that struggling end as well. But again, the focus goes down. Trace God up against Beast, and all the way in the back lines, we see the members of God's Train as well. They can easily take a few shots maybe if they want to. A few finishes out there for themselves. Omega, 4 finishes, was eliminated eventually. Beast, we have known this man to go in with some nasty plays, and he can try for the same thing right now. But at the same time, constantly cooking up the nades. The patience is there from the members of Wyld Fang, who are now slowly losing it, or at least forcing Beast to lose a bit of it. Molotov out there into the stairs, forcing them not to move forward. This is a Carnival Gaming's chicken dinner to secure. God's Reign out in the open too. Viper right now finds a good knock onto Delta, who eventually revealed his position after he tried to take Trey Scott out of Wyld Fang. So it's only Seth versus Beast.
And Beast has to pick this battle because he's left with no first aid at all. He can't go for the mid strat. He has to pick a fight with the Sev. Even the plus of God's Reign also trying to migrate inside the circle from the northern end. When God, they also have to make that journey from the southern side. And Carnival Gaming, Hector is keeping a close eye onto the plus of Vingod Esports, making things so difficult. Beast, the blue, the wall of death is closing in, and finally has found few first aids, 3 first aids towards him, and the player Seth is charging towards him on a sliver of HP, and finally Beast gets a confirmation point. But we also have Godstream trying to breach into the compounds of Carnival Gaming. Trades happening back and forth.
This is the fight for chicken dinner. One of them needs to take that win, and guess what? The team Reverend X-Park will eventually use this distraction to maybe get a third party in. Ninja landed an 8 but did not get that finish. Justin is already down on his knees, so that's a big problem. Carnival Gaming slowly and steadily just jumping around, and with that jump, they get the confirmation as well. God's Reign out of there. Viper has been striking like the most venomous snake, constantly being the kryptonite for God's Reign. Maybe this time, the gods are being taken down by the mortals, and these mortals have been looking more deadly than ever. Hector, Goblin, Neo, something has changed in this lineup. Shadow, from the challenge season to the challenge finals, we've seen 2 different types of playstyle from this team today, and both of them have borne fruits for them.
11 finishes. Carnival Gaming is raining death and destruction at this point, and I completely agree with you, Scared. Maybe Carnival Gaming was hiding all those strats in the challenge season, and finally they are revealing the true colors. And now Wyld Esports, they're also trying to pick a fight with the plus of Carnival Gaming, but they need to be aware about the position of Sarang and Shadow of Revenant X-Park.
Phoenix?
Even Phoenix is going for the heal
Oh my
battle
God.
from the set of Red Rose, but finally the last first aid, and he has been eliminated on the 4th spot.
My question is, why did he not fire those shots? He had a player of Revenant X-Park out in his crosshair. Unfortunate, maybe just mistimed it. I probably didn't see the player out there. Maybe just gave them a lifeline, you know. Haha, go ahead. Of course, he did not do that. I know that. But it's going to be Revenant X-Park now, slowly and steadily moving up. Wind God technically caught in a pincer maneuver by two different teams, or a sandwich, which we normally say. LeBron is all the way out. He is not going into the safe circle whatsoever. But it's Carnival Gaming again, spreading themselves out in the open. Sahil finally being taken down by Sarang. Gets that finish. 8 finishes already in the hands of this team. Sarang steps up. Joker stepped up as well. But Viper onto that high ground will eventually force Revenant X-Park down to just being in a one-man situation. And Sarang will be taking all of that aggression onto his space. Everyone knows his position. There's going to be the bombardment of the utilities. LeBron is the first one to be hit by the blue. So his first aids are going to be used up first. But the question is, how many does he have? It's a Carnival Gaming chicken dinner, and it is going to be the confirmation as well. There we go. The nade landed in perfectly with a beautiful 3-pointer, and it's Carnival Gaming finally, after the consistent aggressive games, securing a winner-winner chicken dinner for them. And this was an important one, because this marks their entry into the top 3 at least.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be at the Tibbity top, the king of the hills after this game. If any feather was missing from their cap, was this chicken dinner. And finally, Team Carnival Gaming, they are rampaging through in the very first day, at least as of what we have witnessed from their side. But you know, a lot of people might say they had the circle and they capitalized. What are your thoughts about that?
See, so many times we have seen that teams are having the circle, and despite that, they are not able to convert it. Carnival Gaming, they defended that compound because so many teams were trying to breach into the compound, and it was not at all easy for them to keep the compound control and keep all the 4 players alive. They dealt with the players of God's Reign, they dealt with the players of Wyld Fangs. So many finish points. It was not at all a passive game. Look at the finish points which they have accumulated.
Completely agree with you, and you know, so many finishes accumulated. A quick look at the final blow, the final finish, and Viper, surely he was a venomous snake in this one. Ideally, you do not see a lot of snakes in those frozen tundras, but he surely was putting his fangs, inflicting all the venom throughout the map.
He indeed was, constantly finding those openings, understanding where the opponents are, and also constantly firing those warning shots. He did a phenomenal job. But there's one more person who'll do the phenomenal job, and we'll see him on the stage.
The carnival has arrived, जिस चीज की हम चर्चा कर रहे थे, और इस चिकन डिनर के बाद वो जो पहला पायदान है वो भी आ चुका है. Hector being an IGL, how are you feeling right now? क्योंकि शुरुआत ऐसा लगा थोड़ी लड़खड़ाई हुई थी, लेकिन अब एक बहुत अच्छे स्पॉट पे हुआ.
हम फ्लो पकड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, एंड वो फ्लो अब मिला है तो उसको कंटिन्यू ही करेंगे.
बिल्कुल, लेकिन अगर आप बात करें उस फाइट की, वो जो एंड फाइट थी, कहीं ना कहीं वो डिसाइडर फाइट हमें देखने को मिल रही थी, जहां गॉडसेन आपके सामने मौजूद थे, और जो भी वो फाइट जीतते वो चिकन डिनर में ट्रांसलेट होता. तो उस फाइट में अगर आप एक बार हमें टेक थ्रू कर पाओ.
मेरा बस काम होता है कि इन 3 को एंड जोन तक पहुंचाना, उसके बाद चिकन ये खुद ही मार देते हैं. तो वही होता है मेरा, 3 असॉल्ट तक एंड तक पहुंचा दो, फिर चिकन आ जाता है.
चलिए, आपने अपने बारे में चर्चा की, आपने बोला बाकी काम आपके प्लेयर्स कर देते हैं, तो प्लेयर्स की तरफ ही चलते हैं. वाइपर, इस मुकाबले के आप MVP हैं, बहुत बढ़िया आपने प्रदर्शन दिखाया, 5 फिनिशेस निकाल के गए. और अगर आप बात करें एक्सपीरियंस की, कंपैरेटिवली जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो कम है आपके पास, इतनी सारी जनता है, इतना सारा वो प्यार दे रही है, कैसा फील कर रहे हो अब अभी?
बहुत बढ़िया फील है, तो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है इसका.
जी हाँ, और MVP की भी एक रेस चल रही है जहाँ पे बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी आगे हैं, बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी पीछे. कुछ स्टेटमेंट अगर आप उनको देना चाहो.
क्या स्टेटमेंट दूँ? ऐसा तो बेस्ट दूंगा ही.
खेलते हैं मेरे प्लेयर्स MVP के लिए नहीं खेलते हैं.
ओके, चलिए, तो मैं मान लेता हूँ कोई और खिलाड़ी होंगे जो शायद MVP के लिए खेलते होंगे, लेकिन हमारे पास अभी और 2 मेधावी खिलाड़ी मौजूद हैं. पहले गॉब्लिन आपसे शुरू करेंगे. एक नाम है, और जब भी गॉब्लिन का नाम जाता है हमें शोर सुनने को मिलता है, बहुत सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस जो है वो जनता लेकर के चलती है. आपके लिए भी एक रिडेम्पशन टूर्नामेंट ये साबित हो रहा है, तो आप बताइए कि आपके लिए जो ट्रॉफी सामने रखी है वो कितना महत्व रखती है?
मतलब मैं आज तक एक भी लैंड नहीं जीता हूँ और हर बार टॉप 5 पोजीशन में आते हैं हम लोग, तो इस बार अपना 100% दूंगा और होपफुली ट्रॉफी अपनी होगी।
क्या बात है नियो, अगर आपकी चर्चा करें, ये ट्रॉफी जो आपके सामने रखी है, जैसे कि आपने बोला साथ में बहुत सारे इवेंट्स खेले, सब कुछ हुआ, लेकिन अभी इस ट्रॉफी का क्या महत्व है? और अब जब आप देख रहे हो कि आप ऑलरेडी फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे हो, लग रहा है कि हाँ चीज़ें पॉसिबल हैं अभी यहाँ पे?
हाँ, लाइक पहले तो चोक कर ही चुके हैं हम, तो पता ही है अब कैसे करना है। बाकी अच्छे गेम्स जा रहे हैं, अच्छा मोमेंटम है, कैरी ऑन करेंगे।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, अभी भी एक मुकाबला बचा हुआ है और वहाँ पर बहुत कुछ हो सकता है। हम देख रहे हैं कि एक मैच में चिकन डिनर निकालने के बाद टीम्स जो है वो टॉप ऑफ द टेबल आ रही है, बढ़िया खेलते हुए जा रही है। एक लास्ट मुकाबला, देखना है होता क्या है। ओवर टू आवर कास्टर्स।
It was Viper's first LAN, and by the looks of it, I think he's looking quite stoic, especially with how he responded back. Does not really care if he gets the MVP or not, as long as the team is winning. So now this brings me down to conversation that, given his first LAN, how much has he impressed you guys? Starting off with you, Shadow.
I think he's impressing me tremendously because where Some and the Zap, if you look at the other boys, they are having those land jitters. Viper is the one who is doing the heavy lifting, who is getting those frags, not getting intimidated by the land pressure or the audience pressure, and still performing really well.
And then again, you know, Scared, this is where the argument does set in. When you've got the likes of Neo and Goblin in your team, it's very easily to get overshadowed. Yet this man goes all out, also finds himself as one of the stars in this matchup. So, you've got any added points on him?
It's about the confidence. This man felt it in the game number 1. He's been failing in all the other games as well. Yeah, we had our own questions about Carnival Gaming back in the challenge season, but with the way how they've been performing since the first game itself from today, this is a very different beast we're talking about. It seems that they're hungry, and it's not just about the hunger. I think so they're starving at this point. So they are focusing to get those wins. And that's also the case with the team that we've got in front.
Of course, and this is the team that I was going to talk about next. We do have the highlights in front of us. And God's Reign, boy oh boy. There have been a few of those jitters, especially in the games of Erangel, but Miramar was phenomenal, got a chicken dinner. Sanhok also was quite good, and even a decent outing in Vikendi. Now, for God's Reign, what are you expecting out of them? The final game of Erangel will be their Shadow, and do you think this is where they might redeem themselves, or is it going to be the same tumbling down story in that very map?
See, the thing with God's Reign is if the circle is favoring them, they tend to do really well. But if they have to migrate inside the circle, especially if they have to breach into the compounds, that is where God's Reign is struggling in those 4v4 fights. Otherwise, God's Reign, if they have got the circle advantage in the final few moments, they do the nade parade and everything, and they get the chicken dinner. But they also need to work on how to breach into the defense of the foes.
You know, one thing, folks, we've noticed throughout the entire day, we haven't seen any team, you know, being really consistent back-to-back games. I'm talking about a team getting a chicken dinner right after they are the first teams to get eliminated. I mean, you talk about Gujarat Tigers. Now, this was so anticipated, Scared, that ideally Vikendi was supposed to be their map. But things did not go their way.
Yeah, they've been struggling a lot onto that one. I think so on the map of Sanhok, the circle did help them out, but at the same time, understanding where the fights are taking place is what helped them even further to take it up the notch and get that win. But on this one, again, it's an off map, not a lot of things that you can research upon, so that's why they were struggling. But again, a team that has not been struggling has definitely been Carnival Gaming. 23 points for them, 13 eliminations. Is it the lucky number or is it the unlucky number?
Does not matter. 23 points is what they've accrued out of this game, and yes, position points has always been a concern so far for Carnival Gaming, but I believe not anymore. But we also, however, did witness the resurgence of Revenant X-Park. Now, Shadow, run me down to what did they do different in this game, as a result of which they found a perfect balance of good position along with a lot of finishes.
They kept themselves away from all the traffic and the commotion. This was a pure research and homework which they have done. They realized how teams like rotating in the map of Vikendi and Revenant X-Park, they kept themselves on the periphery of the circle towards the northwestern side every single time. And that resulted in a very good game. And now just Vikendi, if you look at the performance of Revenant X-Park, they're improving game by game, at least in terms of survival.
Definitely, finally just pulling their socks up, have found themselves in the top 8. But Carnival Gaming and K9, they are soaring through. So we now do have that secret mantra. If you get a lot of finishes, if you get just that one chicken dinner, I think you are going to be a cut above the rest. I think Godsen, they're also feeling. That that feeling where you know everything is working in your favor. Gujarat Tigers, a little bit of slip up, nothing to worry about. But Just Jelly, surely he's punching above his belt, ain't it?
Yeah, he definitely is doing that right now. No one was expecting Just Jelly to be performing so very good, but this team has consistently found itself in those last few circles. They have been finding a few eliminations left and center, helping themselves out, but the concern is in the bottom three. I'm not considering Wyld Fangs the part of it. It's 14, 14 and 11 by Soul, BotArmyEsports and Godlike. Man, I don't know what's going to take for these teams to finally pull their own socks up, because Fixes, this is going to be the last Erangel.
At this point, even I'm running out of ideas and really out of explanations as to what has gone wrong with Hero Xtreme, Godlike and iQOO Soul. For a moment, we saw iQOO Soul, they were playing quite slow. They wanted to just flush inside the circle, and suddenly, the moment they inject themselves in, they were instantly eviscerated. So, Shadow, what is going wrong for them?
Maybe the read. They're not aware about the surrounding, because initially when they had the drop clash, that worked out in their favor. And same goes for the players of Wyld Fangs as well, because if you look at the finish points, they've got 18 finish points, more than what Medal is having, and Medal is sitting on the 9th spot. The only difference is the placement points. So at this point, Wyld Fangs also really need to work on those crucial placement points.
Definitely, we've seen Hero Xtreme Godlike struggle quite a lot, but still one more game awaits. It's going to be a map of Erangel, and right now we're going to be queuing in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
The look up on your face when the underestimation. Today, 'cause I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just a pretty eye. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins. quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big gold confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break once again, and with the panel, it's going to be Shadow at Fixes. Guys, the previous game, of course, it's CG to get that chicken dinner, and they desperately needed that as well. We just tapped the conversation. They don't have any sort of placement points, and finally after that game, they've sort of filled up that court as well.
Well, certainly, the finish points were never a problem for the players of Carnival Gaming, and after getting this chicken dinner, they're already looking so comfortable in the overall ranking. But also, it brings up the fact that overall ranking is still very volatile. So one chicken dinner and anyone can be on the top.
They certainly can be, and you know, given what we have witnessed so far, finally we see a little bit of that segregation going on. We've got K9, we've got Carnival Gaming, Xtreme, a little above the rest. Whilst, you know, coming back, we came into the grand finals having different aspirations. You know, the big teams, they're nowhere to be found, especially the fan favorites. We're talking about Hero Xtreme, Godlike, iQOO Soul. They have dropped the ball. Revenant X-Park, however, Necro, they have climbed back. My eyes will be on Revenant X-Park if they've made it to the top 8, if they can somehow squeeze in inside the top 5 or 6 by the end of the evening.
You can't even forget the comeback story, right? On day 2 is where they pulled off a major comeback in the officials, and maybe this time as well, they've got the same storyline planned up, right? On day 1, just get enough points, and then on day 2, considering it's going to be the day of comebacks, that's when Revenant X-Park can start to strike with all the other teams on the latter half of the board. But we've also seen the same meta sort of revolving around every single tournament. The teams that perform on day 1, we see a slight dip on day 2. Hopefully that's not going to be repeating in this one.
And the reason could be the other teams, or all the foes do have a read. They realize what sort of rotations everyone is bringing in, and when you're on the top of the table, you are grabbing all the attention. Everyone's eyes are on you. Everyone is doing their research and read on the top teams, and that could be the reason that you have a bullseye target behind your back on day number 2. You face a major dip.
And this is not something new, right? You need to adopt. You need to improvise. This is what all these teams need to do so, especially considering for Carnival Gaming, it's going to be so difficult to really find those chinks in their armor because fragging-wise, they have been super. Even getting that chicken dinner, that will definitely ease their nerves if they were even panicking that, you know, guys, we're getting a lot of finishes, but yeah, the chicken dinner has been missing. That is there as well. Now, for Carnival Gaming, it's all laid out. Godstrain, they have been quite phenomenal. Who I'm really worried about, Necro, is Orangutan. You know, given the fact that OG started the day off with a shabang, they had been so consistent. Now, they've already taken a page out, and now they're out of the top 8.
Yeah, pretty much. You can say the same thing as well for Hero Xtreme Godlike, right? We had
they were absent throughout the day.
Yeah. Exactly. We had major expectations from them. Zap is not able to perform. The newest substitute that they've just brought in, replacing Simp, and it's clearly not working out that well because the entire team right now just seems pretty much deactivated. They don't exactly know what they want to pull off inside of the battlegrounds, but hopefully they figure it out, at least on the last game of the day. It would be a sight to witness as they take an exit from the day 1 itself with a chicken dinner, right?
Well, chicken dinner could be the key for the players of even Red Ross as well. I want to talk about them because it's not only Orangutan who is being the consistent one. Even the players of Red Ross are also playing really consistent.
They indeed are. Red Ross are playing consistent. Another team that I would like to see the same consistency from is also going to be iQOO Soul. For some reason, even iQOO Soul is not really able to find that groove that they're known for. But hopefully the last game of Erangel can actually give them that leeway they're looking for.
You know, for starters, they at least need a chicken dinner, and they need it badly. Especially if you are iQOO Soul or Hero Xtreme Godlike, something needs to be there, or otherwise it's going to be such a gloomy day. And I'm pretty sure, even for Hero Xtreme Godlike, things are going to be so disastrous, given the fact that they made some bold decisions that backfired. What are they going to come with tomorrow? Because right now, the war cry is there, the game is about to begin, everybody is excited. The final game of the evening, it is, of course, going to be this game of Erangel. And Necro, my man, take it away.
Exactly. The plane's going to hit the skies for one last time on the day 1 as the plane flight path begins all the way from Primorsk towards the opposite side, which will be Lipovka. Now the plane flight path heavily tilted on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgia Pool, Rozhawk as well, it will be a tough stretch. That means drop in for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the loot, and then move in towards your primary drop location.
At this point, I'm still eyeing out for that military base fight. pretty sure so far for God's Reign, one of the major concerns have been their consistency or even a good performance in the game of Erangel. First game, they had a good circle. Second game, they absolutely dropped the ball. But this time, BotArmyEsports, they're heading their way. And now for BotArmyEsports, they really are playing as if they've got nothing to lose. They've been engaging in a lot of those fights, and they surely have been missing out on position points. And if right now they could somehow throw a spanner into the works of the players of GDR, that could completely abrupt that momentum that they have gotten through.
In my opinion, they should play the same way they've been playing so far. BotArmyEsports, I'm speaking.
Me too.
I think so. That's the right approach to take, especially if you're someone who's not exactly known in the playgrounds. That's the best way to make yourself known to the community. Also, tell the people who you are. Create yourself a few fans, because you need to showcase that firepower. You need to take those early game fights as well. If you're going to try and switch on that defensive playstyle, let's be honest, a lot of the newer teams try to do that. It does not work out. So for BotArmyEsports, their strongest suit is going to be the firepower, and that's what they are relying on.
But this time, they've taken a little bit of a backseat. Feels like they've also understood how the pace of the lobby has been so far. And certainly, God's Reign at this point are forces to be reckoned with. BotArmyEsports deciding to loot around that certain belt, just around the exteriors of the military base. Whilst the circle, quite an interesting one. At this point, I'm starting to fathom where the Gujarat Tigers, they're going to be heading all the way up towards Georgie. Or they might make do looting around those western belts, the shorelines, and somehow stay sticking close to the circle.
Early game stages, teams getting their hands on the basic weaponry and then getting their hands on the vehicles and moving in towards their prime spot. K9 Esports won the first Erangel, and considering we're once again back on the lands of Erangel, there's a big chance K9 Esports can also end things off on a great note. So far, they've been super consistent. 42 points on the board on the second spot in the overall standings, right next to CG. And if K9 Esports, even CG, or even God's Reign get a chicken dinner, that's going to be a major leap. Not just a leap, it will be a big difference in the overall standings.
At this point, down till Wyld Fangs, anybody getting a chicken dinner could have a taste of that top three. So still pretty much out in the open. BotArmyEsports, iQOO Soul, Hero Xtreme, Godlike have not really shown up. But there's always tomorrow, isn't it? As things are for Versatile, we did see them getting a chicken dinner. But still does not make the cut, given the fact that Necro, in terms of the overall standings, they're out of the top 8.
They indeed are. VXT, pretty much the similar storyline to the previous SPS, right? They were down on a lot of points on day 2. They sort of initiated that comeback, and on day 3 as well, they had a Herculean task ahead of them. And they pulled off that comeback on day 3 as well. VXT right now, they're in an okay spot in the overall standings. Yes, out of the top 8. It's completely fine now. They've still got the base set up. Even if they're able to get a decent amount of points in this game, 15 points, that can still do the deed for VXT, placing themselves in a pretty good spot in the overall standings. And considering they're also the defending champions, they know how much is on the line for them. Everything to lose.
We do have some early movements though. A couple of moments earlier, did witness Hero Xtreme, Godlike reckoning in real close proximity to each other. Whilst for Revenant X Park, now this is concerning. Given how the flight path trajectory was, Revenant X Park, they secured their vehicle and, it's quite late to get their loot started. And again, they will have to turn 180 degrees, have to head back inside the zone. Surely that's going to mess their timings up. For Hero Xtreme, Godlike though, this time, they've got a little bit of an adjustment, if you can notice. Hero Xtreme, Godlike in the previous games of Erangel, they had been playing around the edges. This time, they've made a different approach. They instantly want to contest for the center. Or so what it looks, but seems like might joust with the players of Medal Esports. Just cruising right beside them.
The biggest change is Zap in this playing 4. And the fact that it's not really working out. In my opinion, it's not a great picture for Zap. And in my opinion, I do understand, yes, they have played with Zap in the challenge season, but not as much as they've played with Simp. And then putting Zap like that directly in the grand finals also sort of seems like they're throwing Zap under the bus.
You know, at this point, it goes two ways. Has it always been Zap's mistake? Because I've seen that this young kid, there have been moments he's been getting those frags.
That's what I'm
But I
exactly
feel-
saying, right?
But what I feel like, at Minnow, he hasn't shown up. The entire day, he's been missing.
He's not,
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and there have been instances where Jonathan does get a couple of frags, but still he get those frags when the entire team is pretty much done.
That's what I exactly said, right?
Yeah, I'm not really going against you or putting in another argument. I'm saying at this point, when the buck stops, who does it stop? Who is the one to be under fire? Because is it going to be Punk for making that bold call? Because even for Punk, I felt like some of those calls have been quite murky in terms of how they played in the challenge season and how they started things off in the grand finals.
The reason why I said it feels like they're throwing Zap under the bus, even if it's not Zap's mistake, as a viewer's perspective, the viewers are always going to think, yeah, it's Zap's fault.
Exactly.
So it really does feel like Zap is being thrown under the bus, even though majority of the times it's not even his fault with how the fight's going. It's Hero Xtreme Godlike placing themselves in one of the most uncomfortable spots that they can. The positioning's been an issue, and in my opinion, Zap's not at fault here. Definitely not. He's not someone who's in the driving force of the team, but yes, there has been a major change, and maybe that's why Hero Xtreme Godlike is not able to perform. That's what everyone's thinking. Maybe if there was Simp, he could have pulled off clutches. There's so many questions that might just be going through a viewer's mind.
Honestly speaking, so far the miseries of Hero Xtreme Godlike and has completely come down to the decision making. We've seen in those initial games they had been playing around the edges, especially even whilst engaging in those fights. They had been so hesitant. One of the recent memories is that match in Sanhok, where they took so much time engaging against the players of Wyld that Wyld Fangs backstabbed them. And so was also the case even in Vikendi. And of course the shot callings have not been right so far. Surely a lot of work needs to be put under. And as of now, the team in front of us, Xtreme, sparring these games of Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok and Vikendi, they've been oh so good.
They indeed have been. Xtreme, once again with that defensive and the passive playstyle. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of that, but it's been working out, so whatever rocks your boat, do it. For Xtreme, this defensive and the passive playstyle was a kryptonite in the past as well. That was one of the main reasons why they were not really able to perform, but I guess they finally cracked the code. They know exactly how to play this passive playstyle, and it's been working out so far, so continue it, I guess. iQOO on the screen, they're definitely trying to mix a few things up, but still it's not been working out so far. Throughout the entire day, iQOO's been struggling, just lingering at the bottom of the board. Hopefully this time, this game can be a different one, and hopefully they can finally redeem themselves and make a comeback.
Even when you look at this circle, we've got the usual suspects around the center. Carnival Gaming again, they have been blessed right from the very start. Medal Esports quickly taking control of the areas around Carnival. Even Versatile, they're also somewhere in the nearby vicinity. Now for Xtreme and Wyld, they're quite close to each other. But quite some bold decisions once again made by Hero Xtreme Godlike. Look at them. This time they decided not to drop around Lipovka. Rather they have chosen Primorsk as their looting location. Now, what do you feel about that? Is this going to work out?
Pretty versatile so far. Hero Xtreme Godlike not really having a set pattern to play with in the grand finals, while all the other teams, they've got their stuff figured out. And I guess maybe that's one of the main reasons as well why Hero Xtreme Godlike is not able to perform so far, just not really having the lay of the land, not really having a proper game plan. That's also costing them quite a lot. And we mentioned this too during the challenge season itself. Every single team that's currently playing in the grand finals is super deserving. Everyone packs a lot of punch, everyone's got that experience. Yes, a few new faces in the mix, but even those new faces were playing like they've got the experience. So, Hero Xtreme Godlike, these sort of mistakes, I mean, they're happening on day one. I guess we can let that slide, but on day two, on the comeback day, they need to be the one on the train.
And what makes it even better for us to digest is the fact that they were the toppers of the overall standings, right? One of those two teams to have secured more than 200 finishes, and they are lacking in that department as well. at least as of now in this game, the only silver lining for Hero Xtreme Godlike is the fact that at least they have got their 6 covered. Nobody behind them. So that could be something that they can really start building upon. But for iQOO Soul, they've also messed up with their rotations and their timings, always getting caught between a rock and a hard place as Revenant X Spark seems like they've got things rolling. Sarang has already managed to secure a knock. And there you go, Lucifer dealt with. Easy peasy.
This fight's happening all the way towards Kamishki, by the way. On the northern side of the map. Top right corner. I'm not even sure what Revenant Spark is doing over here in the first place. That's my question. And what is Red Ross doing over here this late inside of the game? Now they're getting chased down by the players of Revenant Spark. And this is not a great feeling to have, especially when you're a man down. And Revenant Spark, they know they've got the man advantage, so of course they're not going to let the tracks lose.
I feel like Revenant X Spark, they're on the hunt. Because this is a set fact that Red Ross drop down around that Stalber region, and this is how they like to rotate around. What Red Ross did not anticipate was Revenant X Spark being on their tails. And already having lost out one of those players could really spiral them down to the abyss. And this is where even Revenant X Spark, they're really not giving up. They've got Joker, who started peppering down a couple of bullets. Just one having been connected. Beast, the ideal target would be to pop those tires. Have they done so? As another one goes in. But still enough to keep Beast on the move. At this point, Red Ross, they look quite scattered. This is quite alarming.
It indeed is. Red Ross, though, they finally decided to face their teammates. Revenant Spark falling a little bit back and giving the opponents the space they need. Respecting them. But look at what Shadow's trying to pull off here. Going for the flank angle. His footsteps can be heard, though. Utility is now tossed across the hill. As Preygod's going to find that off angle and catch the first man off guard. Phoenix gets knocked out. Joker gets knocked out in return, though. Arto is still trying his best to fight back, but unfortunately just does not have the man number to try and support him. And it will be Revenant Spark coming out on top. But in this fight, they lost Joker, a key piece to the puzzle.
It's fine, though. I really felt bad for Joker, given the fact during the fight, Shadow was already dropped down quite low. Did not make those hasty moves, otherwise could have flipped things around as Orangutan. They're being barraged through, and it is a fight against Team Jelly. As Kyo Lamau, the person in contact, he's been traded, and AKOP, he is striking fear. As OG, now in the troubles of their own, suddenly are down to the last man, AKOP. And if anybody could clutch it out, could beat this man, but Team Jelly, they've also been so good throughout the day, haven't they?
They indeed have been. Both the teams that are facing right now, they've been doing pretty good so far. They've had the consistent string of games. But this one game can be a bad one for OG. Last outing, bad. That's not going to be a great start for day 2. The ball's not going to be near court. OG would love to at least squeeze a few placement points away, get that average on the board, so they can still be in the race for day 2 in a better spot in the overall standings. But right now, the fallen player's back up on his feet. AKOP can definitely try and achieve something here. He needs to find the opener. That's all he needs to do. Jelly's tossing out the utilities, and that's doing a lot of hurt. Few utilities tossed out even from the boys of OG, and that's not going to find any sort of connections considering just Jelly. They seem pretty safe, and they've also got the man advantage in the fight. Sam, even he pushes out a bit of that comfort zone, wanting to find the opener. It will be a tough one, though. Revenant Spark now let loose against the players of K9 Esports. What's going on?
This was inevitable. Again, Revenant Spark getting a little ahead of themselves. Surely they have secured those 4 finishes. But you know, right? K9, they're always on the hunt. They're always on the prowl. And chaos is where they find themselves comfortable at. That is where they thrive at. As for Team Jelly, they've gotten one of their men back up. It's a 2-on-3 situation. And now with Aru being taken down like that, makes things oh so difficult for AK. 1-on-3 for AKOP. He's already got a grain cooked up. Does he hit its mark? That's the big question. As Aru, he gets blown into smithereens as AKOP. He's got to clutch this one out. And let's not also forget the fact that even Wyld Fangs, they're hearing all that commotion and they want to make themselves a party to it. AKOP being taken down. Now it is going to be Wyld Fangs taking on Josh Jelly.
I was about to hype up AKOP in that scenario, but the moment I thought that, man gets taken down. Wyld Fangs, they finally step in the third party. Wyld Fangs, they've already got the first man down. Just Jelly now taken down to a two-man squad. This can be the go call that Wyld Fangs needs to make. And that's what they're exactly trying to pull off as well. But Sam from top is giving them a perfect cover fire. But what an 8 that was from Trey Scott. This man is always in the forefront of the action for Wyld Fangs. He's always the one to squeeze out the elimination points. Right now, he's found a crucial lock on to Sam. That's going to give the breathing room to the players of Wyld Fangs as they needed to push on up. And they've already done so. Even Seth closes on up in the clotheslines as Scout OP as well now makes his way. 3 players of Wyld Fangs up close and personal against the remaining 2 of Just Jelly. As Sam is taken away to his death, and Ninze wants to go for the revival on the fallen comrade, which he will get. But Wyld Fangs, they're wasting too much time. They need to make the push right now, and that's what they exactly do. On the staircase, they find Ninze, and they will also claim the elimination point. Still one more player around the fray, and he will be racked up as well.
Oh my god, take a bow, Trey Scott. All the players done and dusted. Surely has been carrying so much of that burden in that situation. Wyld Fangs spreading their fangs and Josh Jelly falling prey. As now taking a look at the circle, Necro still favoring the players of Medal Carnival Gaming, still at the very smack center. But BotArmyEsports, they're lurking around, reckoning. Surely they've heard all that commotion. They did hear those vehicle noises being given away. And at this point, reckoning, they've got a choice to make. Do they come out of their hiding? Do they fight it out? Or do they wait for the circle to take another shift and then act accordingly?
Questions will be there. But focus on what just happened. Man, Trey Scott, as you mentioned, he's certainly been carrying a lot on his back. Even right now, getting all the 3 finishes for his team. Trey Scott, this man is insane. Single-handedly doing so much for his team. While the rest, they're trying their best to contribute, but Trey Scott is just on a different level. Every single time at the top, and the positioning as well this man comes up with. His presence of mind is incredible. And it just works out every single time. BotArmyEsports on the screen. A few shots were taken against Reckoning Esports, but no value found so far. Those shots, empty.
You know what I liked about Wyld Fangs in the previous fight? Scout used himself as a bait. He was the one who put his body on the line, while Trey Scott, he did majority of that hitting. So as long as Scout can find some use for himself, that really works in the favor of Wyld Fangs. As long as they're still alive, that's really good. But as of now, Monty just gazing the situation, having his crosshairs pinned out as God's Rain. They're also in pursuit. Win God even around them, even Gujarat Tigers could make things really tight. But look at Hero Xtreme Godlike. Moments ago, they were around Primorsk, now around the northwestern side. This is something that we wanted from Hero Xtreme Godlike. A little bit of that unpredictability. And this could be one of those games where they could go big. But little do they know, Necro, when you look at Sarang, he's right on their tails.
Indeed he is. God's Rain, hold on. A lot of shots raining on top of them. Medal Esports from the top, and there's a big split as well that Medal Esports is playing with. The man separated out. He needs to keep his position anonymous. The moment his position is revealed, Medal Esports will be in a big pain of hurt. And right now, Reckoning Esports in the smack center of the zone, by the way, just driving around, playing for the intel. They haven't really found themselves a safe spot to play with, and that's why Reckoning Esports, they're constantly just driving around. They need to find themselves a safe place to play with.
I really do not like the ring of it. Look at Reckoning. They're so
fake
exposed.
Shots. Fake shots.
They're still so exposed, Necro. Look at this. They can get so around it so quickly and so fast. Of course, Wingard not being an imminent threat to them. Surely firing those shots is going to give their position away.
Brilliant.
But Dionysus, he is brilliant in that situation. Picking off on LeBron. Surely they're not going to instigate that push.
Oh my god.
But this is a disaster. LeBron could have done much better.
The man did not even need to do anything. The shots were a big bait for Wyld Esports to go for that peak. And they actually did so as well. They fell for that bait fixes. But I'm loving these cheeky tactics that the players are coming up with, right? At the start of the day, we saw CG pull off that cheeky move. Now Reckoning Esports is doing this as well. I'm loving the fact that we are leveling up the game.
We certainly are. And now, to make matters more interesting, look at Versatile. They're also closing in, and all these pocket strats these players have come up with. And there are just a couple of them. I feel like they've done their homework, they've done their bidding. You know, those extra few steps that they've walked has given them miles of performance, which they're showcasing in terms of how their outing has been. But look at this. It is going to be an absolute brawl fest. You've got Medal, you've got Reckoning, you've got Versatile, you've got Wingard, and now this is a fight that everybody was looking out for. Hero Xtreme against iQOO Soul.
And already Zap has fallen down. That's not a great way to kick things off inside of the fight, but Jonathan, he's got another player in the front. Actually, two players. Sama and his teammate right next to each other. Jonathan fights the first strike, and he instantly hands out the death blow as well. Knuckle on the other side of this house. Even he's going for that peak. Going for a few warning shots against Jonathan, making sure that he's not going to be the one to push outside of his comfort zone. But instead, Knuckle falls back. He gives the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike the respect they deserve. But Ronnie still underneath that house. Punk, he's got a lot of those demons that he's constantly fighting in his heads, but eventually, iQOO Soul, they're getting dismantled. Knuckle, the only man surviving in the fight. What just happened? So many question marks in my head. iQOO Soul, they were rushed down by Hero Xtreme Godlike.
iQOO Soul, they are a living nightmare at this point. The way they have come out, it's so disappointing. Especially how easily Hero Xtreme Godlike dealt with them. And now, Versatile against Wyld Fangs. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll definitely come back. But for now, Seth, he's got a little bit of an angle to play with. Ispower inching very close. I feel like he spotted him. There you go. Ispower still in race for that MVP contender. Has spotted out Seth. Just lines him up. Does get that final finish. And that being said, Versatile again a clean wipe. But did you look at how scared to death iQOO Soul were when Jonathan just came in? There were two players and nobody seemed to respond.
I wouldn't say scared to death. There was just a big disconnect. For some reason, it felt like iQOO Soul wanted to disengage from that fight. Let the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike have their own territory in that
They had the upper edge.
Yeah, they did. But still, for some reason, iQOO Soul, they wanted to disengage from that fight. There were two different thoughts between two different teammates, and that's why this sort of scenario occurred. A big disconnect between the players. Miscommunication definitely happened there. But hold on, BotArmyEsports, even they're racking up a few eliminations for themselves. 3 so far on the board. And CG is now going to be there on the opposite side. CG has always been a living nightmare for a lot of teams because off the rip, they've started things off on the aggressive note. On game 1 itself, CG was playing super aggressive. And what am I watching right now? A quick drive-by from the boys, and they take down 2 players in return. CG, they are a living nightmare for teams, and once again, they continue to be a nightmare as the last man gets struck down. CG, they come out on top.
The Grim Reapers arrive, and do they arrive in style? Carnival Gaming completely unfazed by the competition. Just shredding through their opposition. And they make it look so easy. But now Hero Xtreme Godlike, this is a game. And look at Jonathan already bagging off 5 finishes. They needed a hero, and surely as Jonathan has stepped up for his team. But the work's still not over. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they got mountains to climb. One good chicken dinner and everything could look dandy. But look at Sarang. Still hidden, still positioned on compromise, and Punk, he's heading their way.
Indeed is. I'm not a big fan of this move from Punk. He can be caught. Punk, this is one of the worst possible positions you can place yourself in, but he still comes out on top with a positive trade. What just happened? God'sreed, they're choking this fight. Jonathan's able to find the second strike as well, as now God'sreed is down to just a 2-man squad. What just happened? The situation gets taken down to a 2-on-2, and God'sreed, for some reason, they're not having any sort of replies to the firepower of Jonathan as he single-handedly vacates this compound with the dead bodies of God'sreed. And he's gotten 8 finishes on the board.
This man is on a mission. He is on a rampage. Surely The crowd tells you how elated they are feeling, watching their hero shine and perform in a night full of scars. He is definitely that supernova that Hero Xtreme Godlike needed. Surely has risen up to the occasion. 11 finishes, out of which 8 into the bags of Hero Xtreme Godlike's is Jonathan. But coming back to the game, Medal Esports still so calm, still so composed. They've got the lay of the land, they've got the entirety of the circle to themselves. Who's going to be the first one knocking on their doors? Who's going to be breaching through us? Reckoning. They've got their troubles to deal with, just hovering around. But Carnival, they're on the prowl as well.
They indeed are. They have been on the prowl since the start. But hold on to that thought, Medal Esports. It's time to end the defensive playstyle. It's time to go a bit aggressive in the playing field. And that's what they're doing. Taking that extra bit of step to go aggressive in the game and get those elimination points racked up as Jonathan. Now he closes on up towards this compound. He's got a lot of lifting to do. Jonathan, 8 finishes on the board, stepping up when his team needs him the most. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they were down in the slumbers throughout the entire day, but this can be the game that can reignite the hope in the hearts of Godlike fans. And Jonathan with 8 finishes, looking to roll on that consistency. He's got the wind in the sails. Reckoning Esports out in the open to not really have the best possible cover to play with, but it's still something that they can work with.
Surely did take matters to his own hands, didn't he? But look at this. Gravity in a little bit of a kerfuffle there, as Viper also finds himself knocked out. Trades coming in from both the direction, but look at Hector. He's got a nice angle to play around. But even Medal have their troubles of their own, but Jonathan finally getting dealt with. But a valiant run nonetheless for this young lad as Zap. He's resorted for that healing battle.
Yeah.
Does have still 5 more first aids to work around with. A top 3 finish, and Hero Xtreme Godlike seems like they will find themselves back in the top 8.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to survive for too long, Fixes. Zap is going for that med strat all the way in the back. And yes, Sarang is out in the open. Revenant Spark says dreams can't be spoiled in this game. Revenant Spark would at least want to place themselves on a decent spot, get as many points away as possible, but Zap can put a spanner in the works. And this also gives a perfect structure to the rivalry as Zap finds the final nail in the grass and he shuts him down. Beautiful way to end things off for Hero Xtreme Godlike. They've already got a decent amount of points on the board from this last game, and that's going to keep them still in this race. As Viper gets knocked out from CG now. CG, they've got the zone advantage, but unfortunately now they're getting racked up by the players of Medal Esports as they slowly and steadily walk against him. But Hector is still trying his best to reply back. Neo from the back provides a beautiful cover fire as Cyrax falls apart. But now Legit has pushed up close and personal as Sarvin has found a few connection, but eventually Legit strikes down Hector. And just like that, CG, they've been eliminated from this game, and it is Medal Esports to get the chicken dinner in the end.
You know, for Medal Esports, lovely stuff, but Carnival Gaming again continue with their Carnival that they've been having. Again, a good balance of those finishes and nice placement points as well. Medal Esports, much needed chicken dinner. But this game was all about the redemption arc of one man only. That is going to be Jonathan. When was the last time, Necro, did we see him being the one putting his life on the line, being the entry fragger for Godlike?
Yeah.
And finally, seems like when things were really falling down for them, he became the hero.
The real question is, how can God's Reign choke that? That should be the real question here. Punk, he literally stopped his vehicle in one of the most uncomfortable spots that you can ask for, but he still comes out with a positive trade. One slap to the face of the opponent, he falls down from that S12K, and then Jonathan comes in from the back, he gets another knockout, and he continues that rampage. God's Reign clearly choked that fight majorly, and that should not have happened in the first place.
It was a very well orchestrated push, that is what I believe, because that one compound, it's very difficult to defend that. Given the fact that you do not have a lot of moving space around, just slam in, throw a couple of grenades, just go pushing through, suddenly find your opponents off guard. That is what Hero Xtreme Godlike did, because God's Reign did not see that coming from miles afar.
In my opinion, I completely look at that as a different scenario. I think Punk wanted to stop towards that compound. Yes, he knew that there's a few players, or maybe he did not know that there's a few players, but still with the way Punk went for that stop, there was a big chance that Punk was going to get taken down. He was down to just a sliver of HP, but luckily enough, he pulls out that shotgun and instantly strikes down that man. And luckily enough for Punk, all it took was one shot.
Well, certainly it was just one shot, but like Fixes said, Jonathan, it was so important for the entire team of Hero Xtreme Godlike to end the day on a good note, because that is going to build the momentum for the upcoming day.
Exactly, but you know what? We've got the interview lined up with the victors of the previous game, so let's move on to the stage.
कमाल का चिकन डिनर हमें देखने को मिला मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से। ये वही टीम है जो चैलेंज सीजन में थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, टॉप 16 में आई थी, लेकिन जब चैलेंज फाइनल में आए तो क्या खूब आए, सीधा चिकन डिनर निकाला गया। प्रिंस भाई, चैलेंज सीजन में तो परेशान किया, लेकिन यहाँ पे आके आप बाकियों को परेशान कर रहे हो, क्या पूरा सिनारियो था, जरा बताओगे?
यार हम किसी को जानबूझ के परेशान नहीं कर रहे, हो रहे लोग अपने आप।
क्या दिमाग में चल रहा है? क्योंकि आज के दिन का जो अंत हुआ है वो आपके अकॉर्डिंग हुआ है, लेकिन जो इससे पहले हुआ वो आपके अकॉर्डिंग नहीं हुआ, तो क्या रहा आज का पूरा दिन?
हमारा मैन लॉस ज़्यादा हो रहा था 2 गेम में, जहाँ पे हम दोनों में जोन में थे, चाहे सैनॉक देख लो, चाहे वो एरेंगल देख लो, मेंशन में थे, और सैनॉक में भी हम जोन में सेंटर में थे, पर वही कि हमारे बंदे लॉस हो गए उसमें।
आई थिंक ये तो चल ही रहा है, और ऊपर से लेजेंड का जब साथ मिला तो मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी कमाल कर रहा है। क्लच के लिए आप जाने जा रहे हो भाई, जहाँ भी लग रहा है कि शायद मेडल से चीज़ें दूर जा सकती है, वो एक प्लेयर है लेजेंड जो उनसे सब कुछ छीन के लिए आते हैं। कैसा लग रहा है पूरा ये माहौल, फाइनली जो करना चाह रहे थे वो इस मैच में हुआ?
बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है इतने लोगों के सामने परफॉर्म करके, और मेरी टीम और मैं बहुत, मतलब हमें पता था, कॉन्फिडेंट थे हम कि लास्ट मैच हमारा अच्छा जाएगा ही जाएगा, और एक टाइम के बाद जब जोन भी आया तो अपने को पता चली गया था हमारा मैच ही है।
प्रिंस, मैं समझना चाह रहा हूँ कि जो कैलकुलेशन करके आप आए थे आज के दिन से पहले, उसके कितने आसपास है या उसे क्रॉस कर दिए?
नहीं, मतलब 60 का बोला था, पर 44 हुए, पर चलेगा, अच्छा ही है, बुरा नहीं।
और आने वाले मैचेस के लिए क्या सिनारियो रहने वाला है? क्योंकि एवरेज जहाँ तक कैलकुलेट किया गया है कि 9 का एवरेज अगर कोई टीम लेके मेंटेन करती है तो उस ट्रॉफी को अपने साथ लेके जा सकते हैं, तो उसके अराउंड क्या अभी डिस्कशन होने वाली, क्योंकि आज का काम तो हो गया?
बात तो सही है, पर देखते हैं, अभी मेरे को इतना आइडिया नहीं है कि कल क्या होगा। हम ट्राई करेंगे हमारा 100%, और आज का जो टारगेट था हम वो कल पूरा करेंगे। मतलब
चलिए, थैंक यू मेडल स्पोर्ट्स, एंड आई थिंक जो करना चाह रहे थे ये तो कामयाब हुए। कल क्या होगा वो तो कल ही जानेंगे, बट अभी कास्टर्स की तरफ चलते हैं।
Funny guy Prince, but Metal Esports, a team that struggled so much in the challenge season, now look at them. On the day one, in the end, they get the chicken dinner, but it does not matter. The MVP of the previous game was Jonathan. 8 finishes and 67% finish contribution with a map impact of 14%. That's the highest finishes so far in the challenge finals.
Of course, 8 finishes. Even before that also, I think that in the entire roster of Hero Xtreme Godlike, Jonathan was getting those crucial frags. And finally, those 8 finishes, I think he's also aiming for the MVP of the tournament as well after this.
I mean, right now, the way he's playing, finally, you can say he's playing for his team. You know, every single movement, look at it. You know, he is a player meant for these big occasions, right? And this time, I have been saying this, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they needed a hero. And Jonathan, surely, I've never seen Jonathan in the recent days making those entry frags. He's done that this time around. At this point, I think this is a good pointer that Punk can really use him as somebody to be the tip of the spear, just go in, get all those finishes. This is what I believe the audience was yearning for. This is what their fans were dying to see. And seems like their hunger has somewhat been satiated.
Hopefully it has been, because look, on day one, I would still say that's a decent outing for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. Till the previous game, they were not really doing that great in the overall standings, but I'm pretty sure after this game, that's going to propel them in a pretty decent spot in the overall standings, maybe in the top 8 as well. It's still a big question mark though. You've got the stars of the match of the previous game on the screen. Neo, of course, being the best companion, and then you've also got Finisher being Sarvit, considering he was the one to get the final nail in the coffin. But still, you cannot really forget the fact that even CG had quite a consistent ending, right?
Yeah, CG has been consistent the entire day. And not only CG, I think Medal also. If you remember, in the first game, they came on the 2nd spot. After that, every single game, Medal is getting those average points. At least 3 points, bare minimum. They're getting in every single game. They're not getting 0 points like Hero Xtreme Godlike and Godstrain. The consistency has been there from the side of Medal as well.
Exactly, it has been. But you know what? Let's look at the highlights of the previous game, and let's see how the action was initiated. It was Revenant Spark who sort of drove all the way up north on the top right corner of the map and tried to hunt down the players of Red Ross, but unfortunately did not really work that well, considering they were just able to squeeze a few points away. Then you move on towards another action that erupted, which was OG versus the players of Just Jelly, and unfortunately for OG, they were not able to defend this compound.
I'm really glad that Jelly managed to get all the 4 finishes to himself against the players of OG. What happened later was quite unfortunate, but still trying to wrap my heads around this fight. You had Knuckle and Some having a perfect crossfire. Surely there was that disconnect. And iQOO Soul, they are in a nightmare at this point. They're living it. And surely, you know, it's so poetic when Hero Xtreme Godlike are the harbingers of that.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, still a lot of work needs to be put in. We can't really say that, you know, they've done their bidding, they've amassed enough points that was required throughout the day. So far, Carnival Gaming, in my opinion, has been the most successful team. They would be crossing over that 50-55 point marker. They will have a huge bounty on their heads tomorrow.
The best part about this day one is that no one has sort of been the difference maker. Everyone is super close in that contention. One single game can instantly be that big, major changer in the overall standings. If the teams in the top 5 get a big game, they can be the difference maker. If the teams underneath the top 8 can get a chicken dinner, they can instantly be in the top 5. That's how close the overall standings are. That's how fragile they are.
That's the story of every tournament. Day number 1, overall rankings are always very volatile. Day number 2, initial few games can also be the change makers, but after day 2 is over, staging a comeback is extremely difficult.
It indeed is. I mean, we've got the match rankings of the previous game on the screen. 17 total points acquired by Middle Esports, exactly what they needed. And after this performance, Middle Esports is going to put themselves in the top 5 without any sort of questions. You've got Hero Xtreme Godlike with 17 points. In my opinion, that's more than enough for Hero Xtreme Godlike to initiate that comeback and also be in a decent spot in the overall standings. You flip the page and you see a few disappointments, and one of them is also going to be iQOO Soul, constantly failing to perform fixes. What is going on with this team?
You know, they have been looking disconnected, and we've been over about this. Now, what is really concerning also for me is we've seen 2 different phases of Orangutan also. The first 3 games, OG, they were quite stellar, constantly getting points on the board. They were even for a moment at the top spot. And look at this. I think the remainder of the 4 games clearly did not go their way. So they have lost that wind in their sails. And at the same time, you've got 2 phases of Carnival Gaming also. In the first 3, we saw them going all out. In this last 3, we saw them get a lot of good position points. They also had a chicken dinner and a perfect balance also with those elims to themselves.
I've been a big fan of the way CG has been playing so far, and I've mentioned this as well during the cast, that CG's been playing super aggressive, and I've been loving that. CG's playing complete pressure-free, and that's why they're currently at the top in the overall standings with 59 points. That's still a decent difference maker in my opinion. They've got that cushion to play with, and if CG maintains that cushion even on day 2, then maybe there's a big chance they can be the one to run away with the trophy as well. But look at the major comeback that we're seeing so far. Revenant X Spark in the top 6 with 37 points.
Of course, Revenant X Spark, the day didn't entirely start in their favor. They got only 5 points in the very first Erangel. After that, they focused on the position. They focused on the survival. And after that, towards the end of the day, things really started falling in place. And Revenant X Spark was able to stage that comeback. But seems like for iQOO Soul, BotArmyEsports, even for Wyld Fangs, just look at that 2 placement points and 21 finishes. Just 2 placement points.
Look, for Wyld Fangs, let's be honest, it's just Trey Scott putting in a lot of work. Seth, Scout, Sensei, they need to step up. At the end of the day, it's a team game. Not one single man can do the comeback. Not one single man can rack up a lot of points for you.
You know, I don't want to ruffle some feathers. We've seen Sensei getting on streams lately. And finally, I think it's a very weird awakening for him. At this point, he needs to realize that he's come in with a mission. He has to give his best. Now he has to focus on his team once again. I think enough with the funny business. Now things have started heating up, and surely Wyld Fangs will have to come back. You cannot always rely on just one player. And when did Wyld Fangs see those good days? It was when even Saif started to perform. And today, Saif was nowhere to be found.
Indeed, man. I mean, Seth is not able to perform. Not just Seth. The entire team is not able to perform, right? Yeah, Seth was able to do pretty good in the challenge season, but still the performance was not as good as Trey Scott. Trey Scott's always been someone who's been able to put himself on the line, and he's been doing pretty good so far. But hey, we've got the performer of the day. It is going to be Jonathan from Godlike. As an individual, he was able to rack up 14 finishes. That's the most amount of finishes so far on the day one, racked up by one single man with the finish contribution of 50%, and within 6 matches. So, of course, Jonathan was the performer of the day. But once again, going back to the conversation that we're having, what are your thoughts about that?
Wyld Fangs, I think, yes, the team is struggling. It's only Trey Scott who is performing. But if you look at closely, I think Sensei's 1v1 has improved.
Exactly, it has improved. But looking at things in a better perspective and knowing how things went down, let's move on to the stage for now.
One and only Jonathan, make some noise, people! Okay, Jonathan, I have a very simple question, brother. Challenge season में टॉप पे क्वालिफाई किया, लेकिन on day one no chicken dinner, 12th position. ये जो sudden drop आया, what do you have to say about this?
ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, हम अपना नेचुरल गेम नहीं खेल रहे थे, तो मैं बैठ के जस्ट समझा रहा था कि गाइस कम ऑन, ये अपना गेम नहीं है, वी नीड टू प्ले अग्रेसिव, जाके से फोड़ना है जो भी दिखे, एंड वही अपना गेम है, एंड लास्ट में थोड़ा आपको पता चल ही गया होगा कैसे खेले, सो यही हमारा गेम है. सो जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर डे 2, लेट्स सी कैसा चलेगा कैसा नहीं, बट ऐसे ही बॉयज़ को पंप रख रहा हूँ, एंड होपफुली दिस इज गोना बी आज.
ओके, लास्ट में जैसा आपने कहा ना, लास्ट में कैसा खेले, 8 फिनिशेस, दैट वाज क्रेजी ब्रो. एंड इनफैक्ट जो 2 आपके सबसे बड़े आर्च राइवल्स हैं उनको आपने फिनिश किया, iQOO सोल एंड गॉड्स रेन. किस टीम को फिनिश करना ज़्यादा टफ था?
वैसे टफ तो नहीं, बहुत इजी था, आपने देख ही लिया, सो ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, एंड इट वाज ओवरऑल अ फन गेम, एंड होपिंग कि कल अपना दिन अच्छा होगा, एंड वील बी बैक ऑन टेबल.
Well, talking about day 2 and day 3, competition को कैसे वापस नीचे रखना है, अपने आप को Godlike को वापस ऊपर लेकर जाना है, उसके लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजी हुई? आज जैसा खेले आखिरी गेम में वही रहेगा या फिर थोड़े से चेंजेस होंगे बाकी प्लेयर्स के साथ?
वैसे है, पंक है, कर लेगा, एंड मेरे टीममेट्स भी है, एंड अभी जाके वील डिस्कस की क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हुए, क्या मिस्टेक्स करे आज हमने, एंड होपफुली कि कल ये सेम मिस्टेक्स कल ना करे, एंड कल पोडियम फिनिश करे.
क्या कुछ चेंजेस हैं पंक के द्वारा?
लेट्स सी, अभी आई डोंट नो क्या होगा टीम का, बट अभी देख लेंगे, अपने एनालिस्ट और पंक देख लेंगे कैसा क्या है, बट ऐसे ही जैसे ही खेल रहे लास्ट गेम ऐसे ही खेलना, एंड जस्ट कीप गोइंग.
Okay, make some noise for Jonathan, performer of the day. Thank you so much, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Thank you so much. तो ये था डे 1, हुए 6 बेहतरीन मैचेस, और 6 के 6 मैचेस में 6 अलग विनर्स मिले, 6 अलग टीम्स ने चिकन डिनर किया. इसी के साथ हमारा आज का दिन खत्म होता है, लेकिन कल होगा डे 2, जहां पर होंगे फिर से 6 मैचेस. टीम्स को मौका मिलेगा ऊपर जाने का. 3:30 बजे होगा पहला मैच, एरेंगल, उसके बाद मिरामार, फिर एरेंगल, सैनहॉक, विकेंडी, एंड द लास्ट मैच विल बी एरेंगल. कल फिर से मौका मिलेगा टीम्स को ऊपर जाने का. आज के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. आई एम कुणाल सलूजा, साइनिंग ऑफ, बाय बाय.
Take it back, you never had the chance. I'm gonna take the one. Call it a savage love, just when I had enough. performing when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all